no idea. And we've got some people obviously in the Zoom call itself. But it is all being recorded and will go into our YouTube channel post-event. I think though, Jero, we should probably give it a few minutes, like just to get people to kind of drop in, and maybe we can have a little chat in the meantime. So Evan, you're in the States now, right?
Yes, as of about 3 hours ago, I am currently in Santa Monica, enjoying bugger all, because there's nothing here. They're all shut.
Oh, really? Santa Monica. You know what I love about Santa Monica? I think The Lost Boys was filmed there.
I did not know that. I just picked it because it's close to LAX and I'm on my way home.
Awesome. Are you there for a conference? Is it a business agility thing, or is it a personal visit?
My colleagues, my partner is here in California. So I've spent a week doing sort of strategic planning for the Institute, trying to figure out what the hell we're going to do in the first quarter of 2022. And as I like to start to think of it, 2022 as in also, because I want to redo that one. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. Awesome. Fantastic. And Peter, you're here in Melbourne, aren't you?
Sunny Melbourne.
Yeah, great. And I believe Lisa is in Singapore. Is that right?
Correct.
There you go.
I am. I am with my little at the moment. I'll rejoin later. Hi. I've got my little plus one. He won't be here later.
Awesome. Oh, so cute. Peter, that wasn't a short vodka I just saw you take, was it?
What? Sorry? No. Though I might fill my water bowl from a gin bottle, but it's not. It's clear, but it's technically not gin.
Well, I have to say it's bloody baking today in Melbourne. 29 degrees currently. I can't. Well, you know what? I think I'm going to go away for every summer because it's just too much. It's too hot. The heat. Oh.
I heard the beach is pretty good, mate.
Yeah, it is. But I'd still rather be somewhere like Evan is right now. You know, where it's a bit cooler. Even though it's
that it is where it's the last week, 2 weeks has been what, 17, 13 degrees. That's quite pleasant.
Oh, that's really. All right. Very civilized.
That's very cold.
It's the only thing you can call civilized about.
What about Singapore, Lisa? What's it like there right now?
Oh, I can check. It's incredibly humid as usual, and sort of low 30s, I think. Just always very hot. I don't think it's your kind of weather, Sam, if you're planning on escaping a Melbourne summer. Yeah, it's 33 degrees at the moment and only 61% humidity, so not bad actually.
Oh, that's not too bad. Lisa, you got
it's all relative.
Yes, tutorial. So yeah, exactly.
You got a little love heart from Nish. Someone called Nish Malik. I have no idea who he is.
He's a coach, actually.
I know.
Oh, hi, Nish. Yeah.
Hey, Nish. You can't see us. Oh, we can't see you, but you can see us. He's probably laughing right now, or in a facilitation break, knowing him. Awesome. All right, we'll give it a couple more minutes and we'll kick off. Just a reminder, everybody, we're live streaming on YouTube as well. So there's a whole bunch of folk who have the YouTube link that are not on the Zoom call, and vice versa. So, and it's all being recorded. So we expect people to come, drop in, drop off, that kind of thing for the next, I don't know, 2-3 hours or so. All right. And just want to say thank you to Jero. Jero's really worked really hard to bring all this together. And it's not as easy as it looks. It's easy when we're all here and talking, but just to set all this up is a little bit, I don't know, wrangly. Awesome.
Thank you for keeping us together. Appreciate it.
So good. All All right, I think, why don't we just go ahead, because we're trying to keep to time. Right after this, we've got EMEA, and then we've got APAC 2, so that's Beijing, China, and then we've got Latin America, or the Americas. So as the facilitator of this region, our region here, I'm going to be handing the baton to Ari van Bennekom, who's going to be facilitating EMEA and the speakers there. So it's kind of one, I think it's like a whole 12-hour stream, isn't it, Gerald? It's like an ongoing 12-hour stream. So let's kick it off. So we have a question for Evan. So any questions, I guess we can just, you know, park them, and we'll, if I can see them, you can message me with the questions or message the panelists in the Zoom call. That would be good. And we'll get there. Okay. All right. So welcome to the AA Conf. This is 2022. We made it. We made it through 2020 and we made it through 2021. I had my doubts at times, but thank you everyone for coming. Everyone out there who's watching the stream, who's on the current Zoom call, the numbers keep going up and so on. That's great. Welcome. So Agnostic Agile. I'm not going to go into the history of the AA or anything like that. I really want to get into the meat and bones of really our first speaker. I'll do a quick intro for him. Our first speaker is Mr. Peter Lamb. Now, I came to Australia around 4 years ago, to be exact, around 4 years and 4 months ago. And one of the first people I met was Peter Lamb. I met Peter on the meetup circuit because, you know, Peter, you're just always around the meetup circuits like this. And I don't know if you remember, Peter, but after one of the meetups, I think it was in Aussie Post on Burke Street, I went and I had a chat with you very briefly. This was before we started working together. So had a chat, thought, oh, he seems like a nice guy, nice enough. And so, and then like 2 months later, we started working together in the same organization. And then a few months after that, in the same team. So Peter's a man I have known for a while, really good guy, very passionate about change, and as he calls it, rescuing troubled projects or programs. So he's one of the best people I know for that here in Melbourne. Peter Lamb, so good to have you here on the conference. And I, as well as everyone else, I'm sure, am really looking forward to what you have to say. So Peter, over to you.
Thank you, Sam. Lovely intro. My name is, yeah, as I said, thank you, Sam. My name is Peter Lamb. I'm excited to be here, talking to the world about all things that are agile and agile at scale and things like that. But I'm also particularly quite keen to hear from some of the other speakers that we have coming up, which I'm really excited to hear from. So what I'm going to talk about is that, you know, what do you do when you've gone agile? And I put in inverted commas, gone agile for, you know, many thousands of people. What happens next when a large corporation takes a top-down view? How do you reconcile that to what the intent of agile as it was defined way back in 2001? So I was sort of hoping this to be quite an interactive sort of conversation and chat. I've got the questions Q&A up, so let's roll through and have a bit of a chat. So what I'll do is I'll set a bit of context about, some larger organizations, some of the common sort of transformation patterns we're sort of seeing. And then I'll talk about some of the 3 key sort of observations I make about it from that. And as part of that, some of the challenges and some of the things that you do next, if that makes sense, following the transformation, right? So if I look at, organizations that are adopting Agile, I mean, the speed of adoption going through is just like a dose of salts. It's going through and many organizations are certainly jumping on the bandwagon. I think, if I look at, some of the case studies and some of the work that we've been doing recently is that you look at organizations that have, many thousands of people, and a lot of them sort of do this agile thing as, driven predominantly by consultants and internals looking to drive a step change in their performance. And when you're tackling north of 10,000 people, typically the approach starts to focus on things like leading with org design and leading with, things like team-based practices. So traditionally, we talk about agile, we talk about coaching, we start at team level, we coach, get performance, make people happier, and then we scale it from there. in a lot of cases, what we start to see is it's very, very much a top-down, and it's driven by third-party consultants or driven by a central team that says, no, let's, delayer the organization, as it's known as, so remove layers of management and things like that. We start to organize in, the classic sort of tribes and squad structure. So very much following the Spotify model that was authored many, many years ago. So lots of fun. And lots of organizations go down that path. And typically after a couple of years, there are a couple of sort of key insights and a couple of key things that I think that we sort of that we sort of learn from it, right? And cool. So the first observation I sort of make about large organizational transformations and things like that is that Agile is necessary but not sufficient for agility, right? So let me tell you a bit of a story, right? So if I look at large organizations that we've worked with in the past, a lot of them start to sort of look at, their teams, their technology performance in particular, and start to adopt, DevOps as an example, for instance. I'm thinking of a collection of teams, a tribe or so that have adopted DevOps, they've adopted new technologies, they've adopted the digital teams, they've adopted all these sorts of skills that makes them fly, which is fantastic. And they, and then they start to look at what they do. So they look at agile maturity assessments, they start to look at things like Accelerate, with Jez Humble and a number of other authors, and they look at what they do and they start to go, well, we've gone from, they start to measure things up, we've gone from, say, 2 releases to hundreds of releases a year. We've gone from 2 environment or 3 environment or 4 monthly environment builds to, again, hundreds and hundreds per year. So individual development environments and all that. And when you start to look at things like your agile maturity assessments, what we typically see is it starts quite low and systematically builds up as they use Scrum, Kanban, XP, or any of those types of techniques, and keeps driving up in terms of maturity, which is fantastic to see, right? Teams are happy, they're shipping lots of code, and things are chugging along at 1,000,000 miles an hour. I guess the observation I sort of make is that this point is that when you start finding those teams that typically get there after a year or 2 years, is that at the end of the day, Agile isn't the goal, right? Agile isn't the outcome, right? The focus on Agile was always about, the original authors, was talk about customer stuff, and it was about building stuff for customers, right? So what we typically find is that when organizations, particularly on the top-down sort of approach that drives from a restructure perspective, what they typically do is that Agile is the goal of what they're doing. And after a period of time, after a couple of years of adoption and you're starting to build those sort of core muscles, the shift is from Agile is the goal to Agile isn't the goal, but we should focus on outcomes. And when we say outcomes, we start talking about very much around business outcomes and certainly around sort of business metrics, right? So what type of metrics could they be? And I'll be honest, there's 1,001 metrics and there's lots of different people that have lots of different views. But things that come to mind are things like measuring, product profitability, looking at things like revenue, cycle time of customer features, speed to value, and those types of things, right? Because at the end of the day, whatever you measure, particularly for listed companies, we find that we want to be able to connect that through some sort of driver tree back to, fundamentally back to the share price, because most large companies or listed companies certainly are concerned with the share price, earnings per share or managed costs, or what are those sort of financial metrics are. Being able to connect the value of what you do from an Agile standpoint back to those business metrics fundamentally shifts the needle, because it then moves you away from, is it better to do Scrum or is it better to do Kanban? Is it better to do this? Is it better to do that? Well, actually, it doesn't matter. The question is, are you shifting the value needle or not, right? So I think Agile is certainly very necessary, but it's not sufficient. And I think the focus goes from building Agile maturity, which is where most organizations quite rightly start, learning and building new skills, and then they shift across into starting to focus on value, however the organizations or customers demand it. Cool. That's probably the first observation I sort of make, right? The second observation I sort of make is when you look at large companies, is that when you're looking at scaling, Agile, and I'll put in inverted commas again, across hundreds and, thousands and tens of thousands of people, you kind of sometimes need to take a big bang approach. Like sometimes a big bang approach, which, isn't really what most of the Agile sort of coaches and originators would necessarily sort of advocate. But you sometimes need to take a really big bang approach to get momentum and movement through your transformation. Where that causes challenges, of course, is that it sometimes isn't sufficient to sustain the ongoing transition that you're going through, right? So, the way I look at it is, if I look at, from a story standpoint, is that as if you go from a large organization to microcosm, and you look at, say, you're shifting a project delivery and you're shifting it to become an agile project, right? If you like, so you're adopting agile methods or agile techniques like, say, Scrum or one of those equivalent methods to deliver a software project. What you typically find is that you have a project manager whose job is on status reporting, and they're held accountable to do status reporting. So they start to trace and track metrics, right? So they talk about metrics around, so when you start to track metrics, you start to find that, they go, well, what are the bits I can measure? So they go, well, measuring value is pretty hard. So let's look at other stuff. Let's look at, velocity. Let's look at story points. Let's start doing comparisons around what these different groups are doing, right? And as a result, we start to say, if there's a couple of teams, you start getting caught in the trap where they go, oh, hang on, I've got to do, this team has improved its velocity by X. You should improve your velocity by X. And it becomes a very, a step down a very awkward and an awful path that doesn't really help the teams and doesn't really help you shift the needle on value. So we all know that. The challenges you have is when you scale it beyond that to a much larger sort of scenario, you then have what we would term spans and layers. It's the expression that we talk about in an organization. So you have team leaders and managers, you have general managers, senior managers, general managers, etc., and all that kind of stuff. And that's typically, they have a span of control and they have people that work with them, right? The challenge you sort of have is that typically middle managers people get promoted to what we would loosely term middle managers. So they're hired very much for efficiency and the reduction of variation, right? So what that means is in a traditional organization, people are classed in specialties. So, you have accounts payable over here, you have, developers over here, you have testers over here, you have business analysts here and project managers here, and the only time they sort of connect is up at the senior manager layer, whether ultimately they may, depending on the type of organization, sit under one person. And most of the focus there is around, and middle managers, they sort of go, well, what can I do? My role is around standardization, like reduction of variation, and really, really driving on efficiency. When you start to go to Agile, you're starting to, what we loosely call, start to focus on effectiveness, right? Which is where the cross-functional teams and things like that come together. The challenge that you get is that as you start to cross more and more silos across the organization, there is more and more negotiation that you need to do across the board, right? And I guess the key challenge here is that, one of the ways to shake things loose is to take that big bang approach, shift the layers, upset the balance of the organization per se, and then as a result, by delayering and by adopting, inverted commas, the agile structure that many of the organizations have adopted, you typically find that now lots more things are up for grabs. A lot of the processes and controls aren't in play, right? Some of them are, some of them aren't. And there's obviously a lot of stuff that starts to get unwound, right? Now, where this creates problem, right, is that the big bang might get you momentum, but the problem is what do you do next, And the observation I always make is that if you tear a Band-Aid off something, it's going to hurt, it's going to get pretty messy. And then after that, your job is then to start to re-knit the organization back together, ignoring the fact that there aren't any of those sort of middle managers and glue that traditionally knit the organization together. So, common patterns that we've sort of seen is, for instance, people saying, oh, we do DevOps because we now have one team that does Dev and Ops, right? Which is fantastic. That's cool. But then you have people like, you have developers, you've got ops, and they actually don't talk to each other even though they're on the same team. We have developers directly accessing production, right? And you have all these sort of anti-patterns around it. So what we found is that, if you got that broad view across the organization, it's then taking a very risk-based view to start to lock and to standardize some of the core process to reduce risk back into the business, right? So developers accessing production, as I touched on earlier, was one, but there's a whole bunch of others, right? Things like budgeting processes, things like finance processes, and all that kind of stuff, right? And I guess when I think about that as a more holistic sort of approach, when you're trying to sustain the momentum of the organization, you still need a North Star of what good looks like, right? And you have to accept that the specialists that were in those silos are doing the best job they know how, but recognize that sometimes you have to negotiate, you have to lose some things and lose the agile ideal, but to force an outcome so that you can keep the business moving forwards, right? And it's through that negotiation that you have an opportunity to influence how things work, right? The challenge is, of course, is that specialists are generally, your finance people, your risk people, and all that kind of stuff, they are generally doing the best job they know how. But sometimes they just don't know what good looks like, because at the end of the day, they've worked in that organization for a while and they don't necessarily have a really good concept of what an alternative might look like. Now, if I look at, I saw a question from Ian. Hello, Ian, haven't seen you for ages. And I'll read it out. If the share price doesn't change, is Agile responsible? Have you seen it used at a point which companies shift away from Agile? So I think there are lots and lots of things that are involved in moving share prices around, and a lot of it's around, expectations and things like that. I've absolutely seen some companies who have adopted Agile and have been going well. And I don't know if Evan will touch on this, but through an Agile adoption, many companies will do a backswing, and typically they'll swing back through that pendulum of change when they either have a shift in strategy or they have a shift, and they shift the strategy because they want to drive more profitability, or a shift in strategy to drive X. That's typically where they'll shift away and they say, Agile's not for us anymore. We need to go back to where we were, right? And I think that's quite common in terms of the pendulum swing. Now, if you look at a number of organizations, and I can't, look at the published sort of media, there is a suggestion that Agile teams typically drive better value from a product standpoint. But I'll probably defer to Evan and the Business Agility Institute for some evidence and some numbers on the research they've done and whether they've got research that sort of makes sense. Okay, I hope that sort of tackles the question here. Feel free to jump in and message me if that's not the case. And Evan, if I've nominated you to answer a question that about financial returns in Agile, and I do apologize. Right? Cool. Shifting back onto that. So if we set that specialists and people are doing the best job they know how, and they're trying to genuinely get it right, but if they hadn't sort of, and the example I always use is project managers sort of genuinely trying to do the best job they know how, sometimes they don't know any better. And so I always talk about speed of transformation is limited by the speed of learning, right? And I always say that all learning is good, but not all learning is important right now, right? So the example I sort of draw is that if we look at something like Scrum, the new product came out in the 80s as an article, and the Scrum was authored in the 90s, right? The fact that I'm teaching and trying to support teams to adopt and learn how to use Scrum, what we're finding is that we're sort of jumping both the 90s, the 2000s, and the 2010s to the 2020s, right? So we're jumping 20 or 30 years of learning, which the project manager potentially has maybe not learned or missed out on, right? If I talk about things like DevOps, for instance, the first time I ever came across single button build and deploy into production with Shakedown was actually on mainframes with Kix domains, right? So a lot of these techniques that we all talk about as being quite modern and new, a lot of them have existed for quite some time, right? And one of the observations that I sort of go is that when you're working with organizations, you are genuinely limited by how fast they can learn, because it's not about, adopting new techniques and all that kind of stuff. It's fine, but you've got to learn. But they've also got to drive that experimentation. And you sort of get this sort of two options. Option one says you coach and train and sort of meet them coaches, if you take the coaching standpoint, meet them where they are, and then you're coaching them incrementally to experiment and learn to catch up. Or the second option you sort of have is, I'm going to you do an adult learning approach. We go, I'm going to teach you what you need to know to do it. This is how you play sport. This is how, and this is where you go. And if you look at something like martial arts, for instance, it's quite common that, Alistair Coburn has, brought the Shuhari as a concept, it's a learning concept, back into Agile, right? Where it's about, first thing you do is copy, then you the second element is then you start to experiment and things like that. And then the third element is you then master it and you go back to basics, right? So how that shows up in lots of organizations is that you might be in an Agile structure and you're doing lots of practices and you're churning around endlessly, right? And what happens is they hit a level of maturity, And then they start to go, hey, they're doing Scrum, but the reality is they're doing what we would loosely term zombie Scrum. So they're doing lots of practices, but missing a lot of the key things around value and risk reduction and all the other good things that Agile brings. So you kind of need to reset what good looks like to help them move from where they are to where they want to be, right? And again, when you're rebooting Agile and what that means, in a lot of cases, it's about changing fairly firmly, actually, and aggressively changing the style of coaching you have to force the needle to get them and to experiment and push the people who've reached this sort of happy, stable state to push forwards and try some new stuff, right? So I guess if I sort of take a slight step back, if I start to take a slight step back and think about it, so once you've gone through that organizational design, that massive shift and got thousands of people in an agile organizational structure, plus a bunch of different practices and their team practices, at the end of the day, the key lesson one for me is that agile is necessary but not sufficient for agility, because there's a whole bunch of other things that you need to do that's not agile necessarily, but refocus on elements of, business metrics around, profit, revenue, and things like that, right? The second observation I sort of make is that if you go through big bang approaches, they are absolutely necessary to get through it's absolutely necessary to get that momentum and change, but you can't sustain the change with that. And that you need to, there's an opportunity for you as the fiddlesticks have been thrown up, is to re-knit the organization that comes together. And that's where you're going to have enormous trade-offs and you're going to have enormous challenges to make this work, right? But this is where you start to have to put in lots of different pieces together with assumption, thought, and idea that's going to come together at the end. So it's that rewiring of the business that you start to get as people start to learn how the new organization works. And the third element is that speed of transformation is limited by the speed of learning. Whilst, all learning is good, not all learning is important right now, right? And getting them to focus on what is relevant from their stage of journey is great, rather than focusing and looking at the Amazons of the world or the Spotifys of the world or the ING's world, not recognizing their 10, 20 years down the track from where this organization might well be. So look, happy to take questions and comments and thoughts and ideas and all that. So let me jump on.
Peter, thank you so much. I actually do have a question for you. You've said so many interesting things. Organizations are limited by the pace of their learning and so on. And a lot of what you're saying completely resonates with, some of the principles we've got in Agnostic Agile. For example, Agile is not the end goal. It's a means to an end. So my question for you, a bit of a high level question, why do you think this industry, or we as Agile practitioners, have focused and continue to focus so much on Agile itself? For me, I sometimes liken it to writing something. If you see somebody writing something, you don't go and ask them, hey, what kind of pen are you using? Like, have you heard about this pen or that pen? You want to know what they're writing, like what they're actually doing, what they're delivering. So the content matters, the end result matters, the outcome matters. So why do you think there's still such a focus on the tool, on Agile itself?
Look, I sort of, that's a really good question. And of course, we've sort of reflected on that over the last, couple of years. I think that if I take a side step and you look at, people that do, IoT, for instance, those who contract, typically look at people that have worked, in a sphere or a space for 3 to 5, probably closer to 5 years, before you then sort of start to consider them as a contractor, simply because it takes you 4 or 5 years to really develop the breadth of skills across a breadth of organizations to be a good, solid BA that can apply the techniques in lots of different places, right? If I sort of rewind back and sort of go, well, in 2013, we started the Agile Project Management Meetup, and Scrum, Scrum was authored in, late 90s, and you sort of think about how that sort of goes, right? There actually hasn't been all that many years or organizations where they could have actually done Agile over the last 5 or 10 years. So I think what we've seen is, with the explosion of demand for people to do Agile, you're seeing an explosion of demand of people who are coaches and all that kind of stuff. And many coaches and many folks that you've seen might do a course, so a singular course in SAFe or a singular course in Scrum or whatever, and then they're called a Scrum Master, which is fantastic. But the brutal reality is you got to kind of do the course, and then you got to spend the next 3, 4, 5 years to build a craft before you can then usually in a place and then start teaching and sharing. But that's sort of been thrown up because of this whole certification mess that sort of, and the agile industrial complex, I think that Fowler has sort of referred to, where, you know, if you do a 4-day course, you're now certified to teach, you know, a number of different methods, right? And dozens of courses, which then you then adopt and you drive. And of course, notwithstanding the fact that it takes 4 days to learn, you know, some methods, doesn't necessarily mean you've actually used it before. So I think that there's a sort of there's and if you take that from, you know, from an observation, people who've learnt, you know, who've got a hammer, everything's a nail, and therefore the argument is, should I have a nail or a screwdriver, right? And that's where the industry is stuck at the moment. I think you'll find that particularly with the work of you start moving from agile to business agility, I think we'll start to find that more and more of that will start to become less important as we start to take research-based approaches about what works. So we know from the research that Business Agility Institute takes, there are, you know, a couple of key sort of, there's 3 precursors for organizations to, in inverted commas, to adopt business agility, right? I won't tell you what they are, let Evan do that, because it's his research, right? And then as a result, we're going to start to find that more and more organizations are going to take a much more mature approach, a much more considered approach adopting it, rather than just, you know, an single agile coach walking in going, hey, everything's wrong. Let's just, you know, let's use Scrum. And then the next XC leader comes and goes, well, I use SAFe in my last place. I want to use SAFe to get rid of Scrum, right? Not knowing that the bits actually overlap.
Okay, and at this point, I want to say, anyone who's on the Zoom call, feel free to ask your questions in the Q&A box. We'll also be opening this up to Evan and Lisa, the other speakers as well. If you want to ask Peter any questions, you're welcome to do so. So please.
Well, how about I put Evan on the spot and ask him what are the 3 precursors based on your research of agile adopting organizations?
See that.
All right, so adaptive funding models is the first one. We know that organizations who actually invest in changing how they fund, I'll talk a little bit about like constraints and how finance is a constraint to agility in organizational systems. The second one is value streams, or specifically aligning work to the flow of value and the customer's perspective of value as opposed to a functional alignment. Unfortunately, most organizations still have a fairly old-fashioned skills-oriented or skills transfer-oriented structure, and so the value flows through skills, not through, well, the way that we want these cross-functional multidisciplinary teams and units and functions to operate. The last one being a culture of relentless improvement. And that's a bit of it's a fluffy one. We all know the beautiful retrospective, but it goes deeper than that. It's not just about what you do and how you learn, but it's about creating that culture of growth mindsets and the ability to experiment and the ability to safe to fail and safe to try. Organizations with those 3 characteristics, we know, are much more likely to be successful in their business agility adoption. And we've studied over 1,300 companies to understand that. And it's been true year after year as we've kept diving into this data.
Cool. Thanks, Evan. There you go. And I think a lot of organizations don't lean into the finance side as anywhere near as fast or as hard as they probably could, because it is, you know, it ties back to this whole concept of, you know, particularly with listed companies, it ties back to share price, it ties back to quarterly earnings reports and all that kind of stuff, that P&L stuff. So it all ties together pretty firmly. Cool.
So much to say. I'm just looking at the Q&A box here. We've got something from Ada John. Can the speaker expound on the point about that having a lot of good information, however, that not all good learning is important right now? I'm just reading verbatim. Maybe are you
that's
okay
a yeah that's a great question, Ada. So thank you for that. the observation I sort of make is that for those of you know, I'll use a metaphor. So it's like losing weight, right? And I do apologize to those people who've heard me who've heard me use this as an example. So and the reason why I talk about it is because my weight goes up and down like a bit of a yo-yo. So I've lost weight multiple times, as there's some of those on the call probably realize. So when I'm overweight and I want to lose weight, there's a couple of things I can do. I can start and go out for a walk in the morning and the evening and start to sort of behave a little bit and start to control my diet, right? That seems logical, an approach to do. The second option I could do is I could jump online and Google what I always use Michael Phelps, the US swimmer who's won a ridiculous number of gold medals in the Olympics a few years ago. And I can say, well, what is his learning regime, or what does he do, right? And you go, oh, well, he eats 12 rashers of bacon in the morning, a dozen eggs, he swims for 7 hours, and then somehow he's still got he's got an 8-pack, and he's 7.5 feet tall, and just a ginormous person, right? So I could go, I don't know, option 1 seems really logical, but I like option 2. So let me try option 2 and see what happens to your body. Your body just breaks down, right? The challenge you have in organization where it ties across to Agile is that everyone turns around and goes, oh, look, we should do that because that's what Amazon's doing, right? Or we should adopt the Spotify model because I know we're not a Swedish music company. We don't stream. We haven't done the investment in decoupling our technology to allow us to move to value stream-based approach. We haven't, we don't have this great sort of Swedish culture of equality and, craftspersonship and learning stuff. Let's ignore all of that. I'm just going to see what I see on the internet, copy that and use it, right? And I think what I'm getting at is that it's easy to look at what all these great companies are doing or copying what Atlassian's doing or whatever the case may be. But that actually advice and what they do may not be relevant for where your organization is right now. And it keeps coming back to, if you're going out to copy another organization, translate their operating model to you, that's certainly one option, right, you can do. But it comes with an attendant a whole bunch of risks. But at the end of the day, as an individual, as a coach, right, or particularly in the Agile space, Agile isn't the goal, right, as I started earlier. Agile is necessary but not sufficient for agility. It's not the goal, it's not the outcome. Our focus should be on the business outcomes. So we should be talking about, well, what is it that we need to do to move our organizational needles, however we measure success, forwards a step? And then let's then make sure we have the right set of learning for that piece to drive that forward. What is the next step that we need to take after that? And then need to move forward, right? And I think that's, in my head, is what I mean by you can have a lot of good information, you get absolutely snowed under with all the training courses and all the learning and all that kind of stuff. But sometimes it's actually not that helpful for you right now. Ada, I hope that has answered your question and expanded, but happy to do a follow-up if that's not quite sufficient.
Thank you so much, Peter. And Ada, thank you for the amazing question. Really, really lovely question. Awesome. All right. Right. So we're pretty much at time for Peter's talk. Peter, thank you so much. Do you have any last words you want to say, or are you done?
Oh, have fun and be fabulous.
Of course. Thanks, Peter. I guess virtual applause for everyone. Oh, hang on a second. We've got something that's just come in, literally just then. Okay, you beat the buck. We've got a couple of minutes from Cam. And Cam says, hello, Peter, Evan, and Sam. I'm a PM for a traditional org in Canada based on power and utility systems. Most of the PMs that run projects are top-down type of PMI ingrained mindsets. How do you change that in them? Peter, this is such a perfect question for you, actually, PMI and all that stuff. Would you like to have a go? How do we change those mindsets?
Look, it's a great question, Cam, and welcome to our colleagues in Canada. There's probably a couple of cheeky answers and a couple of pragmatic answers that sort of come to mind. The first statement I'll make is that for the project managers that are top-down, PMI ingrained in mindset, you should tell them to get the latest version of PMBOK and have a look and recertify, because it's materially shifted, and more importantly, it's shifted to talk about adaptive project management, And it's certainly opened up this idea of this Agile and ties very strongly into Discipline Agile, which is their method that they've recently acquired in terms of how Agile works for them. So if they are traditional project managers, recertifying as the latest version of the PMP will actually set the foundation for them to adopt Agile more strongly in a very staged sort of incremental way. So that's probably the first thing to sort of go, right? The second sort of less cheeky answer, right, that comes out is that, again, I talk about Agile as not the goal, right? So the fact that you don't, if you think about how organizations or Agile was invented, is that you're finding better ways to deliver, fundamentally, we're finding better ways to deliver projects, right? And a lot of those, you know, if you look at technology projects, and I hope that's relevant to some of the work that you're doing in some of the power and utility systems, what you're trying to do, for instance, in a lot of cases is, you know, in IT projects, your number one risk, technology at risk, is integration risk, right? So the chances are I build all these components and the stuff doesn't plug together nice. And that's what we would typically consider your number one technology risk in a technology project, right? Agile's answer to that is to build the CI/CD pipelines so that you integrate early and do what's known as the hello world. So rather than drawing a picture of your architecture that you need to build, Alistair Coburn very strongly advocates within the first sprint or first couple of days of you starting is to build what he calls a walking skeleton, which is, can I send an integration, a message from all the systems and apps I need to do and do a hello world to prove that I can integrate it? Because he wants to bust open the idea that let's deal with his integration risk from day one. And once that's sorted, we can then roll on to build the features that matter, right? But if we can't sort out integration risk, there's no point progressing because we know it won't work down the track, right? So if you think about how Agile is applied, using Agile as a way of reducing your delivery risk is a really, you know, how do I put this, Elliot? It's something that every IT project manager should want to do. And in fact, my argument I've always had to project managers is that as a project manager, we know statistically projects that are delivered using Agile techniques are somewhere between 5 and 10% more likely to be successful. So if that is indeed the case and you're choosing not to adopt Agile techniques to reduce your risk, then you can't be a professional project manager, or certainly not an ethical project manager, because you've chosen to take a higher risk way of delivering projects. Now, the fact that you are unable to deliver, right, projects using Agile techniques is not, it's actually on you as an individual, as a project manager, not on your, you know, it's a lack of professionalism on your part as a project manager because they, as project managers, haven't kept their skills up to date, right? Yeah.
If I can just quickly add, sorry. So if I can just quickly add, two things come to mind as well. So the first is going back to our friend Deming, long time ago. If you give someone a measurable target, they will destroy the company to make it. Put in other words, you get the behavior that you measure. So if a PM is measured on traditional project metrics, then that's what they're going to optimize for, no matter how much the organization might talk about agile or agility or business agility. So look, like, as a PM, it may be a bit challenging, but certainly the PMO or the governance function needs to start looking at how you're actually measuring success. Secondly, you want to look at other utilities, literally just off the top of my head, Duke Energy, CKW, SA Water, TW Telecom, though they don't exist anymore. They got acquired. Duke Energy is a really good example of an organization that applied agility to linesmen. So about as far from technology as you can possibly get. And so we had their, what was she? She was a senior executive of, was it? I think she was COO, but she was an operations exec. And so she spoke at one of our conferences on how to bring agility into the lines function as well. And that was it opened my mind in terms of, I didn't even think that was possible. So it's quite inspiring. So have a look at what else is out there and who else is doing this. And often organizations can learn from their peers.
Thank you so much, Evan. Thank you, Peter. I know there's a couple of follow-ups from Cam, from Ada. If it's okay, I'll ask maybe Peter if you want to respond via text. if you can, if it's relevant for you, then please go ahead. Same goes for anyone, by the way. But let's move on. So thank you so much, Peter Lamb, for an invigorating bit of a talk there. Really well done. So thank you. Okay, our next speaker, Evan. Evan is somebody I don't think we've met in person, Evan, but the day will come, I'm sure. But I remember, I don't know if you remember this, Evan, it was maybe a year ago or something, and I could have sworn it was one of Peter's meetups, but maybe it was somebody else's, I don't know. And I was simply an attendee, and I think you were running late. And I'm pretty sure it was Peter, correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, maybe it was someone else, who asked me to fill in whilst you were arriving. And I remember running this kind of facilitation thing. And then I don't remember what the game was or the activity was. But then Evan, eventually, I think it was like 10 minutes later or something, you came in. We had a very brief bit of a chat before I handed over to you. Was that you, Peter? Was that the meetup?
Yeah, I think it was. I think you ran a bit of a facilitation exercise, one of the ones that we used to do with the client. And you just pulled it out of the wheelhouse to get everyone loosened up and ready for Evan's compelling stories. Yeah. And
I often get invited as an attendee to things and then asked to do more than attendees should actually do. So thanks for that, Peter. I really appreciate it. But if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have interacted with Evan for a bit. So Evan, it's so good to have you here, man. Thank you so much. I really do hope that one day we can actually meet, sit down, have a coffee, have a good chat. That would be amazing. And I'm quite envious of your location right now. And thank you for joining from the US. So that's amazing. So Evan, founder of the Business Agility Institute, author extraordinaire, and all the rest of it. Maybe you can fill in the gaps. Over to you.
Thank you, Sam. And I'm just glad I'm not late this time. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be. Looking forward for the next 20, 30 minutes, we're going to talk about what the shape of agility is. And I'll explain what I mean I'll get to what I mean in about 10 minutes. But let me begin with 6 words. No matter what the future brings. These are the 6 words that end the definition of business agility. That's it. All the frameworks, all the systems, all the methods mean bugger all. Right? Do you have people who can do what needs to be done? And can they change when they need to change? Nothing else bloody matters. Now, the devil, of course, is in the details. What needs to be done? Who do you need to work with in order to get it done? When do you know you need to change? Who has the information to make a decision about change? When do you know when you're doing the right or the wrong thing? Or when do you discover when the right thing is now the wrong thing because things have changed? Not to mention the fact that there is actually no right or wrong, just a continually balancing set of tensions and constraints across, well, the entire organization. I don't need to tell you that change is accelerating. If you haven't figured it out by now, there's really not that much hope for you. Now, whether that is an obstacle or whether that change is an opportunity is entirely up to you. I did, however, just lie to you. There is another thing that matters. We spend more time working than any other part of our lives. And that includes spending time with family. This isn't a value judgment. This is just a statement of fact. So if work is the biggest part of our lives, it should also be the best part of our lives. Anything less is a waste of human potential. The good news is that these two go together. You get people who, if you get people who find value in their work, you will find these people who can do what needs to get done and change when change is needed. The bad news is that most companies completely suck at this. It's not that they're evil or bad, they're incompetent. Right? Decades of inertia, conflicting priorities, arrogance, ego, someone making a mistake and a manager stupidly saying, make sure that never happens again. This is the context. This is the environment in which most of us, most organizations are working in today. So I said we're going to talk about business agility. let's get back to the point. Number one, business agility is not agile. Number two, nor is it the same as agile business. I started in Agile, capital A Agile, back in about 2003. It was primarily at the time Scrum, a little bit of XP, FDD, good old test-driven development. I was a techie. I was a project manager. Yes, I have my Prince 2 certification. In fact, that is my only certification. I don't even have my CSM. All right. Actually, no, I have Prince 2 and MSP. I really went down the project management and program management path back in the day. And so 2003, we're doing capital A Agile. We're creating technical products, and we have a potentially shippable product increment every 2 weeks. Actually, I think at the time I was doing 4-week sprints, but hey, you live and learn. Now, in about 2008 is when I first became an executive. Now, before that, I had been a project manager, as I said. I'd been a team lead. I'd run teams of 5 or 6, but this was the first time I'd run anything with an 8-digit budget and was coordinating across multiple, this was with the Australian Public Service, and coordinating across multiple government agencies for a whole of government program. Now, there's an entire another story about that, about how I sucked at that job, because I did. I reached my level of incompetence, the Peter principle, but I got better. And I'm going to gloss over about an entire lifetime's worth of professional development and soul searching, which happened in about a 6 to 12-month period, and just say I got better in the best Monty Python style. The way I got better, and I actually can remember the moment I had this aha moment in Kingston, in Canberra. For those of you who have ever been to Canberra, I can even remember the pattern of the bricks on the sidewalk, the footpath I was walking down. The aha moment was maybe this agile thing that I've been using now for about 5 years, maybe 6 years at this point. The thing that's helped me improve coordination and collaboration amongst individuals, maybe this thing might work running major programs. Maybe it will work in helping me solve the business level problems I'm currently facing. Now, long story short, the answer was yes, but that still wasn't business agility. So business agility is not agile, but it's also not agile business, which is what I was doing then. It was taking Scrum, it was taking practices and principles from XP, from FDD, and applying it to a business context. And I'll be honest, while this was my path from agile to agile business to sort of what we now consider business agility, many organizations are going through the exact same path. What they think of as business agility is really just agile business. And there's nothing wrong with that. Well, actually, there are things wrong with it, but it's more about, there's things wrong in the execution rather than in the fundamental idea. Agile marketing is actually quite effective and is being adopted by thousands of organizations around the world as we speak. So if we're talking about agile business, and let's just stay in the technology space for a moment. This is not really where I want to stay, but it's probably easier to keep the metaphor going. 2003, we're doing sprints. Let's say 2-week sprints. We can create a potentially shippable product increment in 2 weeks. Fantastic. Where does that go? Well, I don't know how many of you were techies in 2008, 2007, 2006, but they didn't go to production. It went to our staging environment because we had to wait for the release window, which our operations team controlled. And that release window was once every 3 months or once every 6 months. Great. Our agility is not measured in 2 weeks. Our agility is still measured in months. And this is, for those of you who have heard me rant about Evan's theory of agile constraints, with apologies to Eli Goldratt, this is the constraint to agility. It was technology, now it was operations. Now, of course, DevOps emerged and you can deploy in seconds. So ops is no longer the constraints for most organizations, but there is always some constraint. The constraint is somewhere in the system, and that's something we have to deal with. But let's come back. Agile business into business agility. So business agility then evolves out of this concept of agile business. Agile is the heritage, and it is insufficient. There's a lot more to business agility than those 4 values and 12 principles of the Agile Manifesto. And when we talk about what business agility is, first of all, and these are things you probably know, it's a continuum, not a state. There is no point where you can say, today we are an agile organization, or today we have agility. Right? Rather, at best, today we're a little bit more agile than we were yesterday, right? Or last month or last year. Now, unfortunately, sometimes it's today we're a bit less agile than we were last month or last year, but c'est la vie. 2, there is no framework for business agility, and there never can be. A process, the software development process, the budgeting process, the marketing campaign process. Processes are simple or complicated for those of you familiar with Cynefin. They are definable, they can be documented, and that documentation, that definition can be copied from one organization to another, and with some tweaking here and there can be installed into that other organization. Now, I'm not talking mindset, I'm not talking culture, I'm just talking process and practice. I'm talking frameworks. Now, an organization is not simple. It is not complicated. It is bloody complex or chaotic. It is a complex adaptive system. As such, it cannot be fully documented. By the time it's Schrodinger's company. The act of observing, the act of documenting it changes it. If you could freeze it in time and document it in that moment, it would still be a different organization the second you unpaused. Right? So because we cannot create an operational framework for business agility it is either so generic as to be useless, or so specific to a single organization as to be useless to any other. 3, there is a range of excellence of agility inside an organization. It is not a stable state. It is to be absolutely expected that one team, one division is going to have better or more improved capabilities, behaviors than another team or another division or function. But that range exists inside a function, inside a team as well. Just because a team is really good at, say, psychological safety or creating a psychologically safe environment doesn't mean they're good at adaptive planning. Right? And just because another team is good at emergent or adaptive strategy doesn't mean they're good at defining the appropriate measures or metrics or limiting work in progress. Right? So agility, business agility, by its very nature, is a spectrum of behaviors and capabilities throughout the entire organization. Now, I'm not trying to scare you in saying that it's impossible, because it's really not. Companies have been doing this for, to be honest, decades, probably hundreds of years, if I'm going to be completely honest. And at the end of the day, it mostly boils down to behaviors. Now, this is where I'm actually going to share my screen, because we know what the behaviors are. We've measured them, and there are a metric ton of behaviors. Now, I'm in America for the next couple of days, so perhaps that should be an imperial ton of behaviors, but nonetheless, there are a lot of them, 86 to be precise. Hang on, these were the slides I'm not talking about. There we go. These are the behaviors. Now, I don't have time to go through all 86, and let's face it, you'll be bored if I try to. What I will just say is that the behaviors that we have documented and observed over 1,000 organizations, we have defined as either executive level behaviors, as in those that executives need to express, leadership level behaviors, and everyone behaviors, noting that executives are also leaders and leaders are also everyone. Right? These behaviors cover everything from traditional capital A agile behaviors, everyone limits work in progress, to social and cultural behaviors, everyone creates and maintains psychological safety, to practical governance level behaviors. Right? Leaders have autonomy to allocate and reallocate funds. These behaviors are ones that we see across mature, advanced, again, noting that there is no single state in which an organization is, right? But these are the behaviors that we can see on average across these organizations. Now, the beautiful thing about behaviors is behaviors can be observed. They can be seen. And if they can be seen, they can be measured. And if they can be measured, they can be modeled. And if they can be modeled, it gives us a slice, a snapshot into the shape of agility in that organization. And this is what brings us to, well, the title of the talk. What is the shape of an agile organization? Not what is the measure, not what is the single point. I can't say that organization ABC is 4.3 on the agile scale, right? That number means nothing because A, it's a spectrum, a continuum, not a stable state. B, it is different across every single team across the entire organization. One person's lived experience in company, and I won't say ABC is an actual company, so XYZ, company XYZ, all right, one person's lived experience may be this organization is the worst, it is not agile, and another person's lived experience is the exact opposite. Both are true. Right? Simultaneously, an organization is a masterclass of dichotomy and paradox. An organization is all things at all times. And just because one person's experience is poor, unagile, another person's experience may be different. Both are correct. So let's have a look at some of these. I'm going to get a bit less ranty at this point. And so now let's actually just look at these behaviors. This is a real organization. I'm not going to tell you which one. It is a government organization. Worse than that, it is a local government organization. This organization has no intention of going agile. They have no agile transformation, not even in their technology function. Business agility, they've never heard of it. I have friends in this organization, which is how I have this data. This was part of our baseline research because we needed some sort of like known unagile organizations to baseline some of this. You'll notice that this organization, if you look at the bloody horizontal axis, it's mostly below zero. Right? These are detractors to agility. Think of it as like NPS. Right? Anything below zero is a detractor. I will emphasize this is not a value judgment. An organization that is not agile, that has no business agility, is not a bad organization. They just have no agility. Like that's the point. And if they choose not to, if that is who they are, then that is who they are. And if you are an employee in this organization, well, you have two choices: change your organization or change your organization. Simple as that. Now, a zero star, we would class this like a 0-star organization. These are the strongest innate business agility behaviors demonstrated by this shape of organization. You'll notice that they're leadership behaviors for the most part, but they're people-oriented behaviors. right? It's about the employee experience. It's about compensation. It's about enabling people to be effective. These are the behaviors that in mature agile organizations, they express very strongly. But in zero-star organizations, this is the innate behavior, the innate agility that they express, because no one's never fully not agile. Oh, there's the innate. Next. This is a 3-star organization. Again, I won't tell you what organization this is. It is a manufacturing organization. They create automotive parts. They are based in Europe. This organization has been adopting a business agility strategy for about 3 years. And this is all really part of an Industry 4.0 agenda that they've been pursuing for a while. So Industry 4.0 obviously is a approach. It really is coming into that manufacturing and production space. And it has very strong overlaps with many of the principles and the concepts that we espouse as important to business agility. Now, these are the behaviors that those 3-star organizations express the strongest. Again, the leadership ones, they are creating a constructive, psychologically safe work environment. We start to get experimentation emerge. People are being held to account for the work that they do. And there's this sense of ownership and belonging. And ownership and belonging is the inverse to delegation. You need both. If we compare this to a 0-star organization, these are the behaviors that are furthest apart from each other, right? So this is where 0-star organizations are weakest and 3-star organizations are strongest comparatively, the biggest distance. And a lot around governance, process governance, your agile behaviors of planning versus outcomes or limiting work in progress. And again, those 0-star organizations have no investment in agile, so that kind of makes sense. This is a 5-star organization. This is a technology firm. They've been doing agile for 10+ years. They've been doing business agility, or at least have had a strategy towards business agility for at least 5 or 6. And not only are they very strongly agile, they're also stable agile. This organization, going back to the 3-star, this one, yes, it's positive agility in terms of the shape, but it's also fairly, the positive agility is, it will take very little for it to slip backwards. If you think about NPS, this might be the passives. They're agile, but if there's a change in leadership, a change in strategy, a change in anything, they could just as easily move backwards as move forward. This organization, if it wants to move backwards, if it chooses that agility is not the right path for it, then it will have to undertake some kind of formal and deliberate change, rather than a business agility journey, I don't know what's the alternative, a waterfall journey, though we're not talking tech here, we're talking business, right? But they would need to take a deliberate investment to go backwards. These are the highest behaviors in 5-star organizations. Again, we're coming back now to many of those human cultural mindset behaviors around psychological safety, growth mindset, but we're going even stronger. We're looking at things like challenging the status quo. We start to introduce things around greater focus on compensation, moving away from individual rewards or just pure bonus-based rewards into more complex and personalized incentive programs. And leaders and managers actually become true people managers rather than process managers. And these are the behaviors that we see in these very advanced organizations who've been doing this for the longest time. Now, if we want to compare this, these are the behaviors that 5-star organizations do much better than 3-star organizations. And it mostly comes down to governance. And governance is, for most people, a dirty word. For me, however, I think governance is pretty sexy. I like governance. And that doesn't make me much fun at parties, but it does make me quite intrigued as to how different organizations operate. And we could talk for 10 minutes on the difference between agile corporate governance, internal governance, and decision governance versus non-agile governance in many organizations. But I'm not going to bore you, and I may not have time. I will probably run out of time if I keep going down that path. But these are the behaviors that make those 5-star organizations unique, or rather, this is where they really differentiate themselves compared to those 3-star organizations, which are sort of on like getting started and sort of making some substantial inroads, whereas these are certainly more towards the edge of mastery. I mentioned about this pulling agility backwards, pulling agility forwards, right? And that's literally what is happening in these organizations. And I'm going to stop sharing there. And I'm going to touch on 2 final points before I close. So the first, this pulling agility. Right? Most organizations, when they start moving from agile towards business agility, go through agile business. And that is unfortunate, because there are many concepts that get used when they're trying to pull this agility forward that don't work. I'll give you one great example. Right? I'm going to guess a lot of you here, when you think about an agile transformation or a business agility transformation, you've heard or perhaps even said the words, we're going to break down the silos. Right? And all right, that's a noble goal. But you know what? It's complete rubbish. I was about to say a different word, but I'm being recorded. That is complete rubbish. You cannot break down silos. Or more accurately, you can break down silos, but they will reform, because it is human nature to form silos, us versus them, right? The white hat versus the black hat, good guys versus the bad guys. Whatever that pattern happens to be, silos will always form inside an organization. What you've got to do is design that very human silo so that it is constructive, or at the least neutral, to customer value. The problem occurs is where those silos cross the value stream, where delivering value to a customer goes against the political siloed systems inside an organization. And that's where so many organizations completely stuff up, because they either think they can break down the silos and then these things organically form that are just as broken as what came before, or they don't even try and the system stays broken in the first place. This is a systems level problem, and it requires a systems level solution. And we cannot ignore the fact that inside this organizational system is a whole bunch of people who are amazing and beautiful and clever and stupid, all simultaneously. And if we try and treat an organization and an organizational change without considering the human impact and the impact of the humans on the change, then everything is going to fall apart incredibly quickly. I'm going to stop ranting at this point, because I think I'm out of time, but thank you so much. And yeah, happy to take any and all questions.
Evan, thank you so much. What a lively and passionate discourse. I have a ton of things I'd love to say, but I can't. So pleasures of being the host, virtues. We do have a couple of questions from Ian Sanders. I'll read them out for everyone's benefit. The first one is, what is the key measures for determining whether your organization is improving in its business agility? I'm not sure that was answered somewhat since the question was asked, but would you like to respond to that?
So again, this is where there is no singular figure. And I will go back to what Peter was saying, that there is no, there's no one size fits all Agile. And in fact, Agile is not even the goal in the first place. It is a tool. And if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So what you want to be looking at is the business outcomes. If your organization is achieving your business outcomes, and as the market changes, you can keep achieving your business outcomes, then you have the agility you kind of need. And whereas if your organization is struggling to keep meeting those business outcomes, when the market evolves, when a pandemic hits, when you keep losing people because your attrition rate is too high and they keep going to your competitor, and we are going to have a problem. And so that's why we talk about the shape of agility rather than a specific number, which I think is, it's easy to say an organization's 4.3, but really it's the curve, the shape of the curve, the spread of the curve. And in fact, we've even simplified these curves because it's actually, when we do these models, it's actually three-dimensional. Because we're actually looking at multiple axes, but well, screens are two-dimensional, so I can only show so much. But that's kind of the point. Right? There is no single measure, but if you're looking at the behaviors, it's a damn good place to start.
Thank you, Evan. Thank you so much. I'll move on to the next question from Ian as well. Leadership behaviors seem to be quite strong in influencing business agility. Does that mean that we should focus on a top-down approach, generally speaking?
Oh, thank you, Ian. I couldn't have set that question up better if I tried. No. And also no to bottom up. It is a false dichotomy. Yes, leaders are important. Yes, leaders have the most behaviors and they have a disproportionate influence on the operations of the organization. I mentioned KPIs as a key change trigger or lever, but it's the leaders who can set and change those KPIs. So they are important and they're part of it. But change is not top down and bottom up. I use a metaphor of tea. And so when I do a talk like in person, like on a stage, I will bring like a jug of water at the start and I'll throw some tea bags in it at the beginning. And I won't explain why I'm doing it. And after half an hour, this water has slowly infused with tea. And that's the best metaphor. Change happens through infusion, through organic and sometimes artificial growth, a bit of heat, a bit of motion. And there's no point where water, there's a point where it's definitely water and there's a point when it's definitely tea. But there's no point when tea or when water becomes tea. It is that infusion, and the same is true of agility. So leaders are a part of that. Executives are a part of that, but so are individuals across the entire organization. And it's also why that if you have agility in one function, software, and no other part of the organization, it is really hard to create an agile organization just by having one unit of agility and trying to expand it out. Agility has to, like those tea leaves, it has to be through the organization, heat, motion, bit of tension, bit of stress. That's what creates agility throughout an organization.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Evan. Peter, did you have your hand up before? I noticed something on your Zoom screen. Would you like to ask a question?
No, that was a mistake on my part. I do apologize.
No problem at all. Disruptive as usual. Thank you. Right, we've got one final question here from Ada before we move on to Craig, and I'll read this out. Now, I don't know if you want to charge for this, Evan, or not. It's up to you. How do I build agile or business agility into my new small business I'm starting in 2022? What steps would I need to take? Maybe some broad principles might help Ada out. What do you think?
All right. So we're a research organization. We're an advocacy organization. We're not a consulting firm, so I don't charge for this. Couple of things. First of all, we are actually undertaking a piece of research at the moment that is looking at transformation patterns at organizations of different sizes. We're looking at organizations of 5, 15, 50, 150, 500, so on and so forth, up to 150,000. And what we're looking at is what are the characteristics, the behaviors that are consistent regardless, that are independent of the size of the organization, and which ones are dependent on the size of the organization. And this piece of research was triggered by what Peter mentioned, the accursed Spotify model, where a 3,000 person Scandinavian music tech company and their operating model for their organization is suddenly being applied to a 50,000 person bank in Australia or the US. And the question is, well, what can we learn from the Spotify model, regardless of size? But what do we need to actually change and take into account? Because, well, let's face it, it doesn't translate. Now, your small business is going to be naturally agile. Fundamentally, it really will be. If your small business doesn't have agility, you're doing something incredibly wrong. The question isn't how do you build agility into a small business that you're starting? The question is how do you keep the agility as you scale? And that's actually what we're starting to see in this piece of research as organizations grow from 5 to 15, from 15 to 50. And it's like these seem to be fairly stable, and these seem to be the inflection points where culture and process and governance changes in that organization. That's where you have to be deliberate and prioritize agility. I've seen way too many organizations as they grow start to build process and governance that is disproportionate to the risk of the work and to the size of the organization, and they end up killing the organization because of it. So yeah, that's kind of my answer. It's you'll be agile by default. Watch out as you scale. And it's watch out for your governance, your organizational governance, the processes, the procedures. And you know what? Stay customer centric. In the domains of business agility that we published, 4 years ago now, the customer is at the center because the customer is why you're in business. You're not in business to make money. And that's somewhat controversial. Right? You need to make money to stay in business. There's a great quote by Frederick Laloux. Profit is like the air. We need to live to breathe, but we don't need to breathe. No, we need to breathe in order to live. We don't need to. Okay, I got that wrong. You get my point. I got that wrong the wrong way. My key point, stay customer centric as you scale. Remember why you're in business. Don't lose sight of that. And as you grow, as you develop, just keep prioritizing the values of agility, and you'll do pretty well.
Thank you so much, Evan. Awesome answer. There's a follow-up, but Evan, I'll ask you if you wanted to type something afterwards to Ada's next kind of point, whilst we move on to Craig. And finally, if you ever hear the word Spotify model, remember Macbeth. Out, damned Spot, out. There you go. All right. Had to get Macbeth in there. So, thank you so much, Evan. Amazing talk. God, we definitely need to have a coffee, and I'll think twice about inviting you to my next party, by the way. No offense. You can talk about governance all you want, but I don't know. All right. Thank you so much. Right. Moving on. Craig. Craig is another man who I haven't met actually in person, but I have spoken to a couple of times through a mutual friend and colleague. And Craig is, from what I know of him, is an awesome trainer. He's written some very interesting material as well, which I have actually looked at. But to do it justice, I'm going to let Craig introduce himself. And I'm really keen to hear what you have to say, Craig. So welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sam. Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. So my name's Craig Smith, and today I want to talk to you a little bit about the value lifecycle, which is something we put together at SoftEd, which is the organisation I'm currently working for, to help people understand, oops, that's the wrong screen, to help people sort of understand the process they might go through. And this is actually a good segue to what Peter was talking about before, and ultimately what Evan was just talking about, because we're moving sort of down the layers. So, away from some of the issues and constraints. Evan was talking a lot about some of the behaviors. I want to talk about more some of the principles and things that we need in order to be effective. So let me hit the right button there for share. There we go. So let's look at the agnostic view. All right. So as Sam alluded to, my name is Craig. I'm an Agile coach. I am the global agility lead for SoftEd. I've been around the Agile world now for about 20 years. Started my journey back in a sort of a hybrid model of extreme programming, Scrum, and a bit of DSDM. And in fact, that's sort of why that I subscribe to this big tent of agility. Everything sort of stemming from the manifesto, which was our original point of truth, and still is, even though we could argue that perhaps a few of those things need a little bit of an update here and there. But when we talk about the big 10 of agility, that is where all these things fall in. And so I agree with my learned friend Peter that Spotify is not a model and all those type of things, but it's full of ideas, and so it fits under the big 10 of agility, as does Scrum, as does extreme programming, as does even some of the frameworks and models that you perhaps know about, but perhaps don't treasure. They're all full of ideas. And then, of course, there's all the other things that go along with that as well. There are all sorts of models or just ideas that we have brought into the Agile world as well. Things like beyond budgeting, or things like Dan Pink's drive of autonomy, mastery, and purpose. They're ideas that weren't born here, but ideas that to me fit under this big tent. And that's really what Agnostic Agile is all about. Is it's about this big tent and looking at those ideas, and we'll take a look at that in just a moment. I believed in this so much so that a few years ago, I delivered a talk called 40 Agile Methods in 40 Minutes, which I think is more popular for this diagram than it ever was for the talk. And sometimes people see this and they ask questions like, did the quadrants mean anything? And the answer was no. This was a diagram that was done by Lynn Kazali, who happened just to be sitting in the audience, and she gave up trying to draw too much and just ended up writing down the words as I barreled through about 50 of them actually in about 40 minutes. But the point of this talk was simple. It was to say that, look, there are so many things that we can learn from. And so holding ourselves to just one framework, to me, is a little dangerous. And in fact, we should be learning from these things, because at some point the frameworks run out of steam, or we run out of runway and need to look somewhere else. Something like Scrum might be a great starting point, but at some point it's not going to help you scale. You're going to have to go somewhere else. At some point you might want to do development practices. You're going to need to look at things like DevOps or extreme programming. It doesn't mean you still can't use an iterative process in order to run your work. So if you're interested in that, you can go take a look at that talk online. It's a few years old now, but that's sort of where this idea came from. The other thing that has really got me been out of shape for a number of years is just our overuse of the word agile, that we sort of walk around as if it's the crowning glory. I mean, I actually wanted to start a movement because I was so sick of the word agile being overused that I wanted to call it raccoon. If you're with me, sort of, raise your hands or drop me a comment in the chat. It's a word that is just so overused that I just wanted to use any other word for it, because it doesn't really matter what we call it. It's the way that we act. It's the way that we work. It's the culture that we do together. Mind you, I need to tell you the quick story that Jeff Patton, for those who know Jeff Patton, heard me talk about this, and he said, "Craig, I don't really like raccoons because they're the things that scramble through my garbage of a night," because he lives just outside of Salt Lake City. I just thought they looked cute. I probably should have chosen koala or something for the Australian audience. But anyway, nonetheless, it's just Agile's just a name. So let's not get too bent out of shape out of it. But what it does is it brings us together at conferences and talks like this in order to talk about where we're going as a community. All right. I'm sure you're all familiar with this diagram. This is the Scrum diagram. Any ideas what's missing? If you look at this diagram, it's it's well known. Many of us follow it. But what do you think might be missing? I'll tell you, the problem is that when you follow something like this, nothing wrong with good old Scrum. But where did the product backlog come from in the first place? I mean, you read through the Scrum guide and it says you have the product backlog, and I go, well, that's great, but how do I get that? How do I know how to build one? And then, of course, once I build my potentially shippable increment and do my sprint review, what happens to it then? Is it done? What happens when this work is done? What happens when I'm all the way through the product backlog, or there's nothing more to build? What do I do then? Which is why we've had this rise to things like scaling frameworks. But the problem is that even some of them don't do a good job of telling us how we get things in the first place and how we get them out the other side. What's worse is that it turns into this, which actually we do a bunch of upfront work to build a backlog. We then go and iterate our hearts out in the middle, and then we go and release, maybe once, hopefully more than once, but we still release at some point in the future. And that gave the rise to the term some of you I'm sure have heard as water scrumfall, which was a name coined by Forrester back in the early 2010s. This is what happens in a lot of organizations. And the problem is that we've actually missed the fundamental point, and Evan's been talking a little about this in relation to business agility, is that it's not just the delivery cycle that's important, it's the things that happen all the way through across the entire organization. We have to think about how we get the stuff into the team in the first place. We have to think about how we get it out. And if we are in the middle of this Scrum factory, how do we look left and right to bring those people together? So that's our challenge as a community. Let me give you an example of where I saw this. I've done a lot of work for the Australian government. And if anyone's worked, particularly with the Commonwealth government, you might be aware of this, which is the Digital Transformation Agency's Digital Service Standard. It says essentially that the entire government should work in an agile way, particularly when building software. Hasn't completely caught on, but there is certainly a number of departments around Canberra and around the country that follow this, at least in certain divisions or certain parts of their organisation. And you can see there right there, there's 13 different steps to it. Number 3 is completely about agility. And in fact, in their book, they describe it like this, or on their website. They say that you start with some discovery, you do an alpha phase, you do a beta phase, and then you take it live. And you can see the circles run round and round and round. However, that's not my experience. My experience is that most of the departments do a big upfront discovery. They then push into alpha, which typically gets renamed to an MVP. They then do all the development work in beta, which, by the way, has usually been shrunk a lot because they're running short on time, and then they send it live. And then if they have to do something else, they start up another project and they go back around the cycle again. This is not a fault of the diagram. This is a fault of the way that we do work. And I actually took this same diagram and sort of redrew it a little bit to say this is actually what they meant, right? It says discovery takes a few weeks, but that is to mobilize and understand the problem. Alpha takes a few weeks or a few months, but that should be continuous sprints or continuous iterations. There needs to be lightweight governance that takes that to beta, where then you actually continue to build with the continuous delivery going to your live. And in between all of this, there are measure and learn loops. And of course, when the service is live, that product model continues to update it. Now, I could take any of the other models. I could look at something like Scaled Agile Framework, SAFe. I could look at things like the LESS model. I could look at Scrum. I could do any of those. And whilst the intent of them was to be this continuous cycle, the reality is that people often treat them like a linear process. And this is because in a lot of our organizations, right, we've still got project thinking mentality, that we still have to do a big business case, we still have to map it out, and then we end up with something that looks like this, the good old Gantt chart. And one of the sayings I heard many years ago was that every time as an agile community we create a Gantt chart, an agile fairy dies, because these things are big and cumbersome, hard to maintain. But it's because many of our large organizations and government agencies can't get past the project thinking mentality. So we know this, and a lot of the things that Evan was talking about, the behaviors and talking about where we move the lines, is how you move between those 0-star to those 5-star. So we have to change this. And of course, I'm sure many of you are familiar that we have to start talking about value. In fact, I talk about value so much when I train and coach that I usually make a drinking game out of it. I probably wouldn't follow along with that. If you're ever in one of my classes, you'll probably get drunk fairly quickly. But we often talk about the difference between output and outcome. And I love this diagram here, because if you look at this, this is exactly what it's about. Output is the work. And we get a lovely drawing here, and that's the output. But the outcome is when we win first prize, right? Or when we're recognized for the work we did, or a user uses our thing. And so are we truly just output factories, or are we actually pushing towards outcomes? That's the important thing. And of course, this leads into this whole idea of we just can't do agility in our silo. Evan talked about this before, that as humans, we're going to build silos. In fact, the biggest silos we still have in our organizations are often the IT department. We talk about IT in the business, right? But why are you in business in the first place? We're all there together. And so, lots of good stuff from Evan and other folks from the Business Agility Institute, about thinking about the entire organization, right? We just can't do it in one section. We have to do it across the entire organization. And realizes that this is a journey. This is a great model from Sally Alada and her enterprise business agility model. And I love this because it talks about where we need to go. And I would challenge you all to take a look at this diagram, but I can tell you for most organizations that I've seen over the last 5+ years, that we are somewhere in the middle here. We are somewhere in this green cycle here. In other words, we've licked this team agility thing. Teams are pretty good at doing Scrum or Kanban or those type of things, at varying degrees, obviously, but we've got that. We don't need to do too much work there. And we have started to think about models for scaling and thinking of looking left and right, leadership and culture. So that team of teams agility is something that is continuing to mature. Not sure we're fully there yet, but we start to see less and less organizations, and this follows from, again, what Evan was, all the work that great work Evan's been doing with the behavior model, is that when you start to look at, do we have true organization agility? Do we have good talent development? Do we have good enterprise business agility? Those things are, very much, the exception to the norm in most large organizations that I see. So, where are you on this scale? I suspect that for most of us, we're down in the bottom half of it. And this maps a lot to get into what Evan was talking about earlier. So here was the thinking that we got to about how do we start to help people down at even the lowest levels, but across the organization, think about how do you start to move through this? And I guess the upshot of this is that the organizational cogs are always turning. This idea of projects is actually a pretty old concept, because this whole idea of, we have to go get some funding to do some work is kind of a bit crazy if our team is already funded. It just becomes an internal accounting type practice. There's always work going on. There's always, whatever the work of the business is. If you're a bank, right, tellers turn up, they give money, they give out loans, all those types of things are still occurring. Why do we do our back office processes in some different way? And so in order to think about that, we came up with this idea, which is something called the value delivery model. Now, there's nothing necessarily groundbreaking in here. It's more about how you start to think about the problem. And it's made up of these 4 stages: portfolio, discover, deliver, and operate. And many organizations have something like this, but the problem is that they end up being a very linear process, right? We go to portfolio, we then do discovery. Once we finish the discovery, we do the delivery. Once we finish the delivery, then we operate the product. But that's not how life works. It's not how our organization works. So here's the analogy I want you to think about as we talk about this value delivery model. You may have seen an act like this on TV if you've been to a circus or a magic show or something like this. It's the old spinning plates analogy. And the thing is that we've got all these plates spinning, and sometimes, I don't know about you, but my job feels like this, right? That I'm constantly trying to keep up with these plates and stop them dropping on the table. This is exactly what it's like inside an organization, because we don't just do one project at once. We have hundreds of things running at once. So how do we start to think about our product portfolio and managing these things and keeping all these plates spinning? So as you look at this diagram, the circles are the plates. They are constantly spinning. In other words, discover never stops spinning. Even when you start some delivery, you still have to do things like design and analysis, elaboration, work like that. You have to go back to the source to find things out. The larger the organization, the more people you have together, there's constant discovery going on. So how do we start to move through this in an agile fashion that allows us to go quickly, but realize that we're still spinning the plates all the time? Delivery is constantly spinning. And of course, operator is always spinning because our business is always in operation. So all of these plates are constantly spinning. So let's take a look at each of the stages in a little more detail. So if we dig in, this is the portfolio part of the process. You can see here that the inputs can come from many places. They can be strategic items. They can be opportunities that perhaps are happening out in the business environment. They can be insights that we've gotten both internally and externally. They can be compliance items. Any types of things that end up in our portfolio. So the first stage we have is this stage called idea. An idea is that when things come into our portfolio, we need to be able to capture those opportunities, insights, and compliance, and ensuring that we prioritize the highest value initiatives that meet a customer need. So what does that mean here? Well, this is where we might do practices like portfolio Kanban. We might use different value models to prioritize our work. There can be lots of things in here. And this is the point about this model, is that it is not based on practices. Many of the large models that you see, things like Scaled Agile Framework, Disciplined Agile Delivery, are often about practices. Best practices, but nonetheless about practices. Here, what we're talking about is this is the principle, right? So that's the principal idea. What practice you use behind the scenes, as long as it's agile in nature, we pick the right one for the job. But regardless, the first thing we need to do is we need to capture those and prioritize them and make sure they're meeting that customer need. Second idea is explore. Once we have the ideas in the backlog, sometimes these things are big, sometimes they're small. We've got them prioritized, but at some point we need to take a look and actually just assess to see if they're desirable, feasible, and viable. And then make sure that if we are going to work on them, in what order we're going to work on them, and how we're going to break them down into pieces of work that are a lot more manageable, because we want to deliver some things in an iterative way. And we often use the rule of thumb that we don't want to go any more than a 90-day window without delivering something, and that's at the extreme end. We actually want it to be a lot sooner and more continuous than that. But even when you're talking about large multi-year programs, how can you break those down into no more than 90-day buckets so that you're continuously seeing value being delivered? So that's the portfolio step. Now, the interesting thing about the portfolio step is that it can represent either the product, the division, or the organizational level. In other words, it scales up and down to whichever level is appropriate to you, or across all of them. It's always broken down. It's always continuously prioritized. That's portfolio. Our first spinning plate, so to speak, is the discover phase. And the first stage of discover is experiment and understand. Once we have something out of our portfolio and we actually have decided that it is worth spending some time on, we really want to make sure that we experiment and understand. That is, understand the problem, validate the assumptions that we have, go away and gather some feedback and data, and then determine how we might proceed. We often talk about starting with the problem, not the solution, and that's what we mean here. But this is also where we bring in things like experimentation. And it's something that I see lots of people talk about. There's lots of great work out there, a lot of the work from Strategizer, people like David J. Bland. And I see lots of people in those talks and those sessions sort of nod their head, but then walk away and go, how do I make that occur in reality? It has to be that first step of discovery, right? Do we understand, run an experiment, make sure that, or a bunch of experiments to make sure that we are actually solving the right problem. Once you've done that, you can then move on to the next stage, which is design and evolve. And this is where we collaboratively work together to come up with some sort of high-level design and then start decomposing that work so that we can ultimately get it into a way of delivery, right? Think user stories or work items here. This is the stage where we do that deeper design thinking, right? So think about your double diamond in human-centered design. This is where we do design analysis, architecture, but these are done in a very short, sharp fashion. Think something like Google Design Sprints. If anyone's read the book by Jake Knapp called Sprint, that's a good example of how you want to do this. We often talk about the iterative sprint process only being done in the delivery phase. That's where most people associate it. You really want to start this as soon as possible in the discovery phase to keep yourself on track, because this is the spinning plate. Once you've got enough from that first sprint, You want to be able to start to deliver some of the base foundational stuff while you continue to discover. So it's important to do that, but you have to do some design up front, but that's absolutely essential in an agile world. The next step in discover is prioritize and plan. So what do we do here? Whoops, why is that not coming up? There it goes. We progressively prioritize discovery and operational work according to value, then risk, and continually share and raise our delivery plan. This is where we do things like user story mapping, Jeff Patton's work, where we do even traditional estimation and planning, because at the end of the day, somebody possibly is still going to want to know how long this is going to take, or what capabilities we might need in order to do it. Things like product roadmaps are also a great outcome from this step. The prioritization part is the important part, first by value, then by risk. The reason that you'd want to do value, then risk, is you don't want to spend a lot of time doing a high risk, low value item. You want to make sure you've found your value, then assess your risk and move that up accordingly. And this is where we start to then socialize our delivery plan with others to make sure we're there. Here's the thing, though, that I want to talk about out of these 3 steps, is the important thing about this is this discovery plate is always spinning, which means that getting through those first 3 stages should be measured in short amount of time. And I'm talking about weeks at the maximum. Days to weeks is what that first round discovery should be. Anything longer than that, we might be spending too long. It doesn't mean that we don't need to go deeper into items, but we're trying to think about what can we start delivering, which allows us to then get the economies of scale and speed. Now, the last step, which is kind of around to the right, is insights. And insights come from all sorts of places. They'll come from our discovery, which might be new things we need to add to our portfolio. They may actually come from the deliver or operate process as well. This is where we look for empirical data and feedback from our customers, the organizations, stakeholders, all those types of people, and bring learning to our discovery process. So that's our insight step. So what we've sort of looked at here is the discovery process. The takeaway from this is it's continuously spinning and it is dual track with delivery. You do an initial first spin and then discovery continues to spin, because we constantly do have to go back, find things out, be ready for stuff. Anything where we need to do some sort of discovery work back with our business partners or external stakeholders, that's what we do in discovery. The reason for this is this highlights, where most of us probably are pretty well versed, which is the delivery step. And this is where most of our agile frameworks shine. This is where Kanban, Scrum, the particularly important ones, extreme programming, all get their stuff from. Now, the first step of this is elaborate. Now, elaborate is not the analysis, because the analysis is being done in discovery. But analysis is enough work until you get to the point that actually you might need to talk to the delivery team. So in elaborate, this is when we bring together people. You might have heard of the term 3 amigos or triad. We bring together the people who are going to do the work in terms of value and delivery to agree on outcomes. Now, it's a bit like the definition of a user story. Right? If you remember that from Agile Training 101, we say a story is a promise for a conversation. This is where the conversation happens and it gets elaborated as close as possible to the time the work is done. In other words, this is not about trying to create mini specification documents stapled to the back of story cards, which, by the way, I've seen happen, or write War and Peace in the back of a Jira ticket somewhere. We want to do this as close as possible to time, so again we get the economies of scale. But realize that things like analysis do happen and need to continue to happen. They do happen in the continuing discovery phase. So it is a dual track approach. The next step in the process is create and validate. This is the one that we're pretty much all familiar with. This is just where we do the work. We build quality in, we use automated tools to iteratively and incrementally deliver our work with the expected customer outcome. So here, this is where we want to make sure that we're doing quality build practices, focusing on some of those perhaps technical practices, which is something that I see a lot of teams shy away from. Those who've been around a lot longer, like I have, and some of my learned colleagues like Evan and Peter, for example, and Sam, we started in that technical process. What concerns me is that some of those technical processes are being lost, particularly if you're writing software. And so are your teams using good delivery practices? Not just DevOps, but some of the other things that were popularized in tools like XP, but also just things like pairing or reviews are all very important parts here. What is your process? Choose the tools that are going to help you create a quality outcome, but also build quality in. Next step in the process is learn and improve. If you follow the Scrum process, this is essentially retrospective and sprint review. We inspect and adapt for continuous improvement in a collaborative and transparent way. In other words, we're always transparent about what's going on. We're always looking for feedback. We inspect and adapt. And of course, we can use any practices we like there. And this doesn't necessarily have to happen at the end of the process. In fact, the more often this happens, the more continuous this happens, the better off we are. So that's the delivery part of the process, and delivery, by definition, is continually spinning after the first discovery spin for a product. It can also represent things like BAU. So delivery is constantly spinning, and usually just after that first discovery, that short first discovery spin of the discovery loop. That brings us to operate, and this is actually the step that when we were designing this, that we found many of the models and frameworks out there don't actually ever really mention, because this is usually where they say, here's a box and it gets out there, but this is actually equally important. And of course, the sort of crossover between delivery and operate is really where things like DevOps really shine, but it's more than just that. So the first step is release. And release is where we deliver small, valuable, and regular product or service increments, ensuring minimal disruptions to our customers and operations. I think the thing I want to point out in here is that this may be service increments. It may not be technical increments. I think we often think about it as that, but whenever we're releasing anything, particularly if we're doing services or in a large business, there is process change. There is perhaps customer impacts. There might be impact operational type stuff. All of those things are part of that release process. And again, any good change manager or anyone who's done any of that type of work before knows this, but we have to ensure that that's embedded in here and think about how we release these things together. So that's the release part. The next step is to use and monitor, right? Which essentially means that customers use the product and then we monitor the usage. So we observe and measure that and we look for patterns and trends. That's something, again, that a lot of us talk about, but in reality, sometimes we don't do as much as we should. Particularly a lot, I find this on internal products. So how are people using it? How can we review the usage, talk to users, be proactive? Which again brings us then to the next step, which is review and act, which is we get this data, but then we proactively pursue innovation and improvement from our everyday activities. So we're looking for patterns and acting accordingly. And the proactive part is key here. That's the operate cycle. Now you'll notice that internally here there is a red circle on the inside, because that is your business is just continuing to operate every day. Whatever the business is, there's just everyday operations. And so operate is the everyday operations of the business as well as the activities that keep the business running. And again, and makes a lot of sense, is that this is continually spinning. It doesn't stop. So how we then map our discovery and deliver processes on top is super important. So that's our value delivery model. Right? We've talked about portfolio, discover, delivery, and operate. And as you can see, the practices here aren't important so much. You can put whichever practices that you like in here, take them from wherever you like, but remembering how do we continue spinning rather than being a traditional linear process. And of course, our customer is at the center of everything we do. Now, the question that people ask here is that that's all well and good, but will this allow us to scale, or as we sometimes talk about, will it allow us to descale? And the answer is both. It doesn't really matter. If you're pursuing a scaling framework, this fits in nicely. It fits in with all the modern scaling frameworks, so it works across multiple teams and divisions. But if you're descaling as well, if you don't want to have all the heavyweightness around a scaling framework, it operates just as well. So whatever your scaling approach is, whatever the needs are for your organization, you can still use this model in order to find your way through. We are here at the at AA 2022 conference. And so the thing is that this is agnostic at heart. And if you haven't checked the website recently or don't remember this, there are the Agnostic Agile principles, which, to me are, sort of my guide to, I guess, my guide to life. But I wanted to point some of these out because one of the things in deciding whether this was agnostic is actually testing them against this. Now, some of the agnostic agile principles are about individuals, so they're about how you would use the model. But I did want to point out, for example, putting the customer first and making them independent is why the customer is at the center of this model and should be at the center of everything we do. Tailoring agility to context. I've talked about the fact that it's around principles, not practices. Hindering constraints and working to remove them. It's why we have the portfolio. It's why we have that explore part at the top of the portfolio. It's why we have the short discovery loops, and that discovery is constantly spinning because of that. It's also why we have the insight step as well. To share, learn, and improve. There is a learn and improve state right there, which I actually came up with when I wasn't as familiar with the wording in these principles, but we constantly sharing the outcomes from our process. Respect frameworks and their practitioners. Yes, we should do that, but as I said, it can work in with whatever your framework of choice may be. Agility is not the end goal, right? So we talked about Raccoon already, and recognize that there's more to agile than agile, and that's exactly the point. So hopefully you got a little bit of value out of maybe thinking about your model, whether this is the model that you might decide to use, or whether it's just made you think about some things you're doing in your organization. That was what I was hoping to get out of this time with you today. So with that, I will close and open the floor to any questions, either to me or to any other of the panelists. Thanks, Sam.
Thank you so much, Craig, and remind me to issue that Agnostic Agile certification bit of paper after this talk. That was a joke. Okay, awesome, lovely. Now, I think Peter had something he wanted to ask you, so should we kick off with that?
Go for it. Sure. No, very insightful, Craig. So thank you for sharing the insights and thoughts. Really enjoyed it. Quite early on, you sort of spoke about sort of delivery methods and how they're typically positioned as quite linear, and that hence the more circular approach sort of certainly makes a lot more sense. It feels like it's a really big bridge first to communicate and to get our decision makers and sort of execs across the line. You just share some thoughts about how we might be able to sort of start broaching this conversation and start sharing and sort of encouraging them to think in a more iterative versus linear way.
Yeah, and Evan may want to jump in on this as well, because that's a lot of some of the work that I know Evan's doing as well when you talk about business agility. But I just want to be clear that my point wasn't that many of the models are designed to be circular. It's the fact that they get, as your point is, that they get perceived as linear, which is why we sort of tried to redraw this and think about some of the common challenges that we might have in relation to some of our processes. As I said, like even you look at some of our Scrum, even though it's got the circles in there, it starts here and ends here. So you go, okay, now what do I do? Yes, you can repeat the process, but the reality is that sometimes you have to go back and repeat the discovery process. And so, if you just read the Scrum guide, you would be none the wiser to that happening. You explode that to something bigger like disciplined agile or safe. It's sort of the same. It's not that you can't do it. It just doesn't really guide you in that direction. And so that just became our thought process a little bit about how can we actually make something that is showing that linear process. And that's why I talked a little bit about, and I mean, Evan's written the book on this, right, about no projects, is that, the project idea is one of the big challenges that we have in organizations to get out of this idea of having to fund these big upfront things, right, and rather think about what is the outcome that we're giving to the customer and how do we continue to update that, whether that be a new product that replaces an old product if it's still meeting the same product need in the community. Evan, did you want to add something to that? Because as I said, I'm really just paraphrasing all the good work you've done over the years, really.
Not much I can actually really add to that. I think you've done a good job.
Thanks, Peter.
Well, that was a bit of a weak response, Evan. I'm sorry.
It's nearly 11 o'clock. You have to forgive me.
All right, settle down, everybody. Settle down. This is what happens when you get a bunch of bachelors in the same place. If we stay on this call long enough, it'll just become a complete disarray. I promise. Anyway, actually, we're at time. So unless there are any last-minute questions, I think something just came in. Again, you've beaten the buck, Ada. Right, I'll read this out for everyone's sake. So, do most current project management coursework and training in 2022 include these aforementioned principles and teachings to start thinking more circularly rather than older traditional ways of thinking linearly. What do you think, Craig?
Well, obviously, if you come to our courses, we obviously have that model built in. So, but I know that my learned friends on this also think in that way, and so I think, as I said, it's partly about how you read and perceive the frameworks, because the people who have also are behind writing the frameworks that we know and love. I mean, they're not stupid. There is good stuff in all of those things, and so that's what being agnostic's all about. Is actually saying, what problem am I trying to solve, and going from that big pool of research and data and thinking out there. So, but in answer to your question, you actually meant you said current project management coursework, is that as soon as you start using the word project, that linear process does start to get a little problematic. Kudos, I guess, to the PMI, the Project Management Institute, who have, with their latest version of the PMBOK, moved to a more principles-based approach. They haven't really gone the full 9 yards in getting there, but they're a lot closer there. Even to a certain extent, the Prince 2 community a little bit in some of their agile adjuncts, at least recognize this. They still have a long way to go. But I think it was Peter's question that hit the nail on the head. A lot of it is that cultural expectation of when we're doing work about how it's delivered. And so I think we talk about agility, and the thing is that we go, okay, well, that's just the IT bit, but we're not going to see the value from it if we don't extend that to the whole business agility frame. And you look at the wonderful work that Evan's been doing, and all those behaviors. That's a lot of it's a lot of things for organizations to start thinking about. And so that's why these things sort of dovetail quite nicely. And I followed Evan's work for a long time. Is that's kind of the big end of town about how you start to do that. We wanted to produce something that actually helped you at the bottom end, that said, actually, how can I start even in my team starting to look left and right in order to start to bring people along for that journey? And the reality is you have to do it at both levels. So you have to start talking about these behaviors and principles, but you have to bring it to the lower level as well.
Thanks, Craig. And just to really quickly add to that, since you mentioned project management coursework, my entire background is in actually program project delivery. That was my entry point into Agile. And I remember a long time ago doing the Agile PM course. The Agile Business Consortium, I believe, owns that now, I think. And Alistair Coburn, one of the Agile Manifesto authors or co-authors, said, if you want to look at what good Agile principles are, look at the DSDM principles, which is what Agile PM essentially is. And they're still very, very good principles. It's a nice transitionary step as well, I just wanted to add that. We've got one more. I think we can do this one more for you, Craig. So how do we start getting organizations to move away from project-centric structuring to product systems-based structures?
I'm going to throw this one at Evan, because that is his book.
Evan, would you like to comment on that one?
All right, I'm going to get my head into gear. It comes down to understanding when a project-based structure actually makes sense, and where you have something that is finite, where the value has a maximum point of realization, then yes, if I'm building a bridge, a project makes sense because I can't add value to a bridge once it's done. The distinction between build and maintain is very clear, whereas the majority of certain digital work, the majority of knowledge work, marketing, and so on and so forth, as long as there is a market, as long as there is value to create in that, like ROI, return on investment, then if there's value and the value is less than the cost of creating the value, keep going. And that's where a more continuous approach and so changing how you structure your funding models, going back to my favorite topic of governance, comes into play, because there's all sorts of different operating and funding and governance models applicable to work beyond just a project. But you do have to understand where project mentality and approaches are valid. I may have written a book called No Projects, but as someone once said, it should be not only projects.
Thank you. Thank you, Evan. And thank you, Craig. What an amazing talk, and really lovely slides as well. Really lovely and well presented. So thank you so much. Moving on, speaking about culture, she describes herself as a culture-first agilist. She is none other than Lisa. Lisa is, I guess, my distant colleague. We work within the same organization. Well, me every now and then, her all the time. Director of Epic Agile in Asia, and a very passionate, knowledgeable, and experienced agilist all around. Really happy to have you here, Lisa. So grateful. So thank you very much for being here. And I believe your talk is on leadership agility. So, Lisa.
Yeah, I guess we're switching gears a little bit, but thank you so much for having me, Sam, and for everyone who's here on Zoom or on YouTube or wherever you're taking all of this in. It's really lovely to share this experience. I probably am a little different to some of the people that you've heard from previously. I'm sure quite a few of these gorgeous humans are people first also, but my background is actually mostly in management consulting and strategy and transformation, in cultural change, in people and culture type roles. So I'm really here today to explore a little bit about leadership and how this can contribute or how it can impact the transformations, and what we can actually do as agile professionals, as coaches, wherever you are taking all of this in, from whichever role you're taking this in, how you might be able to actually have an impact on the journey that our leaders have, because they do have a really big role to play. Personally, I am from Sydney, hence you can possibly hear an Australian accent. I'm based in Singapore though, and I actually just became a mother last year. So I do have to say, on reflection, that's probably my own biggest personal agility journey. It's been a huge journey of self-evolution, and it's been actually really interesting to reflect on how that impacts some of the work that we do as well at Epic. So I'm just going to share my screen. I'll take it, Sam, that you will shout out if there's a challenge if you can't see it.
It's all good, we can see.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So one of the things I guess I want to acknowledge right up front is that we can have leaders anywhere within an organization, actually anywhere within any organizational relationship system that exists. We can have them within our families, within our broader community, within sporting groups, all of those types of things. Any group of humans that come together can naturally provide an opportunity for leadership, because leadership is really about people who are taking accountability for finding potential and really helping to lean in to bring that out, and so that people can flourish and thrive. Another perspective, actually, from Michael Sahota, who some of you may know from Shift 314, is that leaders are people who actually take on the really kind of scary or vulnerable role, and making sure that they are actually, again, developing out people and creating followers. So leaders can come from anywhere, but in the context of what we're talking about today, I am going to be talking about leadership as a capability that exists in a role in the organization. So I'm talking about leadership being something that we expect or demand from people who have a certain level of authority or play a certain role within a context of an organization. I just wanted to call that out and make that clear up front. When it comes to business agility, we have a very clear belief system that traditional organizations don't serve the current purpose that humans have today, that the business environment has today, that I guess our broader global community has today. So some of the things that I've already talked about around anti-patterns, around things like being really siloed, not creating great opportunities to build phenomenal products or to create great employee experiences, all those kinds of things. We've certainly significantly evolved from the time of the Industrial Revolution and when some of these more traditional organizational structures were established. So when we talk about creating the types of organizations in the future, of course, we're also talking about creating leaders of the future. And that really means that we've started to accelerate considerably the expectations that we would have of leaders, no matter where they're sitting and what role they're playing in the organization. So it doesn't really matter, for example, if you're like in a CFO role, a CHR role, a CCO role, whatever it might be, we clearly have upweighted the expectation that we would have of people when we're talking about organizations who are choosing to pursue business agility, or who are just trying to create more modern workplaces and create awesome places to work, as we would say at Epic. What are some of the kinds of things that we are starting to talk about with leaders? Well, you can see we're talking about things like emotional regulation. So being able to actually show up really clearly to humans. So saying, hey, we understand that you are obviously somebody who has a lot of emotions. Everybody does, whether or not they acknowledge them, they're going to impact, they're going to manifest. They can manifest in a positive or a negative way. And we're starting to say to leaders, hey, you have to be aware of your emotions. You have to be aware of the emotions of others. So we're asking them to have empathy and to be compassionate to the humans that they're interacting with. But we're asking them also to become more self-aware and conscious of themselves and how they show up and how they can deal with that, and either leverage the emotions that they're experiencing or actually kind of, I guess, manage them appropriately so that they're not having an impact or a bearing upon the work that they're doing with their teams and their leaders, the people that should be following them. We're asking them to create psychological safety. Psychological safety obviously has been a really big piece since Project Aristotle and a lot of the Google work around high-performing teams requiring psychological safety. It's something that has obviously come way beyond the HR function, and we're asking managers, leaders, executives, however you sort of label them, we're asking them to create environments which are safe, which of course means that we're asking them to actually shift their behaviours quite considerably. We are asking them to be brave. We're saying to them, hey, we need you to go out there and we need you to do some of these things first, because as has already been acknowledged by some of the people who have already spoken, there's absolutely a need for change to happen within multiple parts of an organization. It's never about having purely a bottom down or a top up approach, but leaders absolutely do cast a long shadow. They have a really big impact. And so we are asking and expecting them to be quite brave and to role model a very different way of doing things than they might have 10, 20, 30 years ago. We're asking them to be authentic and vulnerable in how they do that. And we're asking them to really listen. So in traditional structures, of course, we would expect that managers would be the subject matter experts, that they would very often be controlling. They would be feeling accountable for results rather than accountable for humans who are accountable for results. So directly having that correlation between leadership and results rather than leadership people results. And of course, we would really be expecting them to issue a lot of instructions, to make decisions, to kind of really have that level of rigidity and control in a traditional environment. Today, we're asking them to actually listen, to pause, to practice deep democracy where possible, which is where we're saying, hey, listen out for all of the voices that exist within your organization, all of the voices that exist within your broader ecosystem. So they could be client voices, partners, vendors, anybody who might exist within the broader community of that particular organization. We're asking them to really show up differently. And I guess acknowledge and be aware of the fact that often leaders know the least within an organization because of those layers of hierarchy and sometimes those really negative transformation or anti-patterns, or just negative anti-patterns in general, which can prevent people from actually telling the whole truth. So they have to show up differently to create psychological safety so people will be willing to give the feedback, but they also need to make sure that they're very consciously seeking that out and navigating an organization so they can really listen and understand what's happening within that broader group that they're leading. And we're asking them also to share power. So we're obviously looking at things like delegated decision-making and creating autonomous teams in places where that's appropriate. And so that obviously means that they have to become very comfortable with actually shedding out and handing away some of what's going on within their organization. And I think it's really important, actually, when I think about the work that we do with leaders on a more one-on-one or a leadership team type basis, it's really important, of course, that we have empathy for the fact that these humans very often have not actually been prepared very well for this. I think as a society, we haven't necessarily, the people who are leaders today anyway, grown up in environments where we've been aware of this. It hasn't been that we have been, for example, parented in a way as we would today, where we would be conscious of emotional intelligence, where we would be conscious of providing secure attachment and developing confidence and things like that. You know, we didn't grow up in environments where we were practicing mindfulness from the very moment we were in schools. We didn't grow up being very conscious of how we're holding ourselves in terms of having empathy and compassion for others, not in the same level of consciousness that children will be growing up in today. And so what that means is, just generationally, we're asking people to make quite a large shift around their mindset, around their behaviors in what is a relatively quick period of time. And I absolutely believe we need to be doing that. I think that's obviously the requirement of being a leader today. But I guess just calling that out because I think it's important that we understand that that has to be supported. It's not something that we can expect to happen very quickly when the expectations themselves have actually changed at a really rapid pace. this is just kind of, I guess, a bit of an example around how much noise and how much expectation there is on leaders. There's lots of stuff that gets out there, actually lots of things that might sound similar, but are a little bit nuanced and a little bit different. So sometimes just as much as we hear people talking about, hey, these agile delivery frameworks that change and can be kind of trendy, we actually see obviously quite the same when it comes to people practices and when it comes to leadership. So people might think, hey, I'm hearing about adaptive leadership, but then I'm hearing about servant leadership. Now I'm hearing about evolutionary leadership. You're asking me to play all these different roles, 9 roles of great leaders you can see on here. There's a whole bunch of expectations and demands that we have. And as I said, absolutely, we need to hold people accountable to these standards, but we also need to be aware of how we show up and how we support them in supporting the people that are also going through a lot of change generally when we're talking about the context of business agility and when we're talking about the context of an environment that is learning how to learn and to unlearn and to relearn. So really, there's obviously quite a lot that's going on within these ecosystems, and sometimes for leaders, it can feel like quite a lot as well. All right. Evan will be very familiar with this slide because this is actually comes from his 2021 report around business agility. Because I guess the question that's really important and relevant to this is if we're saying that leadership has changed considerably, or at least leadership in the context of a more modern organization, of an organization that's choosing to pursue business agility, it's changed a lot. But do leaders really have to go on that journey? Like, is it relevant? Why? Is there a need to actually gap that delta between where leaders sit today and where we might seek for them to be or want them to be in an agile organization? And certainly, I think the answer is absolutely yes. You can see that this is the report from last year. So it was just released, I think, a few months ago, which looks at the biggest themes that organizations who are choosing to pursue business agility need to address. Leadership was actually number 2 last year. It was number 1 in 2020. So certainly we can see that there's this really big focus on leadership as being a potential constraint or a barrier to be able to change. And that's all the more reason why we need to make sure that we lean into it and we support leaders. But why are they so relevant? So someone mentioned before, Lalo, a lot of people will have heard about Teal organizations and his book, Reinventing Organizations. The reason, as he describes it, that leadership is so important is because leaders actually put in place a lot of the constraints, of course, for the organization. They put in place organizational structures, they put in place practices, and while culture can absolutely be hacked and influenced by anybody within an organization or relationship system, their role modeling of that absolutely has a really big impact in terms of how an organization can progress. So if leaders themselves are not choosing to evolve themselves, if they're not evolving their capabilities, if they're not evolving their mindset, if they're not evolving how they show up and the behaviors that sit all around that, then actually they're providing a constraint to the organization of evolution, and the organization will no longer evolve. So it actually is impossible for an organization to really achieve business agility. And to be honest, as we've talked about, that's not necessarily something that organizations should be looking to achieve. They're looking to business agility as a way to achieve their outcomes. But if they're looking to get to a level of maturity around business agility, they simply can't get there if their leaders have a more traditional mindset, if their leaders have more traditional values, behaviors, and those kind of things. It's not to say that those leaders themselves cannot evolve, but I think if we're really looking at how do we show up and support an organization in the outcomes that they're seeking in achieving business agility or getting to a state where they've embraced this, then absolutely we need to focus on how are we supporting leaders to evolve themselves so they do not become a constraint to evolving the organization. So leaders really, they role model culture, they influence culture in every interaction that they have. So this can be in terms of what they're doing. So it's the type of questions that they're asking, it's the type of coaching that they're giving their teams or the type of instruction that they're giving their teams. But it's also it's just how they show up. It's the aura that they have. It's the vibe and the energy that they bring into any room. We often talk about, does somebody have kind of like that it thing, or, what is the vibe of that particular organization? That can sometimes reflect the culture. And a lot of the time, leaders really do, because they cast that long shadow, they have a broader impact. So the small things that they do have a ripple effect elsewhere. So we certainly can't ignore or overlook the importance of the contribution that leaders make. And like I said, we just keep leveling up when it comes to agility and when it comes to the expectations that we have of our leaders. We've basically gone beyond a point where we're asking leaders to try to work on supporting the change in organizations. They absolutely need to do that. They need to show up and they need to support transformation if that is what the organization is aspiring to do and that collective relationship system has chosen to do. But what they also actually need to do is they now need to start looking inward, and they need to start looking at, hey, how do I actually change myself, as I said, so you don't become a constraint on the organization. Quite a big shift. So this is really the evolution, and this is something that's been pulled together. You can see by Michael and Audrey Tara Sahota. They do, it's Shift 314. They talk about this evolution beyond the growth mindset. So 20, 30 years ago, it was actually not necessarily such a bad thing to have a fixed mindset. Lots of people might have been in roles where they got away with doing that for quite a while. That typical situation where people have had a really amazing excelled role in their technical capability, they've been promoted up, and they might not necessarily have come to a situation where they're having to listen to their tribes. They just keep going. You know, they just sort of look at, hey, am I getting feedback? Doesn't matter. I'm just going to continue doing what's made me successful, and perhaps nobody around me will question that. Perhaps I'm never going to become uncomfortable because I can survive in that previous traditional mindset. We've obviously been focused for quite a while on building growth mindsets. So asking people to start to build a level of self-awareness, to reflect on their mistakes and look at growth, building in that inspect and adapt sort of retrospective type behavior and consciousness, obviously outside of agile practices and just more broadly, being really curious about what people can learn. And what we're now saying is, well, you know, actually leaders need to really focus on becoming much more conscious themselves. So not just looking at having a growth mindset, but looking at how can they look inward and continue to self-learn, continue to or learn to be rather than actually do some of the leadership stuff. And that really involves leaning in and looking at their own spaces. This, of course, is not something that I'm suggesting that anybody can support a leader with. It does not just anybody can sort of help to coach somebody to come to an evolutionary mindset, but definitely acknowledging that leaders need to move in this space if they are still choosing to become more modern organizations and more modern leadership teams and more modern workplaces. It really does mean that if we acknowledge it, we can help to mobilize the right level of support around those leaders and find the expertise that can support this journey. Sometimes they're personal journeys, right? Obviously, by the nature of what we're talking about, it's not always going to be what's manifesting just in the work that they're doing and how they're showing up in the organizational context. It's also about them looking inward and addressing other stuff that might be bubbling out for them as well. And that's probably why it feels uncomfortable for some people. And yet all the more important, because if they're not doing that work, it will persist to be a challenge and a potential constraint to the organization. So when we look at what do we want to do? Like how can we actually potentially help leaders if we're working with leaderships within organizations who are seeking evolution, who are pursuing business agility, who are seeking to learn, unlearn, relearn, and to really infuse that into their DNA? Well, what we can certainly do is we can do our own work. So, of course, this exists in a space where we're looking at humans as peers. This is very much like the organizational relationship systems coaching style of work. And it's really saying, hey, as humans, we all have this. So this is not about somebody being more evolved than somebody else. It's not about a competition, or it's not about a hierarchy here. It's really about just saying, hey, I'm willing also to be vulnerable. I'm willing to show up. I'm willing to do what I'm doing so that I can also be aware of and acknowledge the journey that other people are going on to do this as well. We can treat leadership teams like the cross-functional teams that they are. So when we talk about teams within agility, we're often obviously talking about bringing together amazing groups of people with the same mission. Leadership teams are just the ultimate cross-functional team. They tend to have maybe more seniority, of course, and authority that might exist within an organizational structure, but they really are a cross-functional team that should have the same level of shared goals. But we also want to, of course, achieve the high performance within that context too. We want to establish psychological safety, and we want to really nourish and incubate that environment for the leadership team. And partly that's also because, of course, given that they are leaders and given that we are saying, hey, your role has changed so much, what we're demanding and what we're asking of you has evolved, that's going to be vulnerable and a little bit scary. So we also want to create a really healthy peer group around that so that they have each other to provide that level of support as they go on that journey. Everybody will be in a very different stage at different times, but it's nice that they have to come together. And of course, for the work that they're executing, they have that level of support and a really healthy transformation, or just a healthy performance patterns that are established. Acknowledging that this isn't something that just anybody can do. So bringing in expert leadership and coaching to provide support for leaders where that's needed is something that can be really helpful. Thinking about, when we're talking about transformation, not just looking at instituting a particular process, not just looking at systems, not just looking at delivery frameworks and those kind of things. This is really about advocating for a cultural transformation and a human-centered approach, which does mean that, hey, it comes to light, I think, a little bit more rapidly than sometimes in other situations, that leaders actually, hey, you could be part of this problem. And that really helps to create a level of self-awareness to start a journey that the leaders can undertake. It's helpful to also share tools. I've got a couple of examples of the kinds of things that can be really wonderful when working with leadership teams to help to build their own self-awareness and look at maturity and where they can focus around growth. So sharing those tools, though, it's really important that we make sure that we've got the right awareness around that, the right self-awareness and the right awareness as well, and empathy for the teams that might be recipients of them or exposed to them, around whether or not actually that, you know, they're ready for that. You know, can they lean into some of these conversations that may be considered a bit more progressive in some organizations, or they just might not quite have read that some of those conditions for success, you know, to lean into that. These can be mature conversations sometimes to be having at a more open and broader level across an organization. Championing self-care is really important as well. When leaders are thinking about having to undertake a bit of a shift for themselves when they're going through that realization, taking care of themselves is really important, because that's really a time when lots of emotional and energy leaks can start to happen. And so we want to make sure that people have that opportunity to fill up their cup, because if they're often giving quite a lot, if they're often focusing on doing something new, we want to make sure they're also consequently recharging and refueling themselves as well. And the other thing is just to really show up and be vulnerable, and as much as you can, be a leader. So be that person who sees potential in other people and seeks to develop it out. And just by role modeling, that's often where we can, of course, have an influence around culture, as we've acknowledged today already. So just showing up and being there and being willing to do the work is a really beautiful thing. There's a lot of information out there around the evolution of leadership and what leadership looks like at the moment, what talent demands of leadership, particularly in the context actually of this great resignation. You know, if people aren't going on these journeys, they certainly will most likely suffer some consequences as well. If people aren't feeling like they're in an amazing place to work because they don't have these great leaders in their environment. There's lots of people who have done amazing work in this space. This is just a few people who have developed some of the concepts and thought leaders in this space that I've just talked about. So I really highly recommend checking those out if you have some time. And just in terms of some of the types of tools that are available, actually Sally Alata and the Agile Transformation Inc., they've been mentioned already. They also have Agile Health Radars. They do have a Leadership Agility Radar, which is really powerful around giving leaders insight into how they're leading organizations, everything from value delivery and execution through to what they're like from a cultural and leadership perspective, and also in terms of vision. There's the Leadership Circle Profile, which I know Lisa Adkins is a really big fan of. This is beautiful. And actually, this is available free and online for anybody who might be curious themselves to go in and take that. And that gives some really interesting insight as well for leaders to reflect on. And what I love about both of these tools is that they provide data. You can also get qualitative data where you're getting feedback from others on their health radar, but it also gives an opportunity for leaders just to really think about the benchmarking that they're getting the first time, but to look on where they're focused on improving and maturing. And then as they continue to inspect and adapt that, they can check in and get more data points again in the future. There's also other things leaders can do. Obviously, there's lots of coaching tools, but in terms of some of the clear artifacts, you can do things like develop a user manual as a leader, and these can be really handy culture hacks to use across all teams as well, that really sort of say, hey, this is who I am, this is my style, my preferences, and this is really how best we can interact so that I can show up for you as a leader, and I can give you what you might need as somebody who sits within my organization, or just somebody that I'm going to be interacting with. The important thing there is that we do have a level of self-awareness before we create them, so that we're actually creating something that's authentic, but they can be really powerful when used in the right context. And getting insight and feedback, as I mentioned, this concept of deep democracy and really listening to what's happening within any organization or relationship system is really important. One of the ways that you can do that en masse, and in a way that I guess is anonymous as well, is by doing something like the Gallup survey. The Sahodis actually talk about this not necessarily being like an engagement survey, as some of you may recognize. A lot of people talk about this as an engagement survey. They talk about it as a leadership scorecard, which I think is really interesting. Certainly, of course, that reflects the belief that when leaders are accountable for the organizations and, for everything that happens within the relationship systems that they're running, well, then actually they are accountable for everything that happens within it. So it's not necessarily just an employee perception survey. It's really definitely a feedback tool for leaders to give them insight and an opportunity to start ventilating their system, to start listening more to what's happening within it. So that's me. Just some thoughts around leadership agility and how that may be impacting, of course, any organization that's seeking to become an awesome workplace, but specifically, of course, their business agility aspirations as well.
Lisa, thank you so much for an amazing talk. And I just think we have a comment which I'll read out soon, but this particular field, I think, leadership, and all the work that we're doing in leadership is really important. So I'm really glad that we had this kind of talk. Actually, maybe 3 or 4 months ago, Ian and I co-wrote a leadership course for one of our clients. And much of what you covered is actually was actually in that course. Not all of it, but much of it. One of the things that we found really interesting, and we kind of explored and stumbled upon, that provoked almost silence in the room, was, why do you want to be a leader? What motivates you to say, I want to be a leader? And that, I think, is a really important thing to think about, and maybe even to dare to ask as well. And there was a story I remember, which I'll relate very quickly. I wish I had a reference, but I don't have it. I'll Google it later. Once upon a time, there was a group of people, almost like a tribe, and they were electing their next leader for the town or the community. And they got everybody in the same place. And so the kind of panel at the front, or the committee, they said to everybody in the square, so to speak, so whoever wants to be our next leader, raise your hands as high as they can go. And so a whole bunch of people raised their hands wanting to be the next leader. And those were the people who were disqualified. Make of that what you will. I don't know, but I just think it's really fascinating to think about. Yes, fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, today I didn't have the chance to touch on, of course, like, I guess, how do you become a leader? But one of the things I think I'm okay to talk about at Epic is that we actually have moved into a tribal model. It's not a Spotify model, but it's our tribal model. And one of the things that we did as we were establishing some leadership roles within there is we did actually allow the tribe to decide how leadership roles were appointed. So how does somebody become a leader? And obviously the self-selection type and that co-creation and that design of how that happens meant that actually the tribe really had that level of control over who was a leader. And as a leader, we had to step back and say, hey, well, I mean, these people are elected. They're the true leaders within the organization. They're the people that we say we would be comfortable giving, some delegated responsibility or authority to. They're actually the real people because they are the ones who have followers. They are the ones that people are gravitating towards. And it's a really interesting, even to be completely transparent as an Agilist who really believes in these things, it's an interesting process to actually experience when you look at that. Not only, how do you support leaders who exist, but how do you actually, as you say, define that they're leaders in the first place.
It's fascinating. Let me turn to one of the comments we have here. Sure, we may not want to work under, date, or marry these people. I love the way this is worded, by the way, who are still trying to lead us by force, power, and control. But we can have empathy for them from afar, whilst keeping a wide girth from them if they are unwilling to change and evolve. I think having empathy for leaders is very important. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I do agree. I realize completely that actually it can be very difficult sometimes if you have a problematic like direct reporting line in a more traditional structure, and it doesn't feel like there's a way to influence or feedback the experience that you're having, and you don't necessarily see a way to improve it. That's an incredibly disempowering and frustrating situation to be in, right? And that's actually exactly why we expect, or we hope, that leaders who are seeking to work within a different organization would seek to evolve themselves, because that's just not a very tenable situation. Those are the kind of leaders who will end up having, I guess, a lot of people resign probably in this concept of like the Great Resignation, because really it's just people really reflecting and going, hey, do I actually want to do this anymore? Like, am I comfortable or happy with the particular state that I find myself in? So I do think having empathy for humans is really important for leaders who find themselves in these situations. I equally have empathy for the people that report to them, but I do think if we're, whether you're an external person or you're an internal person, if you're in a situation where you're working with an organization and you're attempting to help them deliver on their mission, whatever that mission is, and that's requiring some change, I think having a level of empathy and understanding for those people, for the leaders, is really important, because it's really easy to say leadership sucks, my manager's crap, like all those kind of things. And obviously we hear that noise a lot, and it definitely needs to be taken seriously. But the truth is there's a systems problem there. There's a challenge that needs to be resolved. And I think to help them, we have to have empathy and compassion for where they find themselves. And sometimes, by the way, that empathy and compassion doesn't mean that they stay in their role and that they continue to evolve and they do get to a point where they can show up differently for their people. It might be that they're not right for that role. And that's something that obviously can, it may be that the kindest thing is actually for them to be in a different situation where they're not actually causing harm to people who might be forced, if you will, underneath them. Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful. And I'm so happy you mentioned, you refer to the Great Resignation. The sister movement kind of hashtag anti-work as well, is also something that I think can be addressed through this field, through leadership, and through that kind of change. I think it's one of the most important things we can do today. So awesome. I'm going to go down to the next comment. We've got two actually. How important is it to build a coaching culture in an organization? Is it important to have a coaching culture to build leadership agility? If so, what can help to start it?
That's a really great question. And, I'm going to sound like a little bit like a politician or a consultant here when I do say it depends, because I do think absolutely it can be wonderfully beneficial when leaders can show up as coaches. And that's part of actually creating psychological safety, right? It's leaders asking curious questions and knowing how to support their teams rather than, to tell them and to control or to dictate what needs to happen. So I think that instilling that curiosity and that ability to question and coach can be incredibly helpful, but it does also depend on, the specific organizational context and understanding where both the organizational relationship system, so the company, but also like that smaller pool of people and then the individual themselves are at. Because to be honest, we also have to have them as willing participants on that journey. Like, do they see that they need to become a coach? I don't think it's helpful necessarily to like mandate training and to try to force that necessarily, but creating a coalition of the willing and inviting people to have that, then I certainly think that can be a very powerful thing for an organization. But simply doing it to them and almost overnight, which I have seen in some organizations, it's like, hey, you're not a manager anymore, or you're not a people leader, you're now a coach. It's like, that doesn't necessarily shift the mindset or the behaviors or anything like that. So I think that's where it can become a bit dangerous, when that kind of cultural change is almost programmatic and it's forced upon people en masse at the same time. Yeah. I don't know if that answers the question appropriately, but I'm very happy to deep dive that more offline if needed.
Thank you. I think it does, but hopefully it does. I'm just going to keep moving on. We have another question here from none other than our very own chair here at Agnostic Agile, Natasha, who asks, Lisa, how important do you think trust is as a trait for an agile leader?
Oh, I think trust is everything. I actually think it's not just about, that's not really not about leadership. It's about, it's important for leaders at any level, like wherever they are within the organization. If we think about leaders as people who have influence, who people want to follow, I just think that's actually important to human relationships and connection. So Absolutely, it's critical, but it's also critical amongst the team. It's critical amongst customer and and the companies themselves. It's critical amongst partners. It's critical amongst any context of a relationship system. I do think it's important, and I think that's why, actually, I guess hopefully when we're talking about building leaders in the future, they're the leaders who, where there's situations that there is no trust or that's compromised, that they're willing to lean into that and to try to provide a level of healing and to rebuild that trust, or to appropriately, face when it has been damaged. So I think that it's such a critical, important thing.
Thank you, and I think we'll move on to the last question or comment that we have from Nish.
Oh, hey, Nish.
Would you expand on compassion, feeling someone's pain and desire to help, over empathy, feeling someone's pain, when advising leaders? If so, how should leaders lead in trying times? Example, the Red Queen effect, companies trying to stay relevant. There is a huge amount of stress in the system of late.
Yeah, there is a huge amount of stress in the system. And sorry, I'm not reading this so I'm obviously just taking it in and listening. So I hope I've heard correctly the question. But when I think about the difference between empathy and compassion, there is a difference. I guess the difference and the key difference between them is actually acting and doing something about it. So empathy is something that you can feel. And actually, if you're an introvert or if you're somebody who's a big empath, that can be really exhausting to sit in that space quite a lot. But compassion means that you've actually taken some steps to do something about it. And, that is really important. I think ultimately, to be honest, the difference between the impact that people have on somebody, if they're feeling empathy, it's not necessarily going to have as big an impact on the recipient as actually demonstrating some level of compassion and doing something to actually help somebody who might be feeling in pain. So I think, empathy is a beautiful thing, but I think we're starting to see, kind of this next stage of really focusing, yes, but what are you going to do about it? And where do you actually show up and share that level of compassion? So I think if people are just feeling it, it can become like wasted energy if they're not actually using it. Does that make sense?
Totally, it does for me. Hopefully for Nish it does too.
Happy to chat to you, Nish, if it's not.
And thank you so much, Lisa. With that, we're at time for APAC 2 here in our time zone. I just want to say thank you, a huge thank you to all of the speakers who volunteered their time and attention to come here today to give us a lovely bringing together of minds. So thank you to everybody, and thank you also to all those who are attending this time zone. Before I pass on to EMEA and to Mr. Ari van Benneken, my friend and colleague, who's now, I believe, in Holland right now, I'm just going to, hey Ari, I'm just going to read you the last part of my favorite poem, which always reminds me of what we are all doing day to day in Agile. That's striving. This is from Alfred Lord Tennyson's Ulysses. It may be that the gulfs will wash us down. It may be that we shall touch the happy isles and see the great Achilles whom we knew. Though much is taken, much abides. And though we are not now that strength which in old days moved heaven and earth, that which we are, we are. One equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. And really, that is what Agnostic Agile is all about. That constant and continuous striving to make things better. Bringing all of you together, the audience, the speakers for the entire conference, all of these wonderful people and minds, and adding them into the mosaic of expertise, of characterizations that ultimately end up contributing to all of our pursuits of Agile and agility as a means to an end, as a means to adding value into the world. And that's what we're doing here, right? And Agnostic Agile, by the way, is now a non-profit, is an officially registered non-profit in Europe. So Ari and I are working to install these principles across different professional institutions and educational institutions. If you are interested, just let us know. But you'll hopefully be hearing more about that too in the coming days and weeks. With that, I thank you all, and Mr. Ari, over to you.
Yeah, Sam, stay around a bit if you like, because we have a little gap here. that I would like to fill up with you. Our first speaker, Anna from Armenia, is ready and waiting, but it was announced that it would be let's say in 18 minutes. So I don't want anyone to miss Anna. So I would like to really take this time to do a little bit conversation on this. First of all, I like that you had a poem because I wanted to start with a poem as well. So, and I'm not much of into poems. I'm always way too busy for it, but this is a really cool one. I would like to share it with you. And it's, for me, it's about, I was listening to Lisa and before that to Craig, so for your information, I got up really early, right? So it's very early. It's getting light here in the Netherlands. But what I noticed from a lot of conferences that I visited, once I do my keynote and I like to visit other speakers, when you're on site. And so often I noticed that there are quite a few people that are not listening, to take anything from the learnings from the speaker, but they're just listening to reply, to make their point, or even, just to criticize or something. And I translated from Dutch into English. So let me try it a little bit. I'm not much of a reader, but said, when I ask you to listen to me and you start giving me advice or telling me I'm wrong, you're not doing what I asked for. And when I ask you to listen to me and you start telling me why I should not feel what I feel, you don't take my emotions seriously. So when I ask you to listen to me and you think you need something to do, to solve my problems, you are letting me down. How odd this may seem. Maybe that's the reason why for some people praying helps, because God doesn't say anything in return or advice, and He doesn't solve your problems. He listens, and that's faith, right? That's why you will find a way yourself. So please listen and try to understand. And whenever you want to talk, wait a little, and I promise, I will listen to you. And I was thinking about this one because the worst one I had ever was here in the Netherlands, actually, that one of the people that I work with and who I appreciate a lot for the things done was on stage with the client. Can you imagine? With the client doing the talk, successful transformation, return on investment within the first 3 months. Was so the cost of the transformation. So really a very successful business. They made later on the most successful business year ever, right? So really good stuff. So they did this talk on an Agile conference in a city. I will not mention the name, but it's Amsterdam. And they were together on stage, like in this one of those 45 minutes talk like we have today here. And there were 3 people on the first row doing this continuously. Shaking their head. And I thought it's such a pity because you insult the people on stage. But also you deny yourself your own learning because those people did a bloody good job, right? And what is keeping you from learning? And I think when I was listening to Lisa about, the things change, and I saw this graph, when you see the resistance to change, we know it's there. And I want to share something with you, and some of you might have heard me talking about it already. But a couple of weeks ago, I was sitting on the couch in the Netherlands, watching Dutch public television, and there was a neurologist on television. And he was talking about change. And we know that there is a fundamental resistance to change, and we know it's about the reptile brain and all those things we can say. But then he said something that really helped me out. He said, let's say the back of our head close to our ears, we have the amygdala on both sides. In English, the almond kernel. And you know what that bloody thing does? When you get into a situation that you are not used to, in your unconscious, you start feeling uncomfortable. So you want to move by nature, to the place that to the comfort zone. This is why crocodiles are for 650 million years laying still, on the riverside, unless they have to eat, because otherwise they die, right? This is the thing that we are fighting. And we shouldn't underestimate it. Culture is in there, personal issues are in there, team issues are in there, all those things are in there. So the moment that what we are doing today, we talk about a lot about business agility, of course, but what we are doing today as Agile coaches in the work that we have, we have a difficult job to do, and any learning that you can take is amazing. So I was listening. I don't know where Greg comes from, Lisa, because I missed his intro. I heard Lisa saying, "Oh, you know, I'm from Australia and I'm now in Singapore." We have the first one in 13 minutes starting, and she's already in there. I know is Anna, and Anna is from Armenia, right? And then we have someone from Scotland. We have people from England, and then later on today we go to China. We go to Latin America, as you well know, Sam. And I would just like to invite, we at the moment we have 33 people, and depending on where you are, people will drop in and drop out. But I would just invite you to listen, everybody, to listen and learn, right? So Anna is now texting me. She's all set and ready. I would like to say something, and maybe Sam, you can help me a little bit here, because I see continuously people coming into the Mighty Networks environment, and I approve, so they get in. Maybe you can say a little bit about here. I don't know if the people are already there. Maybe you can say a little bit about the Mighty Networks environment.
Yeah, so Mighty Networks is basically a service that facilitates and grows online communities. And one of the things that we've noticed with Agnostic Agile, although it's been around for about 4 or 5 years now, it's very international. So it's been very hard to kind of point to it and say, that's the community. Because we have meetup groups all around the world. Some of them are known, some of them are not. We get messaged privately and so on. So what we did, we decided to look at all these different kinds of services and experiment, if you like, and we're still in that experiment. And we selected Mighty Networks. It seemed like the most appropriate one at the time, and I think it still is, to centralize our digital online community internationally. And you can think of it like a mini LinkedIn, but just for Agnostic Agile. And we can do events through there. We can do live streams, which we haven't done yet. We're still experimenting, and so on. And it's a really great way to foster and to grow and to cultivate the community as well, despite where you're from. The interesting thing about the Mighty Networks community is that it grew pretty quickly. I think we've got something like 600 or 700 people on there in less than 3 months. That's a lot quicker than people started to sign up on Agnostic Agile on the actual original website. So it's still growing, and we're looking forward to kind of putting that more out into the open as we do more content and we get involved with more organizations along the way. Now, the other thing I want to say is that you can find this community through the Agnostic Agile website on agnosticagile.org and just click on community, or simply type in citizen.agnosticagile.org. Citizen is a really important word. We, over time, have come to think of, agilists, if you like, as citizens, as people within an organization. We're citizens of an organization. We care about the whole, not just the sum of its parts. We each have a responsibility, as a citizen would do, to contribute to the whole, to make things better for everyone. So that's the idea behind citizenship. Of course, it's completely free. It doesn't cost you anything. There's no marketing or anything like that. We don't do anything like that. We are a very organically grown community. What we will have soon is more events, more frequent, smaller events. Anybody can do them. Live streams. We're even going to have some original content as well, all through that community. So citizen.agnosticagile.org, or just go to the AA website, click on community, and it'll take you there. All good? How's it going on your end, Dory?
Yeah, very good. Thank you. We're preparing, as I said, Anna's ready, but I really want to start in 9 minutes, so to make sure that nobody will miss her, right? That's the point that we're looking for. So in the meanwhile, I have some other things to say, because we are in a nice size group. We have at the moment 32, I see. So there might be some extra people joining when Anna is getting close. And then at 10 o'clock, we have Satpal from Scotland. And then at 11, I'm talking Central European times, by the way. We have.
Sorry, I just want to mention.
Sorry? Yeah,
oh,
sure.
Sorry.
No, come in.
Just to interrupt you very quickly. So we have a lot of people coming and going on the Zoom call, but we're actually broadcasting live on YouTube as well. So we've got quite a few people watching on a YouTube link, just so you know.
Yeah, I know, very good. I can see it in screen, of course. So it's very good. At 11 o'clock, I wanted to say we have a group of 3 people doing their talk, and I will introduce them all separately. So if you see me doing this, I'm reading my preparation work, right? Because I made my notes on this side. I can say that, what we have done here, because you mentioned that we are now an official not-for-profit organization, as Agnostic Agile Citizen, we are actually, that gives us also, better ways of organizing. But still, what we are doing in this organization is all voluntary work. People just join because they want to. And I would like to say thank you to the team who made this happen, because there are some things to say. We have people from Australia to Argentina, and people from China to South Africa and Germany. So I would like to say, and I want to mention people by name. I would like to thank you, because your work in the Asia Pacific, Sam, what you did in the EMEA time zone that will start in a couple of minutes officially. I want to say thank you to Natasha McMahon for supporting the work from South Africa, Loes Verheijen from the Netherlands, and Annika Zweimuller from Germany. In China, we have Sun Ziping. He is living in the Netherlands and living in China, is going up and down. And Tao Xi, who lives in Beijing. They do a hell of a job over there, because they have to cross language borders and also platform borders, because not everything that we do here can be done in the Chinese platform just like that. And then in Latin America, we have Fernando Pinciroli and Geronimo Vargas. And just to give you an idea, it's close to 9 o'clock, which means I think it's now in Argentina, it's 5 o'clock. That means that we started at 2 in the morning in Argentina, and Geronimo was there. He's helping out. I'm seeing here, and I want to say a special thanks, to all those people, because it's not only being here now, but this has been, months being together, finding the technology together, setting up mighty networks, establishing the not-for-profit, finding the speakers, of course, and getting this all done. So I'm very happy with this team. We all do it on the side, and it's not that we don't have anything else to do, right? So I would like to say really thank you to all those people. And what I would like to say before we go into the content of the EMEA event, I would also like to say thank you to the sponsors, because it's not that we spend a massive amount of money, but you have some obligations when you're a not-for-profit, to keep all the technology going, for example. And the sponsors that we have at the moment are, for example, Exin, certification body, headquarters in the Netherlands, but the worldwide spread, doing a great job in countries, for example, like in China, really, great presence. We have from Australia, actually, Tomorrow X, who have their tool Connected Agile that they work hard on and that they use with their clients and in education programs. We have from Germany, and I mentioned the countries because it also shows where we are. From Germany, we have the Agile Heroes, consultancy firm, training firm, helping us out not only in the organization but really like a sponsor as well. Of course, we have where I work, we have Womenity, offering a lot of time and effort, headquarters in France, doing global work at headquarters in France. We have the China DevOps Days where we collaborate with, they promote us, we promote them. Very interesting, also remote. I've been there on site once at the DevOps Days with Sun. And the Agile Business Consortium. And the Agile Business Consortium has a little bit of extra place in my heart, Sam, because as you know, it was the DSDM Consortium and I represented DSDM when we wrote the Agile Manifesto, right? So you see all those things come together, and that's what I like so much about being agnostic. We bring everything together and we listen to understand and we listen to learn, and that's amazing. I know one of the things that you see when you come into the Mighty Networks environment, that you have a let's go, what is it that you expect? And we talk about, treating people with respect within the community. So I would like to ask anybody, and I see just a couple of faces here, by the way, because the rest is maybe not with the camera on or whatever, but I would like to ask everybody, ask your questions, but ask a question. Don't make it a hidden opinion, right? Just ask a question and see what you can get out of the speakers. So we're moving to local time, 9 o'clock, Sam, 3 minutes to go. I would like to thank you and the speakers that I've seen. Peter Lam, I've seen Greg, I've seen Lisa. As I said, I want to thank everybody for being there. I invite you, of course, to stay, right? Because it's marvelous what the EMEA program and afterwards China and Latin America will offer. So where Geronimo did his effort to get out of bed really early for you guys, I would like to invite you to go to bed really late and look at the Latin American speakers as well. Go there, just take a nice glass of wine. It's going to be an interesting day. It is already an interesting day. You know, all those views all around business agility. I saw Greg's flows and the illustrations going around. Now we're going into the EMEA event. We have 3 speaker slots. Every slot is a full hour. We take like more or less 45 minutes to 50 minutes maybe for the talk. I would invite people who are here to put your questions into the Q&A if you like. But I invite you also after the talk to just unmute yourself, come in and to ask the question if you can. And otherwise, you know, I will facilitate that Q&A and take the questions from the Q&A writings, right? As I said, you know, listen to get the best out of it. The funny thing here is that we have a situation where we have speakers today in one day packed from literally all over the world. So I would say take it to your benefit and let's see that we really make something good out of it, not just today, but also for the future. One thing, Sam, that we might mention here is that this is the second time that we do this kind of a global event. And it was, let's say, a little bit over a year ago that we did it. But the intention is to do it more often than just once a year. And within the Mighty Networks community, you will be informed about it. And you will be asked if you have anything that where you can help us with, and etc. So feel free to join. I'm going to read, because I want to talk to you about Anna. And one of the lessons that I learned, if you go to Armenia, I was talking to Tommy from Armenia, and Tommy said, Ari, you have to understand, if you go to Armenia, most people's names end with Jan. I said, okay, so I want to introduce to you Anna Zakoyan. And I don't know if I pronounced it right. She will correct me if I'm wrong. And we met in, I think it was September last year that we met in Armenia. It was really nice. We worked together, actually. And that was also the motivation to ask Anna if she would be open to be a speaker here. She's an agile coach. She's a trainer, consultant. She's the founder of her company, of Prime Project, helping companies to transform, like we all try to do so often, right? Their product service development process to meet maximum efficiency. That's how she says it herself, and cultivate high performance teams. She says, I am a true humanist. She loves working with people, craving together the agile mindset and getting the most out of of each team and every collaboration. And that's how I perceived her. I remember that we were working with groups together when I was in Armenia, and that was really interesting and a sort of a natural flow. She said, oh, I hope that people will find it interesting what I'm having to say. And I said, well, of course, because I know by experience, it's very interesting. So Anna, I know you're there somewhere. Can you please come in? Because we're at 9:01. I'm looking at Geronimo as well. And then I would like to hand over to Anna. Where is she? And I hope, give me a sec. I get a message, let me in once ready. Geronimo, can you help?
Of course.
So we are working here. So this is an interesting one. So we have 4 people active. It's Australia, Armenia, the Netherlands, and Argentina trying to get Anna in. She's online.
While Jaro is helping, Ari, what is that in your background? Those little houses. It's really nice.
Which one?
Where your books are. Where your books are. You've got these little houses. Or they look like.
Oh,
to the right.
those. Yeah. Well, that is if you fly KLM business class, you get one of those intercontinental. And you get one of those. Yeah. So And the trick is they have a number. This is number 1, and they're filled up with Dutch Genever. It's like a gin.
Right.
They're collector's items, of course.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah.
I think there are 100, 2-3 of those houses. Okay, so Anna, I will send you, because something is obviously going on. I send the link to your WhatsApp. You'll have it there. I will see if I can copy the link to Anna. This is an unexpected hiccup.
That's okay. It's great because I can go to the gym now, and when I come back, this conference will still be going.
Yeah.
It's great.
Anna, if you hear me, I have the link sent to your email and WhatsApp. So I think we will be fine. This is funny, right? You do all your checks like yesterday and the day before, and you start early, and still you have sometimes a hiccup.
That's okay.
I was actually yesterday morning, I was in a conference talk, and just halfway connection dropped. Bam, out. Right, there you go.
Well, I'll tell you, here's Anna. I was going to say, I was training a group of execs for a company, and my connection just went out for 2 hours, and I had to get somebody else in at the last minute to cover me for 2 hours. It was a whole day's course.
Yeah.
So it happens. Anna,
yeah, it happens. It does. Anna, I see you're getting in. I see you're unmuting yourself. Very good. And there's Anna.
Hi.
Yes. Hey, good morning.
Hello, everyone. Good
Hi.
morning. How are you?
We are very good. So I already introduced you. Did you get what I told them about you?
No, I didn't hear. Like, they did not let me in. I just went through the link, and
Yeah. Well,
nobody let me in.
I told them that you and I work together, and that you're from Armenia, that you have your own company, that you're a humanist, right? They should describe yourself. So I'll leave all the secrets, the public secrets and the hidden secrets about your talk to you. And I would say take the next 45 minutes and enjoy the ride.
Yeah.
I will monitoring the
Thank
Q&A
you.
for you. And after your talk, we will do the Q&A until the full hour is done. I would say go for it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Yep, let's do that. Okay, so hello everyone once again, and thank you for the introduction. And today I'm going to talk about a very interesting topic, at least for me, because right now I'm into this and helping out a company to set their product objectives. So my topic would be what it takes to and why you should actually switch from business objectives to product objectives for the product teams. But first of all, I have prepared the presentation. Let me just share it with you so that we are on the same page. And maybe a couple of additional words about me. I'm an Agile practitioner since 2010. And as Ari said, I have my small agency helping out other companies to transform how teams collaborate and how the work gets done, to help them reach their goals. And we have completed like more than 50 projects, helped more than 200 teams, and mostly the spheres were like in the software development. Some projects were in banking and professional services. Yeah, and a couple of certificates here and there, and a couple of international talks. So yeah, that's in short about me. So you are free to add me on LinkedIn if you feel that I could help you somehow. So I would like to start with this quote from Tony Robbins. Setting goals is the first step in turning the invisible into visible. And that's the most important thing about the objectives, just to keep people aligned and to make the work transparent so that everyone is involved and everyone knows what's going on in the company. So why do we usually use objectives and goals? Of course, there is this facts that is used mostly by John Doerr, and like the person who actually came up with this title of with the naming of OKRs and tried it in Google. But what he says is that focus to priorities, align and connect for teamwork, commit to agreed upon priorities, track for accountability, and stretch for amazing. What happens without clear and achievable goals? I'm sure that most of you can relate this, at least some of you maybe are experiencing the same issues. But what is actually happening that if you do not have clear goals, and if your company is on the path to scaling and growth, then that would be a struggle for you. There can be misalignment. People might understand poorly what is needed from them. And if also the reality is not considered, then you might go just into other directions. And as a result, the team would lose focus. And they would like more focused on the output of their work rather on the outcome. And that's the same with the Scrum teams, for example, when they focus more on completing the sprint backlog rather on setting up the right sprint goals and completing those, for example. And if, let's say, in this situation, the management starts pushing the objectives to the teams, then there can be really different situations where people will be angry, they won't be satisfied, and they will just focus on the things that they can do. Or if you just let them do whatever they think is right without any direction, then there might be a lot of contradictory goals, especially between different departments and different teams. So as you can see, the results won't be very cheerful. So, so how do you actually use OKRs and how do they work? Like this is like the standard. And then I will switch to how actually I have tried in some companies to do that. So again, as I said before, OKRs are really encouraging everyone in the organization to get really specific about what they want to achieve and how it ties into business objectives and what steps are required to make it happen. So the key point here is the transparency, right? And let's see, for example, as an example, usually in a traditional way, how the OKRs work are, let's say the business or a CEO is setting the objective, like this one, grow the business by 20% this financial year. And this is like a very typical objective. People tend to earn more money, so this is really important for their growth. And then the key results might be strengthen marketing with a 10% increase in marketing qualified leads by the end of Q1, or achieve 10% growth in the business by the end of Q2. Okay, then what happens next? This is a cascading, of course, method. So the other departments, for example, the chief marketing officer would take one of these key results that are related to them, right? And make their objective out of this key result. For example, gain an additional 400 leads by the end of Q1. And then they will set their key results, like gain an additional 200 qualified leads from AdWords by May 1st. And then this would go down to the marketing manager with their objective, improving AdWords campaign and key results. And then this would go to the team. And as we know, we should always stick to these principles that objectives should be smart, they should not be really small to turn them into a kind of a task, but they should be kind of ambitious, inspirational, but at the same time, they should be measurable so that we know how to measure them, time bounded, at least Are we going to finish it by the end of the year, quarter one, quarter two, or another time that we choose? And memorable, they should be really simple, nothing complicated, so that people just, remember them, and every time they can relate to this. And the key results, of course, most of the time they are quantitative data, 10%, 2%, I don't know, MPS, like more than 25 or whatever it is. So there should be some data, like success criteria, metrics, some metrics or milestones. I don't know, like metrics regarding acquisition, retention, like lead time or whatever it is, and focus targets. So that's actually what it says about setting the objectives and key results. But what is happening really in reality in product teams is a little bit different, because okay, we are constantly talking about like value-driven teams, value-driven companies, customer in the center, and things like that. But let's say if we are talking about this kind of things in a company, and if we take this example with the same objective, like grow the business by 20%, okay, then if this goes down to the product, first of all, usually in many startups, the business plans and objectives might change. Although we all know that business objectives are long-term plans, so they should not change, let's say, every month or every 2 months, but this is happening, actually. This is happening. People are changing their mindset. People are changing their strategy. And especially in our VUCA world, everything can change, and uncertainty level is really big. So these kind of things can happen on business side. And when it comes to the product, usually the product teams say, okay, we're not sure what kind of key results we should, or OKRs we should have regarding the product, because this objective is a business objective. I mean, what should we do to increase like the business by 20%? But what we know is that, for example, we have to do this beta release by quarter one or quarter three or whatever. This is what we surely know. And that is why what we can do is that we can create the scope of our work, which would be our key results to finish A, B, C, D. This is what we know. And the same idea is transferred also to the teams down there that are doing actually the work. Their objective might be like finish the milestone or finish the release scope or whatever it is. And then they would go, organize their sprints or their iterations and just pick the work that they can do within these iterations. And then whenever they feel that they have reached the milestone, they would say, okay, we have completed our objective. And that's something that they also constantly, if you go and ask the teams, they might come up to you and say, okay, I don't know how what we do is related to the business objective that is set, because I really don't know the work that I do, how this helps to the company to increase their business by 20%. And what is also what has been bothering me for a long time when using business objectives is that where are actually the users in the objectives? If we are talking about customer-centric companies, then we should definitely focus on them. But in this situation, as you see in this objective, we are not talking about the users or the product, that we are talking about like the business. So that's also something that if your like objective is not related to the user, to the value that you are bringing to the user in terms of product, then we cannot communicate this very clearly also to the teams down there, to the agile teams. We request from them to be customer centric, but if we are not also on our side, like on business side, then it does not really make sense. We just request from them something that we do not do ourselves. And there is another quote from Tony Robbins, not that I'm his big fan, but I love this quote, so decided to share with you. Actually, people are not lazy. They simply have impotent goals. That is, goals that do not inspire them. And here, for example, if we are really focusing too much on, the objectives that you just saw as an example, then they turn into operational goals for the team, to finish this task, to finish this scope, to do this, to do that. So it's kind of, they are becoming like more operational. And if, for example, at some time the CEOs or someone else, the stakeholders come and say, okay, guys, why we do not have any innovation, why we are not focusing too much on quality, or what happened to our drive or motivation, that the teams can come up and say, okay, we have these deadlines, and we had to meet these objectives. And we just worked hard to complete the tasks. That's what was requested from us. And this is actually normal if our goals are more like operational rather than product. So what do usually companies do to inspire teams in this kind of situations? Again, another quote: a goal is not always meant to be reached. It often serves simply as something to aim at. Okay, so in this, if we just take this quote and just get back to what we were talking, usually there are another types of objectives which are kind of stretching or aspiration objectives, which aim at increasing, the motivation of the team. So these objectives would be really, really big, like dominate the market by 2024 or whatever it is. So they would be really ambitious, but at the same time, they would, give this room to the teams to, to innovate, because like dominating the market is not just completing the tasks. You have to think like, what would be your strategy to become the #1, recommendation app or whatever it is. So it becomes the part of your strategy and of your product. So, and the idea here is that you are not required to reach it 100% because it's like too ambitious, for example, but actually, whatever you can do on this path, on this journey, just would give you better results than what you do now. And it's like an ambitious direction to the goal. And so it's kind of a horizontal stretching, because there are two ways of stretching, of course. The horizontal one is where you push the team out of their boundaries, out of what they do now. So, for example, developing a new product or a new market or things like that are requiring skills that maybe the team was not having like before. So this kind of calls will just give them this space, of course, with the appropriate support, will give them this space to increase their skills, knowledge, and their ideas, to brainstorm, etc., and to innovate. But also there is this vertical stretching that requires, for example, that you do the same type of work, but you do it better, you do more. For example, achieve 100% customer satisfaction rather than 75. So, for example, if right now you are doing 75, then vertical stretching would be just do a little bit more to increase to 100%. But here, the thing is that, like, the teams might think that they just should work more hours, more hours, harder, and things. They won't be thinking about gaining a lot of new knowledge, new ways, brainstorm of things that they can do, like smarter than rather than harder. That is why sometimes this vertical stretching can be like little bit pushy, and not so effective. But also with horizontal push, you should be really careful. It's not that this is working in all of the situations, because like if your goal is like too ambitious, that is almost vague, then whatever the teams do, they won't feel that they are reaching the goal, they are reaching the objective, and this will demotivate them more and more. So you have to make sure that you are keeping this, your head on the shoulders, and you are making this this goal to correspond to the reality that you are in. And so that is why there is no one like solution here, but every company should just choose the way that they feel like comfortable working with. So what can be done differently for product teams? Okay, so what I found that is really interesting and easy to implement is that if you are using product objectives instead of business objectives for clarity and purpose. And another thing, okay, I was constantly thinking about how can we take advantage from the agile values, the agile mindset, the practices that we are using, for example, epics, user stories, initiatives, and things like that. And then I read that there are actually these kind of approaches that the objectives can be taken as initiatives, as big epics, or whatever you want to call it. So not to overcomplicate the process, because usually why do this fails most of the time? And I had this failure also myself, is that we try to overcomplicate it. We just have our backlogs and stuff, but then also we try to think about more complex sentences and decisions that we also put as a burden to that product backlog. But what if we take these objectives as kind of initiatives and epics, and even we can use the formats, if you want, of an epic or a user story to form the objectives, where we will have the user, our users, we will have, for example, what we want to achieve, and then what would be the outcome, which is really, really important when you are setting the objectives. What would be the outcome? The same approach that we use for writing the epics, for example, right? Or user stories. So they should be customer-centric, straightforward. Again, very simple written so that everyone can memorize it, nothing complicated. And actually, what is also a very important point here is that the key results, they are not necessarily to be quantitative. Again, if I will just, we will get back to our example in a minute. But again, if we just mention that when we say key results, we constantly think about data. But for example, if your scope, if you surely know that, you have to release this feature, this and this within your initiative, and that's very important because, that would make you different from all the others. That's your unique proposition. So in that case, it can be still good. I mean, even if you don't have any data there, but if you know what exactly would be included in this objective, it should still work fine. Okay, so if we just compare like business objective versus product objectives, just to identify which is which, a business objective, as an example, would be expand internationally to increase the total addressable market. And the product objective would be expand customer base of this product to 3 new regions. So you see the difference? And another example, business objective would be like expand our impact by selling to the enterprises, by end of quarter, versus, for example, product objective, launch major product initiative, something. So again, in both situations, you see on business level, business objectives are things that are more kind of vague, that are more, you know, about our strategy, like about the whole business. And for example, let's also do not forget that your business might have a lot of products, I don't know, portfolios, you know. So that the product objective is really related to the solution that we have for specific customers, for a specific problem that we are solving. And let's say if we try to revise the approach to setting objectives, what it would be. The goal, let's say, if the goal is expand our impact by selling this product to the enterprises by the end of the quarter, then, you know, some key results can be launching the product initiative. Then, you know, for example, this objective might have their key results, which are again product related. I don't know, to complete all the features in the scope, or to increase the customer satisfaction, or I don't know, to make sure that this % of monthly active users are actually using this initiative. And of course, out of that, like if you have like different agile teams, they would go and create their epics, appropriate user stories, put the dependencies and stuff. And if, for example, marketing, technology, and all of that is included in your agile team, so you truly have cross-functional teams, then each of them will take whatever it takes to make this objective happen. And also another important question is how to define whether it is a product objective or not. Okay, so you write it down and then you are not sure whether this is a product objective or not. It should be high level enough to represent a worthy goal or outcome for customers or product. Or it could be something that could only be achieved by building a handful of supporting features. Or is it specific enough to help guide your prioritization decisions around which features to build next? So these kind of things can help you, these kind of questions can help you to understand whether the objectives that you have already set are actually product objectives or not. So again, taking product objectives as big epics or initiatives, and approaching them the same way as we do with our product backlogs in terms of, you know, division, like theme, initiative, epic, story, whatever you use, would really make a difference. People will just feel that they are doing whatever is needed, that the goal is one, and that they are still doing something that is customer centric, which is actually the main ideas behind these objectives. So let's see if we have, I don't know, different products, or if your product is really huge that you are using product areas, you know, depending also on the scaling frameworks or whatever you are using. Just let's see what will we have. We will have our product outcomes based on our roadmap or whatever you have. Then each product outcome, of course, they will have their epics with their appropriate user stories. And then this would be, let's say, combined into product objectives, and the product objectives would be combined into the product goal. That is one. And this would be the vertical of the product decisions and the things that we work on. But also in terms of the team, they out of this like product objectives and outcomes, they will plan their sprints or iterations with the appropriate features, with the appropriate objectives that would be like team performance objectives or metrics like, I don't know, velocity, whatever you use, burn down chart, like defect rate, or whatever it is needed for you to complete the sprint goals, which are actually the next level. So product goal, product objectives and outcomes, and the sprint goal. With the team hypothesis, and the team metrics included into the sprint goal, because that's something that they will define by themselves what is needed to complete the goal, to complete the objective, and eventually to complete the product goal if the product stops functioning, of course, at some point. And so in this case, if we already know all of this, then as an example would be example product objective, launch, beta version, let's say it's a startup. Okay, the goal would be, let's start with the goal. The product goal would be like linked to the strategy of the product, like next generation product for easy, fast, and smart e-commerce website creation for non-techies. So that's kind of your elevator pitch, which would be your goal. And then you will have your objective, like the first objective would be launch beta version to first 100 users by Q3. You can have then other objectives like expand the product to this market, or, you know, like create this sophisticated version for this type of users by the end of the year. You know, like you can always, like the way that you're thinking about your roadmap, the same logic goes here. And then the key results would be all major features in version backlog to go live by end of May, ensure stable working live environment with no data loss, run marketing strategy to bring, I don't know, minimum 1,000 or 500 qualified leads, and then user satisfaction. So how would you be measuring this launch of your beta version, right? If it's successful or not. And then for the Agile team, so they will have their product goal, they will have their objectives. This is one of the examples, and they will have their key results. So they will just think together, collaborate, and understand who can do what to make sure that we reach these key results. If we have the cross-functional teams, then everyone will just say, okay, these would be my actions, these would be my actions. They can turn them into for example, epics, user stories, or whatever, keep it in the same backlog, and then start their sprints, plan their sprints in accordance to their like actions that they want to do to achieve this objective, and to constantly look to the key results, whether they are doing this or not, make sure that they reach the objectives. And that's it. Actually, it's not that hard. It just needs a lot more preparation and commitment. And so as a result, we will have like product objectives and outcomes, like the Agile team in the center, and then the team actions towards product objectives and outcomes with their sprints and sprint goals or team objectives. And the final thing, to make this really happen, again, I talked about the collaboration and the focus. So if we accept all of this as an agile iteration, or like agile process based on agile values, so we will need a lot of thinking in terms of making sure that everyone is aligned to the same goal. So not to review the objectives only once in 6 months or once in 3 months, but for example, doing daily syncs, or it can be weekly syncs. It really depends on how you want to do it. But let's say the team can sync around thinking, okay, how far we are from the objectives, and what we do make sure that the key results are actually met. Then the leadership teams can do also their things. If there are dependencies, I mean, in terms of products or in terms of departments, how they will be, making sure that all of their objectives are combined and how they can relate everything together. And then the executives, for example, can do their things with team leadership. So kind of forming, like agile leadership, like big agile leadership team. And then they can review they can like globally review the objectives once in 3 months. But the good thing about, having this feeling that you do not do something new, but you more focus on your agile values also in terms of setting objectives, is that there will be little tension, and also again, if you do this on your side, then you can request it also from the teams. I mean, they will see that you are leading by example. So for example, I suggested to the executive team to run this objective thinking sessions as iterations, the same as most our teams are doing. So we plan, then we do the things, then we review the things, and we do retrospective, like what is wrong, what is right, which key results are for example realistic, or if something has changed, So, and it keeps everyone in shape and in the same direction that everyone wants within the company. And the final note, couple of words just to finalize some of everything that I talked about. So, of course, even when you are setting the objectives, focus on product teams as enablers and focus on them. What do they do? What do they want? And think about the objectives as their initiatives, and always put the user in the center. Focus on the collaboration, because that's the key, and use measurable key results to track value. They should never be vague. Dedicate time for preparation. It's really, you have to understand when it's the time to set the objectives. I once failed because I introduced it in the wrong timing. So you have to understand when the people have this, time and desire to do something more, when they need this alignment, and when it would really benefit them. Set the goals together, ask for realistic actions, use stretching objectives to increase motivation and innovation, but again, be really careful so that they are not too vague. Make a decent use of product and sprint goals. Never forget about that part. And of course, do frequent things. It depends on how often do you want to do that, but just let's feel like in a normal agile team, how you do that. So do the same way. That's it. Thank you very much. I hope it was interesting for you. And ready for questions if there are any.
Anna, thank you so much. Thank you for your, very interesting insights. Also, thank you for your time and your effort. In the meanwhile, I will open the Q&A. I will ask people to jump in, even unmute yourself and to ask the question. The process has to start. I noticed with one eye on the Q&A box, but I have a question for you because, I know by experience, being, in the Netherlands, Dutch people are very blunt. So it's easy to ask the very concrete questions. And if it's not good enough, you ask it again. You say, no, I need to know more. But how does that work in Armenia? Because I know, for example, that if I go to the East, I'm very easily perceived as blunt. The cultural issues. When I go to the South, by the way, as well. And maybe even if I go to the West, it happens as well. So what about Armenia? Tell us a little bit.
Yeah, actually, people here are really smart. And smart in terms of they know what they want to do. and they criticize every other new idea. So you have to prove every new initiative that you do. You know, the first of all, there is this resistance always, because they know what they want to do, and there is always why we are good like this. So in terms of that, you know, the resistance is really big, just because they just focus on what they want to do, and it's really hard to change their minds. So in that terms, of course, it's really hard when you try to align people around one goal or one focus, point of focus. And it needs a lot of time. It needs a lot of time, a lot of openness, you know? Yeah.
Now, I remember that it's already years ago that I was talking to what I thought was a very senior agile expert, let me put it like this. And it was about, you know, because you said, you know, OKRs, and you have to be specific, and you use the acronym SMART, right? And I remember that very big guy, and he said to me, oh, you know, Ari, I understand you think about, you know, having those objectives really smart, but it hardly ever is possible because it's so complicated. How do you perceive that? Because I know you have to make them smart. I know this. How do you do this when you are with your Armenian clients working and the teams? How do you get them to how does that process work to get aligned on this, you know, smart objectives?
Yeah. So actually, the first thing is, of course, there are these long discussions, preparation. The preparation is always long here. It can take even, you know, months. The next thing is, if you have to prepare the teams before you set up any objectives, like prepare the team for the foundations, prepare the team, make sure that they know the product, for example, because otherwise it would be useless. Make sure that they are calculating actually some business value, or whatever they do, they understand what is the impact of the work that they do on the users, because some teams might just, you know, finish the sprints and they might not even get to the user feedback that often, or that can be just sent to them as a presentation. That's important. If they know this part, then the setting of the objectives, it would be like, you know, like a common thing. Okay, let's do this, because that's a part of the product. They do not have to put too much effort into trying something new. And to make them more specific, usually, of course, sometimes it has to have like deadlines. Sometimes it is an experimenting. You can say, let's try with this 20%. For example, you have gotten the numbers from marketing or whatever. And you can say, okay, let's try, you know, this is an experiment. So you should never say that from tomorrow on, we will be, you know, like being too specific, and these are the numbers that we should follow. So 1-2 times when you experiment, the team will also have that feeling, and then also they can come up with better numbers if they have also this input from the market. So the first time it's like experimenting and just getting them into this process.
Yeah, I found myself that the first time is very difficult, but once people have done it, the exercise of making it smart, you know, they're getting into this.
Yeah.
One of the questions that comes to me, because I'm always very interested in, you know, agile is self-organizing, and we try to limit, you know, management interventions. How does hierarchy and the behavior of the C-level work in Armenia in this process? What are the do's and don'ts?
Okay. Actually, in most of the time, I think not only in Armenia, if the company, let's say, is in a transformation phase, then the C-level is really distracted, and they are really divided from what's going on in the actual product teams. They usually concentrate more on the strategy, like on the business level. You know, they might even have their strategy, their objectives, but this linking to what the teams do is really poor. And also another thing is that they have this big vision in mind. So they think that, okay, if I do let's say once in 3 months, a big team meeting explaining what we do as a company, that would do the magic, you know? So, but nobody actually remembers anything from that presentations, maybe a couple of words, but the teams go back to their work and it's not related to them. It's also the same with the culture, like what are the cultural values, you know, the same process goes on and on, not even with setting the objectives. But if the C-level, for example, if the C-level is more on the product side or team side, the more like collaborative, and they are not talking from their hierarchy perspective, but as a product team member, then it's become a more healthy collaboration, and a lot of things can be done easily. So that's the most important thing, so that the objectives that the C-level is setting is not only for themselves, like, or the business as a whole, but they are in a collaborative action with the product teams.
Yeah, thank you. When you have those 1 to 3 month big meetings, I take the liberty to say town hall meetings, because everybody does town hall meetings these days. And I see even, American senators doing town hall meetings online. Absolutely awesome. When I follow them on Instagram or whatever. What I noticed with those town hall meetings, people might talk for a while, but listeners take out that one or two points that they think, oh, this is interesting for me. And the rest, somehow, people are busy, they have a daily job. So it sort of, floats away. And what do you think that the leadership team should do continuously to get the connection between that business objective on the corporate level and having the people aware that what they do is contributing to this corporate level? What do you think that they should do? Or how do you do it in Armenia? Maybe that's a better question.
Yeah. So first of all, as I said, it's always helpful when also the leadership does the same work, the same way their work as the teams do. For example, if they decide that everyone should do like iterations, then why not also the leadership to do that? Like have their iterations regarding the business objective. As I said, for example, they just do make sure that the business strategy, is turned into epics or user stories, like in terms of their objectives. And then, they can, for example, they can do their reviews. They can invite the team leadership or people from team to participate in their reviews or things like that, just to make sure that people also participate in what they do and they know what's going on also on higher level. And then the same thing can happen on the team side. If the team is doing some discussion about their objectives, then, the C-level can jump in, C-level person or leadership person can jump in and say, hey guys, remember our review, or remember what we were planning? We had this kind of issue. So how is it going on your side? So this kind of collaboration would make it easy. And also, of course, maybe it's like too practical answer, but it helps if you have all of these objectives set in one place. People forget about that. Sometimes the business strategy and things like that are in completely different documents that are not accessible to the team. And the team stuff is like in a completely different tool. So it seems like it's an easy thing, but it solves a lot of problems if all of this information is combined in the same place and it's visible to everyone.
Can I ask you, because Natasha is asking, how important is it to link the product objectives to the business objectives?
So it really depends on the company. But as an example, if your company is product-centric, if let's say you have 1, 2, or 3 products, then that's what is actually mattering to you, right? So you have your product. And there is also another aspect of the whole company, which is like the culture and people growth and things like that, that you will distribute among all your teams. So there are actually 2 important directions, like your product, if you are a product development company, of course, and your people and growth. So if you if that's what you do, then it really makes sense to link the business objectives to your products, because otherwise, again, we will have this same situation when C-level or business on stakeholders think in a different area, and the rest of the company is thinking in a completely different area.
Way. Yeah, I got a question. It disappeared somewhere from the Q&A. I can't see it anymore, but Manoy was asking, so what are you doing if those business objectives are changing often because of a volatile environment the company is in? How do you handle this one?
Okay, so that's a very difficult situation, because of course, people will just used to, planning like 5 years ahead, 10 years ahead, or whatever it is. But in startup, actually, that's the reality. You constantly change these approaches. You constantly change your strategy. For example, you want an investment, and this investor requires these, and these things. So you go and you change your strategy of your product or whatever, and then you go back, and then you can constantly, revise it. So we should be okay with that. I mean, that's the world that we are living in. But there is another problem with changing strategies. Maybe on business side or C-level people, they will understand why they are doing this change. But in terms of people, like the product teams, they can just come up and say, okay, we constantly change what we need to do, so then why we should bother? So that is why there should be a good balance. That's why, a lot of people are saying do not change your strategy like very, very often, because it might create this, feeling inside of teams that, every time we try to work on something, then it changes. So it's also a matter of mindset, of course, how people accept the change, but still in most of the situations, they do not love it. So let's face the truth. Yeah. So there should be a balance.
One of the things I know, Anna, is that we can talk about, not changing strategy or tactics too often, but at the same time, the world has its own dynamics and it's not listening to you or me, right? So, and we have to adapt.
Exactly.
And that's why we talk agility, of course, the business agility. Thank you very much. I would like to say big thanks to you for the time that you put in this. I think we will meet again later this year. There are plans coming up to travel to Armenia again, so I hope we can collaborate again. Thank you again for this collaboration.
Thank you very much.
I would like to invite you to stay with us, ask the questions that you like. In the meanwhile, I'm checking in. Satpal is, I can call him short, Sat, right? Sat is already in. So within a couple of minutes, Satpal will take over from you. Anna, thank you. Any last things that you would like to say to the people that are listening? We are still with over 40 people. Is there any last message that you would like to
maybe again, related to the topic, I would like to say that keep it really simple. Do not be afraid to do new initiatives. Just go for it. It's better to start than to wait, and keep this in mind. Thank you.
I am so, those things that people keep on talking and talking, and I always think, get going, do something, right? Get going. We have this, exactly. I don't know if you have it in English or maybe in Armenian, right? The expression in the Netherlands that says standing still is getting behind. And yes. And in today's world, it's like, I say so often, I don't want to capitalize on the COVID situation, the pandemic in which we are. But, it shows you have to act. You can't wait anymore, right? This is going on. So, Anna, thank you. Exactly. I see Sat coming in. Sat, feel free to unmute yourself. Bye, Anna. Thank you so much.
Bye. Thank you so much.
And there's
Good to see you.
Yeah, thank you, Satpal. Thank you so much. What I would like to share with the audience is that I can say, Satpal and I, we worked together for a while. But the funny thing is, we never actually met, right? Yeah, like this, but we never had a beer together or anything. Yeah. Thanks, man, for making your time. I would like to do a little introduction of you. We are, for your information, 3 minutes ahead of schedule, right? So, as I said, we never actually met in real life. But what I know that last year in February we had the 20-year celebration, and one of the was for me very impressive. The Agile 20 Reflect festival, that you were part of the organization with over 800 sessions, and I think, whoa, man, I think we have something like 13 or 14 sessions, like whoa, and you had over 800 together. So very impressive. You're from Scotland, and that makes it very interesting. We jump now from Armenia, right, into Scotland, where you have your own role, of course. What I would like to say is that, just to introduce you to the people, is that you are, and I said, you play an active role in the Scottish Agile meetup community, and amongst other things, you were part of the Agile 20 Reflect Festival. That was a month long, very intense. I remember one of the sessions that I was talking was like 10,000 people listening or so, more than 10,000 people. Was really amazing.
You were a patrons.
Sorry?
You were one of our patrons.
Yeah, I was actually, yes. I got this button, right, from you guys. It was really cool. But also, and this is now, it's getting interesting for the audience, is that you have over 20 years of experience in the industry, right? And you're on the as you say, on the intersection of engineering, right, agile and community development. I see you acting, and we are acting together in multiple environments.
Yeah.
In a minute, I would like to hand over to you, Sat. Again, like you said, 45, 50 minutes. We try to take people into the Q&A, and we try to manage the thing. But before you start, I have one question. Okay. Listening to Anna, I know you were there. So what was the takeaway that you got from Anna's talk?
Good question. I think the thing I really like most about it, before I give you a takeaway, is it was very relevant to me. So just this week, that's exactly what I've been doing. Working with my team, setting OKRs, figuring out the plans, developing the roadmaps, and trying to understand how we're going to set outcomes, meaningful outcomes, measurable outcomes, but outcomes that matter. So the thing that Anna said that I really liked is, whatever you do, you've got to keep it customer-centric. Because you can easily lose sight of that and end up doing things which might serve your leaders, they might serve your business in some way, but ultimately you want to serve your customers. And I know you agree with that.
Yeah. No, again, I thank you for that insight. And I was talking with Anna about, the cultural aspects. I mean, Armenia is seriously where I sit in that way, right? And you're a little bit on that way, right? So, I mean,
we're not that far away. I've been to Amsterdam.
But the point is, we have a lot of things that we share in this. And I think so very often you have people that say to you, oh, that's a great idea, but it doesn't work for us. And I always think, when I have people like you speak, or like Anna speak, or like Lisa, or like Craig, the ones before, that I think, just take those learnings and see what you can do with it in your own way, right? So I would like to invite, I saw Ada John coming in with a couple of questions. We come back to this later on, no problem. But I would like to invite all the people there, still over 40, to listen. Be ready to ask questions and get your learnings. And also feel free in the Q&A to share if you listen to Satpal and say, Satpal, thank you. This is the one that I take away from your talk. So we like to know, because your inspiration might become somebody else's inspiration, right? Okay. So I can only say, the floor is yours. So I'll be here, 45 minutes, 50 minutes, whatever. And I'll see you.
I'm just going to find my slides. Thank you, Ari. Somebody can give me confirmation that you can see my slides. I'll put them in the presentation mode. Hopefully that works. Does that work? Is that good?
Very good. Absolutely.
Fantastic. Okay. Thank you, Ari. So, yeah, as Ari said, I'm Satpal Singh. Everybody calls me Sath. I'm delighted to be here. As Ari said, we met when a bunch of us globally, again, a global team, came together to deliver the Agile 20 Reflect Festival, which was an attempt to mark and celebrate the 20th anniversary since the original authoring of the manifesto. And of course, our good friend Ari was one of the 17 original co-authors of said manifesto. And, you know, the rest is history, as they say. I've done this talk many times before. I'm delighted to be sharing this with the Agnostic Agile community. I love the ideas, I love the principles. It really speaks to me and the way I like to practice Agile. As Ari said, I'm based out in Scotland. You can probably also tell from my Scottish accent. I live in Edinburgh, I was born in Edinburgh. Yeah, Ari's given me a fantastic introduction there. So I've done this talk many, many times. Actually, I did it several times at various conferences over 2021, similar conferences to this, global events, etc. And it was always well received. But the thing that I really like about this whole subject matter is people interpret it in different ways. They have different perspectives, and the Q&A is always very interesting. So I'm excited to get to the Q&A so I can, you know, get a sense of what you took from it and what questions you have, etc. So, you know, I used to call it, you know, how social is your leadership. I've adapted the title slightly to fit this particular conference and audience, but a lot of the ideas will be the same. And what I'm also excited about is I got up pretty early, certainly UK time, when I joined Lisa's talk earlier, and there were some great ideas there, and there's a lot of linkages between what Lisa was talking about and what I'm going to be talking about. So great leadership and agility in the social age. I am going to explain all these ideas as we go. So thanks again to Ari for the invitation and also for the introduction. There is also a little bit more about me on the conference webpage. Amongst other things, I also have a great passion for visualization and visual storytelling. I love to do this stuff. I've been practicing it and using it in my day-to-day work for the last couple of years. And this is actually a kind of visual summary of my kind of career and my journey. I didn't create it for this presentation. I did it as part of a different program that I was involved in, but oddly it came in handy. And this whole idea of formal versus social actually is very relevant to what I'm going to be talking about. So I would say to you, keep that in the back of your minds because it will come back shortly. Just to give a very quick short version, because I want to get on to some of the other aspects of what I'm going to talk about. On the formal side, as Ari said, you know, 20 plus years experience. I used to be a developer for some years. I was a software engineer over 20 odd years ago. Interestingly, I started my career with early exposure to XP, extreme programming, and I'm sure many of you are familiar with it. And it was a fantastic experience. You know, it really set the tone for me. I was a young man. I was, you know, early in my career. I'd not long left university, and I was fortunate enough to work with some excellent, you know, senior developers and technical leads who kind of took me under their wing, if you know that expression, and mentored me. And, you know, I think that really supported me and my ideas and the principles I built over those years. And I carried that forward as I moved from software developer roles into, you know, tech lead roles, management, and then, you know, over the last probably 10 years, probably strategic leadership roles. You know, I've been building, you know, departments and trying to embed, you know, agile ways of working, try to build, you know, digital operations, etc. That's kind of what I do. And as Ari says, I've now found myself in a space where I'm bringing all these different things together, which is a kind of nice and privileged place to find myself. I also have a number of other voluntary pursuits, a whole bunch of them. I'm active in a number of professional bodies. And you can see there the British Computer Society. For those of you who don't know, they're the industry body for IT in the UK, but they do have a global membership of some 60,000 people. I'm very active in them. And I guess probably one of the things to just call out is I'm currently the chair of the BCS Agile Methods Specialist Group. So that's one of the number of hats that I wear. I'm also active in what we call the Chartered Management Institute, which is a leading, you know, leadership and management professional body again in the UK, but they have membership broader. And up until recently, I sat on the Scottish Regional Board. I've since stepped down from that at the end of last year. On the informal side of things, I have a whole bunch of things there going. Again, primarily, I run the Future Work Scotland meetup group. Ari talked earlier about my meetup work, and I'm very active in the Scottish Agile community. As you can see there, Agile 20 reflect in the top corner there. That's all I'm going to say. It's a little bit more about me. And this is, again, obviously a kind of visual journey metaphor. So this talk breaks down into 3 parts, really. To begin with, I do a little bit of context setting. I'm going to talk a little bit about, management versus leadership, different leadership styles. Some of these things, I'm sure you're very familiar with. You've heard them before. I'm cherry picking things that are relevant to some of the ideas that I'm going to build upon later in this session. In the middle part, I start to focus a little bit more on something called social leadership. So what is that? Social leaders, what are social leaders? What are the characteristics of social leaders? Why is that relevant now? And I introduce something called the NET model, which again, I'm fascinated by. I've been applying that. And I think there are a lot of linkages with some of the original traditional ideas from the manifesto. So I'll kind of explain a little bit about that. And then the third part, I tried to bring it all to life and give you some real world examples of how I've tried to apply these ideas in my day job. So that's really what I'm going to be covering. So just to start, management versus leadership, I guess, I'm sure many of you have views and thoughts on this. We could probably debate it all day. I find it a very fascinating subject, but they are different, as we know, and I think the differences are kind of important. In other, sessions that I've done like this, when I've done this talk, I've kind of opened this up to the audience and got a little bit of Q&A going. I'm not going to do that today, just in the interest of time, because I want to leave plenty of time for Q&A at the end. So, I can facilitate a level of conversation with you all. But I'm sure, you've got thoughts, and traditionally we think of management as the kind of the operational side of things, the kind of, how we're doing things, how the day-to-day works, making sure it works well. Whereas leadership, we have different perspectives of it, but we see it as, setting the direction and driving us forward and really kind of, really leading the way forward. And some of what Lisa talked about earlier in her session in the kind of Australian kind of Australasian kind of segment, I thought was brilliant and something I'm also very passionate about. But when I was doing I did the Chartered Management Program, which is a kind of leading UK program around management, and it's the kind of leading one in the UK. I came across a definition that stuck with me for many, many years, and I've used it throughout in my coaching and my mentoring. And it's management is typically, I think, can be summarized as doing things right. It's getting those operational processes in place. And, I'm sure in your day-to-day jobs, you can think about, how you're using various, methods and frameworks and creating and getting the operational rhythm, the operating rhythm, etc. The kind of things I'm talking about. And contrast that with leadership. So leadership is doing the right things. And what I like about this is it's very succinct, right? It's very short, it's very clear. We're playing around with the words, but the difference is very important. The difference is very, very important. So you think about doing right things versus doing the right things. And hold that thought, because that is going to be a recurring theme throughout this conversation. And I'm sure, it'll come up in the Q&A. So let's start to dive a little bit deeper into that. So leadership. So this is a sort of definition I found. And again, it really speaks to me. I'm sure it probably speaks to some of you. You've probably got other definitions that you've come across. But I'm not going to read it out. You can read it for yourself. But if you look at some of the phrases that I've kind of highlighted and read, I think, again, those are very pertinent and very relevant to the work that we do in the space that we're in and how we try to make the impact in the way that we do when we're trying to, practice Agile and get it meaningfully adopted within an organization so they can make a difference and achieve whatever it is they're trying to achieve. To think about influence, how we inspire, helping others is really important. I think it's very important that leaders really, stick their hand out and extend out their hand to others and take them on a journey. Building, Anna was talking there about OKRs and product-centric approaches to things. I heard that earlier when Craig was doing his talk. Evan was talking about some of these things, and that act of construction. At the end of the day, we're going to create something that's going to be of value. We're trying to release value all the time. And we're always trying to achieve things, but achievement's difficult. It takes a lot of effort. We have a lot of barriers, a lot of hurdles, and goals. We're always setting goals, as Anna was admirably describing there a moment ago. So think about some of these things and keep them in your mind as we go through this session. So taking all of that, there are a number of different leadership styles, right? So we're going to focus in on leadership rather than management. If you cast your mind back, some of these you'll have other ones in your mind. I'm not trying to, go through an exhaustive list of these. I'm simply trying to set the scene to what I'm going to be talking about. And if you think about things like situational leadership, so yeah, I had some experience of that in the past. I used that earlier in my career when I was in more traditional management roles. And the whole point of that, when Hersey and Blanche had created that, and that dates back to the late 60s, the early 70s, it was really about this whole idea that, leadership, one size does not fit all, and you've got to really think about making it task relevant. So use what is appropriate to the situation, hence the name. And they coined the phrase task relevant. I still think it's still relevant today. And then think about that, how that's kind of developed and moving into, say, the bottom left hand corner there. And this is another quote, I had a couple of really good quotes earlier. It's a quote I love, and I think it's really relevant again to a lot of what we're trying to do. And again, it's from, Robert Greenleaf, who of course was, the author of the seminal text on servant leadership. And he famously said, good leaders must first become good servants. Wow, right? I think that's enormously powerful as a phrase and a statement. But how often do you see leaders actually behaving in that way and practicing that type of idea? So top corner. So I'm an active follower of the work of a chap called Julian Stodd. I've had him speak at my meetup before. I've done a few of his programs, and he talks a lot about something called quiet leadership. And again, I think it's fascinating and very relevant to where we find ourselves in the current day and current age. And it has a whole bunch of different ideas that it speaks about. So if we think about concepts like humility, leaders being humble, this whole idea of kindness in the workplace, fairness, looking at what others are doing, trying to be supportive, caring, doing the right things, equality, diversity, inclusion, all these aspects and things that we now talk about very actively in our enterprises. And doing things with grace, that's a kind of odd concept, isn't it, to think about in the context of leadership, but they've all become much more relevant. And they're not ideas that we talked about previously. They were not things that we associated with leaders of the past and what leadership stood for, what was synonymous with leadership. And that leads me into the bottom right with the net model and this whole idea of social leadership. And that's really what I'm going to be focusing in on in this session today. And I'm not going to get into now because I'm going to be talking about it in part 2 shortly. And again, this is a visual of the net model. I'm going to explain what it is and give an overview of some of the key aspects of this particular model and why I think it's very relevant to what we're all trying to do in the agility space and the part that it plays. And Craig was earlier talking about the tent of agility, and I love that because there are so many aspects and tools and frameworks that we can dip into that can really support our journey towards agility. So just some thoughts here for you. So I talked earlier in the visual about formal versus social. So let's explore that a little bit. What do I mean by that? So really, again, I love films. I don't know, there might be some film watchers in the audience. I'm a big film fan. And again, in the past, I've asked the audience to kind of chip in here. I'm not going to do that in the interest of time. So you might recognize this character, you might recognize this film. This is, of course, Nathan Colonel Jessup from A Few Good Men. And it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek, if you know that phrase. I'm kind of joking around a little bit, but I'm also trying to make a serious point. So I'm talking here about this whole concept of positional authority. So if you think about hierarchical traditional organizations where, large enterprises like the one I'm in now, large teams, lots of different business areas and huge layers of management and leadership. So some people find themselves in positions of leadership, but it's positional authority, we call it. And it's leaders, and that authority has been granted to them, right? So that's a certain type of leadership. And you got to think about what behaviors that perhaps sometimes creates. And often that is where we perhaps see bureaucracy, right? And the reason I'm also deliberately used this character, because he is fictitious, is because if you've seen the film, he was quite an unsavory character who sadly didn't particularly exhibit and display great examples of what we would look to see as good leadership. He kind of abused his position and power and didn't really support his teams in the way that perhaps he ought to have done, or led by example. Contrast that perhaps with someone like Martin Luther King Jr. And of course, you recognize it from the picture. And the work that he did back in the 60s in the United States and driving forward the civil rights movement. He was the most leading vocal spokesperson. And the work that he did was hugely impactful and influential in that space and moving that agenda forward. But he didn't have any formal authority. So we think more then about this concept of social authority. He didn't have authority. So he didn't progress because of any position that was granted to him, interestingly. He did so through the strength of his narrative and his conviction to what he was trying to do. And that's a lot of what I'm going to go on to talk about. And it was through his messages that he made the impact that he did, and he gained the followers that he did, and he had the level of influence he did. He also wasn't seeking power. So that's an important idea, so hold on to that. So moving on from that and building on top of that, the next section, social leadership and the social age. So we've talked a little bit about some leadership styles we've seen over the years, the difference between management versus leadership, and the kind of styles that we see in this concept of formal versus informal social type leadership. So what is social leadership? Before I can go into talking about social leadership, I really need to set the scene a little bit with this idea of the social age. Now, some of you might have heard of this, others perhaps this is a new concept. I've actually written an article about this on InfoKey. I'll share the link later because it reinforces some of the things I'm talking about today. It goes into a little bit more detail than I can in this 50-minute session. So what is the social age? So the social age is the age we're in now. So we've kind of been on a journey, like we are with many things. We came from traditional things like the sort of industrial age, the manufacturing age, where society was focused on building things, creating the art of construction I talked about earlier. We made a shift there into the knowledge age, where really it was much more around gaining knowledge, acquiring knowledge. And we were in that kind of area where books were really important, academic institutions were a key part of society. And then we made a shift from there into what was the digital age, where technology became prominent, right? So if you think about, where the internet, was created and we moved into the web, that's kind of when I was at university. So the early inception of the World Wide Web. And then where did we go from there? We had computers and, the kind of power of the desktop. And then we moved into the mobile technology era, right? How fast things progressed. And now we all carry these powerful devices around in our pockets, which let us really largely do whatever we want from wherever we want to do it. And that's kind of the age we're in now. We can work from anywhere. We interact from anywhere. We live in this always on kind of world, which isn't entirely healthy, as I'm sure some of you would agree, but that's kind of where we are. And that's kind of what led us into the social age. And the social age is more about knowledge is easily acquired now through technology, right? Because it is the enabler. So, we can go on, we can search for things, we can Google, has become the verb. But that's only part of it. We're now moved into the space where it isn't just about acquiring knowledge, because that's very easy to do now. It's about trying to extract meaning, to derive meaning from the knowledge that we've acquired. And that's some of the things that I'm talking about here today. The social age has found us in a space where communication's vast, right? It's constant, it's relentless. Most of us are very active on social. Even today, I've already been tweeting some of the great things that some of the earlier speakers were saying as part of this conference. Communication has become very liberal, right? And that's what found us. We're living this democratized kind of communication environment. And what's also important is the social contract has changed. Our relationship with our employers has changed. The relationship between an individual and their line manager has changed. Our expectations are different. That was something that Lisa was talking about brilliantly earlier, and these ideas are key to what I'm talking about. And I talked earlier about quiet leadership and some of those ideas. A lot of the leaders have now developed and built and needed to build, importantly, greater humility and kindness in their work, striving for fairness, because employees expect that, and that's how we're building the right kind of contract as individuals. That's what it is. And it's those who have high social capital who are thriving within the social age we're now in, rather than just surviving, right? Those who don't build high social capital tend to kind of struggle in this always on, highly communicative kind of world that we're now in. And it's this environment that's given rise to the social leader. And it's the social leader, I'm going to go on shortly to talk about some of the characteristics of a social leader, but it's the social leader who has really, it's the behaviors of the social leader that have really developed the way that we learn and the way that we communicate and the way that we share information through this whole idea of social learning. And that's a much more collaborative way of doing things. And they're also doing that by leveraging the power of communities. And again, Agnostic Agile is one example of a great community. There are many, I'm in many others. I've also launched a podcast which talks about communities called Making Communities. So, that's the kind of relevance of them now. They've never been more important. They've always been there, but they've become very important because it's communities where we now take our ideas, socialize them, and actually try to derive meaning. And I'm going to go to explain that a bit more shortly. I'm going to stop there to catch my breath. So that's the social age. So I talked earlier about the rise of the social leader. So what do I mean by that? So the social leaders are those who've kind of grown through the social age and saw the importance of building the right kind of behaviors. And they also have those ingrained within their being. It's who they are. And they have that high social capital, high emotional intelligence. Some of you probably are very familiar with that idea. And again, Lisa touched on that earlier in our sort of leadership agility talk. Kindness I've already talked about. All these things that were linked into the quiet leadership ideas. Those dimensions are very important now for leaders. And again, I talked a moment ago about the work of Martin Luther King Jr. And the work of the social leaders is reputational based leadership. It's through that authority. That's how they build their authority. They don't want authority, they don't want power, but they've built their reputation through building those right behaviors. And again, on the right side there, you can see some of the things that they're primarily concerned about, which are very relevant to us in the world that we're in and how we practice Agile, how we really try to build agility into organizations and large complex enterprises through enhanced collaboration, nurturing and developing communities, fighting for the right things, building kind of environments that are built on fairness and equality, and making sure all the voices are heard. Everybody has a say is exactly what we've become really good at doing that. Even in the conference space, that wasn't always the case. Creating those spaces for social learning. How do we collaborate together? How do we co-create? I touch on some of that later. Sharing and storytelling, I talked earlier about, my work doing, visualizations. I use those to do visual storytelling. I want to get ideas out there, and I want to give people the chance to critique them and feedback on them and challenge them. And of course, importantly, social leaders are the leaders who also want to develop other leaders. That's very, very important. And again, that came through in the agility leadership talk that Lisa did. Great leaders really want to bring others on because it's so important to how we all evolve and progress together. So some of the key ideas are relevant to the role of the social leader. Now, social leaders are key to helping make organizations more agile, right? That's quite an interesting statement, okay? So what do I mean by that? Because I've seen this in real life. I've practiced a bit of this myself. I've seen others do all this and exhibit some of those behaviors that I just talked about. They do so because they actually question everything, right? They challenge the status quo. When we think about the journey we've all been on and, the role that Agile has played in, helping organizations become better at what they're doing and reaching their customers and doing, value-centric work, releasing value earlier, we have to challenge. But back to the points I made earlier, we have to do it through humility, respectfully, and that's really what the social leaders bring. that's the way they're doing it, because we don't want to alienate people. We want to take people on a journey, and the most successful agile transformations, really, that's why they succeed, don't they? Because they actually understand the importance of doing that. And those that we see don't succeed tend to be where ideas are forced through, where they are pushed through, and where things are not co-created, where people aren't taken on that journey. So that's really what social leaders are bringing here, because if you think about it, what worked yesterday isn't necessarily going to be what works tomorrow. And in fact, it isn't going to be in this VUCA world that we're in. So bringing all that together, the net model. So I'm not going to go into this in a lot of detail because we're going to run out of time otherwise, but I've become a huge fan of this model. It was created by a chap called Julian Storr. He's a thought leader in the space of community building, storytelling, and social leadership. He's what he calls himself as a social age explorer. And I love his work. I've been on a number of his programs, and I'll share some references at the end. Now, why do I talk about this? Because I really see a lot of linkages between this type of model and some of the ideas that are deeply rooted in, I think, what we were trying to do early on, and what Ari and others did when they wrote the manifesto, and that people-centric approach to our work. That human-centered approach that is so key to success. So the net model, it's called the net model based on, its 3 primary dimensions, which are narrative, engagement, technology. And we start with narrative. And what I like about it is it's cyclical, as you can see there from the model. And essentially, as Anna just talked about moments ago, you go on a journey and you take an iterative approach, but you've got to continue to keep improving what you're doing and learning from what's going on. So what we do is, by applying such a model, is we focus on the narrative. What's the story we're trying to tell? How do we get the messages out there? How do we curate them and then get them ready to share and then share them? How do we share them? Moving around into engagement. We have to have good engagement, right? Engagement is key to success. We take them into communities. Communities are these informal constructs, aren't they? And there's lots of communities of practice where I work in this large global enterprise that I'm in. And they're informal spaces, right? They're not mandated, and nor should they be. And it's in these informal spaces where a lot of the nuggets are, where we can socialize ideas. And sometimes that's where the unheard voices are that surface through those communities, because they're in those communities, because communities are where like-minded people come together to share ideas and learn from each other and achieve common goals and a common purpose. And that's really, really important. And through that work and socializing those ideas, reputation builds and grows. If you get the ideas into the right communities, and those communities really embrace those ideas, they help amplify the message. And through the amplification of the message, reputation builds. And through that growth and reputation, authority builds. Now, as I mentioned earlier, social leaders are not interested in authority. They don't crave power. They're simply trying to use the messages and the vehicles to get the messages amplified to succeed in whatever the goal is. They've always got an underlying purpose. It's a means to an end. And I think a lot of our work is much the same. And when we talk about Agile and we teach and coach Agile, Agile is a means to an end. It's not about Agile itself. It's about using the practices that are valuable and cherry picking the things that work within the context we're in to actually help organizations move forward and gain agility and successfully serve whoever they're trying to serve. And underpinning all of that is the technology. So the technology, and using that technology, we co-create, we get the ideas out there, we socialize them, we do it well if we have high social capital. And we can learn to do that by applying those ideas, but we must collaborate. And all those things come together, and the technology really helps us do that. Just like we're all here today, it's the technology that brings this global community together to share ideas and help each other learn and grow. And we grow together, as Ari said at the outset of this session, and what he was talking about earlier, that how we kind of, by listening and by just stepping back and getting other perspectives, we will grow. So we've talked about the social age, the relevance of it right now. And the point is, to succeed, organizations really need to embrace the social age and understand it, and have leaders within their organization who can help them succeed within there. Because if they don't do so, they're going to stop becoming relevant. And we've seen a lot of that, haven't we? As we saw greater digital adoption, and those organizations didn't embrace that, It didn't reinvent themselves to compete effectively in the marketplaces that they were in. They became less relevant, and sadly, they ceased to exist. And there's lots of famous examples of that I'm sure you can think of. We then talked about the characteristics and behaviors of a social leader, and how a social leader can actually embrace those ideas, and how people can become social leaders by adopting the NET model and going on this iterative journey of exploration, frankly, using, the narrative, the engagement technology. Right. So what does this look like in practice? We're on to part 3, and then I'm going to open up to some questions. So as I talked about earlier, some of my background in history. So in the day job, I operate, as I often say, at the intersection of engineering, agile, and communities. And I'm currently a practice lead within my current organisation, which is NatWest Group, and we're a UK lender, a UK bank. Large enterprise, tens of thousands of employees across the globe, huge operations in India, across Europe, and in North America, etc., etc. So in my role, a lot of what I'm actually doing is I'm leading initiatives that are really people and culture orientated. So there are teams that I work with who deliver, technical products and apps and all the rest of the stuff. A lot of what I'm doing is leading initiatives that are really about trying to make cultural transformations, trying to improve and enhance the culture and the way that we actually work and the way that we do engineering across the enterprise. And there are thousands and thousands of engineers across this large, complex organization, across lots of different domains, franchises, and there are natural silos, sadly. And that's a part of it. And I talked earlier about, traditional hierarchical organizations. My organization is an example of that, and there's lots of governance and processes that are in place that there have to be for a financially regulated body. So in my role, as an engineering lead, leading these initiatives, a lot of what I'm trying to do is lead initiatives that are really trying to improve the culture and the way that we operate, right? And what I've been trying to do as part of this is mobilize, socialize, and embed a new technology platform, which is around creating an online community, and it's a Q&A platform. So at the heart of all of that is this idea of questions. Technology professionals, engineers have questions all day long. They hit a lot of technical barriers, and they need to try to unlock these things quickly and progress, because they're on tight time scales, they're under a lot of pressure to get product in front of their customers. And a lot of this is about, optimizing the flow of information, right? And so again, it links very closely to, us trying to create the right kind of culture and environment to enable agility. So questions are at the heart of it. And what we've done here is we've created a narrative. So very quickly, the narrative as part of all of this is really about making that shift from this traditional way that you can see there in this diagram around how engineers might, tap into very different sources of information across email and chat and traditional wikis, etc. But the point is, it's a decentralized approach, right? And it's labor intensive, and it doesn't necessarily bring results. So what we've been doing, and what I've been doing as part of this initiative, is trying to embed a very different narrative, right? So a shift in culture. What's the story we're trying to tell? How are we flipping this on this head? And this diagram here kind of illustrates really that shift, that, you can get your question onto this platform and basically crowdsource an answer by reaching a large community of subject matter experts who can support you. So by doing so, we've created a bunch of principles and a narrative and a vision around the benefits that this can bring across this large, global engineering community. So that's really what we're trying to do. What's interesting, what I really like, was when I was thinking about it and reflecting on it, because I've been running this initiative since summer 2020 when we launched the pilot, is these are the 6 key tenets, as Julian will call them, a part of the social leadership kind of concept. And what I've done as part of my reflections, and effectively a bit of a kind of personal retrospective, is to take these 6 tenets and try to look at the journey that we've been on and what we'd learn, and map some of those ideas of that initiative onto these tenets. But what I was ultra interested in, when I was listening to Lisa earlier, there was a lot of commonality. So these are the tenets. You've got being curious, try, learn, try, share, be humble, tell stories, be fair and protect. And when I've been reflecting on all these, I see a lot of the original ideas from, Agile coming through, especially with, the original values and the very first value around, valuing interactions, over the processes. Then processes are important, but let's focus in on the interactions and really take a people-centric approach to what we're trying to do. And that's really what I've been advocating for in this particular initiative. But, you think about being curious, that, sort of trying to help others understand that we're on a journey, opening them up to, supporting you in that exploration, and a willingness to question and challenge. I talked earlier about the role of the social leader and challenging the status quo. That's really what we've been doing through this initiative. Try, learn, try. That's not really going to be news to, I would have thought, most of this audience. We've got to be experimental. We try things, we learn, we have short feedback loops, and we do it all again and take those insights and try to make it better. We have to focus in on continuous improvement. And a lot of the teams I lead, that's really what I try to advocate for, never losing sight of that. And because this is a new platform, we were feeling our way through it. We didn't have all the answers. We wanted to get people to collaborate. And what I'd done is I created this global network by reaching out to people, building relationships. I talked about some of the ideas there earlier of, social leadership behaviors and getting people involved, helping them understand the vision, the perceived benefits that we were trying to realize, creating the platforms to collaborate, and helping and supporting each other, sharing, communicating regularly. I write a weekly email communication that goes to thousands of engineers because I want to share, I want to be transparent, I want them to understand what we're doing, I want them to feed into it, to help make it better, to challenge things that they disagree with. So, we're communicating widely, but we're doing it wisely. Julian talks about this idea of working out loud, sharing your working as you go. I think it's a very powerful idea and very relevant in the space that we're all in. And continue to be humble. We don't have all the answers. We don't always know, what we need to be doing, but we want to figure it out. We want to do it by co-creating, as I talked about in the net model. And we want to add value to all these communities, because that's really where the power is. That's where all, the intelligence is. That's where people come together to talk about these ideas, to untangle them, to derive meaning from them and take them into their own work. We tell stories, don't we? We create the narrative. That's what I've done on many, many initiatives that I'm involved in and that I lead, because it's key. You have to kind of position it correctly. You have to tell the right stories. You have to make sure the stories are impactful, that they land, that they resonate. And those create the opportunities for us. And it's through all of that we can also surface the successes. So as part of that, regular communications that I was talking about, we bring people together to talk about what is working well and help others understand that and give other people the platform to contribute. So as part of this sharing idea I was talking about, we created drop-in clinics that we ran a regular, frequent cadence, where engineers could just simply drop in. They're informal spaces. There's no right or wrong. There's no defined prescribed rules, but they come along, they can meet other members of the community, can share ideas, take those ideas back into their own platforms and their own domains and apply them and share them and enhance them, hopefully. And again, being fair and protecting, doing the right thing, getting the ideas out there, creating those open spaces. We wanted to get an inclusive global community. So, we want everyone to be involved. So a lot of my work as the community lead on this initiative that I was talking about has been about building a network of networks by linking in with lead engineers and domain leads and senior, technical leads, etc., who have influence in their space, who are also bought into the value of this particular initiative and what it offers us long term. So think longer term. It's not about the short term. It's building for a sustainable future. Is getting them all involved and creating a very representative group. Very, very important. And again, no one has all the answers. So I'm a lead of this initiative, the global lead of it, but I'm just one individual. And I don't have all the answers. I couldn't possibly, and it's important that I give others the opportunity to help co-create. And that's exactly what I'm bought into. It's what I'm very passionate about. And I think it's very central to success in business agility, is taking people on the journey, bringing everyone in, and continuing to refine the narrative as we need to make sure that communication is effective. Right, I'm getting to the end. I'm going to open up shortly because I'm very keen to hear what everyone thinks and take questions. So just some final thoughts to round up. The social age is where we are now. We really need to embrace it. New styles of leadership will continue to emerge because as things change, our current styles of leadership will eventually no longer be fit for purpose, and other things will emerge. That's why it's effective. It's important that effective leadership continues to evolve. It's very, very important. We need social leadership alongside formal. Formal won't go away. It can't. We still need a level of formal leadership in organizations. There needs to be a level of, especially in organizations like mine, given the governance practices and the regulation, etc. But social leadership comes to its own because it gives us another dimension. It comes into its own where formal leadership styles don't work. And often what we're seeing now in enterprises is formal leadership doesn't always bring success. So we need social leadership to complement that, to subvert it where formal leadership hasn't worked and won't work. And bringing in some of those behaviors I talked about earlier are key to successful transformations and successful agility and creating spaces. I've talked about that moments ago. We need to create more spaces where people can collaborate, and they're informal spaces and the safe spaces, importantly, where people can bring their ideas and feel like their ideas are welcome, because that's where the nuggets are. And if we bring people in, that's where a lot of the unheard voices often are, and they're the ones who are bringing the valuable insights that we can then use to enhance and improve our enterprises. And lastly, doing everything successfully through the creation of the relevant narrative, strong narrative that has purpose behind it, being purpose-led, telling stories effectively. And again, I've heard throughout the day, taking a human-centered approach to how we engage and how we work, respectfully, with humility, thinking what others might need. And I think that brings a lot of success. Just a couple of calls to action, thinking about what I've talked about. The stage is set for yourselves. Think about some of the things that I've mentioned here. Do they resonate with you? Do they make sense? How do they apply within your own organizations? What does the social age mean to you? How is it relevant to your organization? Are your organization truly understanding and embracing that? Are there examples of good social leaders within your organization? Do you yourself exhibit some social leadership behaviors? I'm sure you do. How can you build on that? Could you perhaps, benefit from, trying to practice some of the ideas I talked about earlier and, what's, outlined in the NET model? And lastly, I like to finish on quotes. And this is, of course, Mahatma Gandhi. A sign of a good leader is not how many followers you have, how many leaders you create. And I think it's very relevant to the age we're in, very relevant to success in organizations. And for me personally, as an active coach and mentor, I love to bring others on the journey. I love to help others see their own leadership potential. And as Lisa talked about earlier as well in her talk, leaders come from everywhere. We need leaders at every level of an organization to really, truly enable and see agility. So I'm coming to the end. If you're interested in some of what I've talked about today and you'd like to delve in more deeply, I can only scratch the surface of what are very, very big topics. The Social Leadership Handbook, a favorite book of mine, a lot of what I talked about today is based on the work of Julian Stodd, based on this book. I'm sure you're familiar with the work of Brené Brown. I love Brené Brown's work. Some of the ideas I've talked about today, Brené talks about in great details, especially in this great book, Dare to Lead, where she's talking about creating safe spaces. She talks about courageous leadership. That's some of what I'm talking about today when we challenge the status quo. And she's also talking about vulnerability, right? A lot of her work is in the context of vulnerability and leaders showing their vulnerability and showing their humanity and their authenticity. Again, that's something that Lisa touched on earlier. I'm showing fearless authenticity. I think it's a fabulous idea, and I think it's really important. And I think more of us need to be trying to do that within our organizations and encouraging those behaviors. And of course, the seminal text and Servant Leadership by Robert Greenleaf. I'm sure some of you have read it. I've got a copy of it sitting on the shelf behind me, and I think the ideas are still very, very relevant and continue to be, even though the work, the book dates back to the 70s. Right, I've come to the end now. If you liked what you heard, it makes sense to you, and you'd like to explore it more, you're welcome to reach out to me. You can keep in touch. You can find me on LinkedIn. I'm always happy to connect with people. A lot of my visual work is on my Visual SAF feed on Instagram. I'm active on Twitter, if that's your thing. And I run this meetup group, Future Work Scotland, where we talk about a whole bunch of topics which are very relevant to the evolving nature of work and the world of work we're in. We don't just cover Agile, but we cover lots of facets of that, which I think are very relevant to how we as Agile practitioners can really have impact in our enterprises, and the other skill sets we need to have to really deliver effective change and meaningful outcomes to our customers. Thank you for your time. I appreciate the opportunity. Thanks again to Ari for the kind invitation. I love to share ideas, but more importantly, I love to hear what others think about my ideas and help me, make sense of them myself. So some of the stuff I talked about earlier. And yeah, I'm going to hand back to Ari, and very happy to take questions. I think I'm going to stop sharing. I think that'll be easier, maybe. I think that's me.
Yes, that's you.
Yeah, that's me. Thank you.
Yeah, I thank you so much, my friend, for your time and for your talk, for your inspiration. I got a couple of questions written down for myself. In the meanwhile, of course, I invite others to put questions in the Q&A. There's one already in from Laurent Dankazi. I know Laurent from last year, the Coach Academy. Originated in Central Europe, now in Belgium, living in and around Brussels. So also multicultural, I would say. And he asks you, in your opinion, where is the healthy balance point for social media, sharing professional topics, following speakers, podcasts, and lost in the media? What do you think in this whole, especially also in your last minute where you said, the learning, etc. How do you see this?
Yeah, it's a good question. So I was talking earlier about the fact that the point is the social age that we're in now. We are overwhelmed by communication, aren't we? Right? There are so many platforms. There are so many channels. I'm sometimes a little bit afraid to kind of switch my phone on, because suddenly I get the millions of notifications from all the different platforms I'm on. So I think the point is, in the age we're in, the point is, I think knowledge is everywhere, and we all have a responsibility to derive meaning from it and think about where we're going to invest our time, what is relevant for us, because not everything is relevant, and we can't keep up with everything in this always on age. So for me, if I was to, give a suggestion, so there's a bunch of, thought leaders I might follow. So I might follow, what they share on LinkedIn. I might follow certain people on Twitter, but, you can't follow everyone. There might be certain one or two podcasts I listen to, because again, there are so many out there. I just launch one myself, and sometimes it feels like an odd thing to do, given there are so many. So if you're going to do these things, try to fill a space and a gap that somebody else isn't, currently in, because we're all trying to ultimately solve problems. So I'd say make it relevant to you. What do you care about? What are you passionate about? What are the things that are really going to help you enhance your own work? So I talked earlier about the work of Julian Stodd and social leadership, and that work has been transformative for me. In the work that I do in my day-to-day job, and building communities and bringing people together and creating the right narratives that land, while also trying to encourage the right Agile practices and agility. Does that make sense? I'm answering the question. You tell me, Ari.
Well, sometimes it's overwhelming. I mean, on a daily basis, it happens a couple of times that you think like it's too much, and we try to find our own way. I was last week having a conversation with a colleague from Humanity, and I know he listens a lot to podcasts in the car. But what do you do when you're working from home all the time? You're not in the car anymore, or maybe it's up and down to the supermarket, right? Really short times. But I also think I agree with you, because this flood of information is coming over you, and if you mean to target people, specific people or an audience, and you don't reach them, I was always say kindness and forgiveness are reasonable in this and required, because we know that, you know, everyone gets a lot, right? So thank you, Laurent. I hope the answer helps. I have a question about the
sorry, Ari, just
come
to
in.
say it. I've also shared a link to an article that I had published late last year on InfoQ, which talks about some of the stuff I've presented on today, but it goes into a bit more detail, and there's some other links to some other things that might be relevant. So, you know, the audience might want to check that out, because I can only cover so much in you know, in the 45 minutes that I had, but the article goes into a little bit more detail. So yeah, just to say I've shared it in the chat.
Yeah, and I would say, but what I always say to people is connect to me on LinkedIn, and whatever you have a question, put it in the direct message over there, and I will guide you to an answer either from myself or to articles or somewhere, right? So people can connect to you. You shared your LinkedIn home base as well, so that's good. I have a question from you about the 6 tenets.
Yes.
I read them and I think, yeah, you know, really good stuff. But how do you bring them into an organization? How do you make people aware and really adopting them? How do you do that?
That's a great question. So here's the funny bit. So I actually was doing a program with Julian, 12 months of 12-week storytelling program, at the same time that I was trying to get this particular initiative off the ground. So they were complementing on each other. But some of the things that I was doing without realizing that actually it was under the badge of social leadership. So I was exhibiting certain behaviors and trying certain things. But the point of the tenets is I've deliberately been very subtle about how I've tried to kind of use them. So I've not been kind of explicit about it. I've not been waving them around in people's faces. I've not been talking in those terms. I've just always had them in the back of my mind. I guess it's a bit like, you know, Anna had a great slide earlier where she was showing, you know, like creating, you know, outcomes and things at a kind of team level, and then, you know, your leadership and then your execs. But at the heart of it, she had values, right? This is the same. It's like these things are the foundations, they underpin, but you don't overcook them. You kind of weave them in really subtly, because, so, you know, if you're a Scrum practitioner, you want to really be successful at Scrum, you want to embrace the values of Scrum. But you don't spend all your time talking about the values, do you? I certainly don't with the teams that I work with. So the tenets are kind of the same. They're there, and they're kind of triggers and reminders for me to keep me, I guess, honest, for want of a better term, about the things that I want to make sure I'm doing and I'm trying to do well. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you very much. Right. I think the role model is really important, right? If you show it, you know, and it motivates people, they will follow, right?
Don't talk about it, do it. Role model, that's it, role model, yeah.
I got another question because you said, you know, in the social space, that's where the magic happens, right? Awesome. But you also have the formal space. So how do you keep them connected? And what's happening in the formal space, by the way?
Great, that's a brilliant question. So I talked earlier about, you know, the kind of hierarchies and bureaucracies and organizations, and, you know, in my organizations there are lots of different business units, etc., and you need that, and, you know, they absolutely do. But for example, we have lots of communities of practice and people come together, it's informal. But what happens is a lot of those communities of practice, they produce communications and they share them, right? And they share them in different groups, and in some cases they share them in other leadership forums. So leaders get visibility. A lot of this stuff is about sharing, you know, and doing things in a way that, you know, creates a kind of transparency that we all want to see, because we know if we are transparent, we're going to be more successful. That's all it is. It's getting that balance. So for example, I'm doing a whole bunch of stuff with one of my teams at the moment, and I wrote, you know, an email at the end of last week, and it was a kind of our week in summary, and I just tried to connect a lot of ideas, because the people are all working in different areas on different initiatives they're leading and are responsible for, but they don't necessarily have visibility of what others in the department are doing. I thought, right, how do I fix that? So I created this, and what happened was a lot of them fed back really liked it, and one of them said, well, actually, I like it, but could you do a video? Could you do a video format? And then it got me thinking, it's back to a lot of the ideas I touched on earlier. People consume. So the question that was asked, people consume content in different ways. So though I'm doing this email, some would prefer I just did a quick, you know, 1-minute video, and they can just watch it. And they get a feel for, what's the big items, what are we talking about, what's coming up. And this Friday, tomorrow, because today's Thursday, I've lost track of the days, I'm going to be recording my first one of these. But again, it's an experiment. We're going to try it. If it doesn't work, we'll try something else.
Okay, thank you very much. In the meanwhile, I'm asking Nabil, Ivona, and Haroon to start coming in and unmuting themselves. I've one last question for you. So, how do you see the other world where we are with OKRs and very smart and the social age? How do you see that corresponding with each other?
Wow. Got all the tough questions today, haven't you? How do I see that?
Sorry.
Again, it links back to some of the stuff that Anna was talking about. I mean, the social leadership behaviors, again, they're complementary. They're there to coexist with the formal stuff. And I think the social leadership behaviors and the ideas that are part of that type of model are really to support the landing of the narrative. So you're still, I'm doing it right now. I'm building roadmaps. I'm trying to develop outcomes. I'm trying to create them the right way. I'm trying to think about how we're going to measure them. Are they realistic? Make them ambitious so that we're going to, it's a stretch goal. But then I've got to actually socialize those meaningfully within the community in which I operate. That's where those behaviors link in and come in, I'd say.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, the fact that we are in the social age doesn't mean that we can't work with hard objectives that we are working for. It's the way you get there that is really, embedded in the social age where we are. So I thank you so much for your time, your effort, your presence, and your patience answering difficult questions.
Oh, great. It's always good to hear what the thinking is. Does it make sense? I'm happy to build it. And again, as I say, happy to connect with anyone who wants to talk further. I've shared the article. I can share the deck if you want the presentation. Happy to share that around.
We will be connected to you about that. We'll store it. We'll make sure that it's also available on Mighty Networks. As I said, because you introduced yourself also using your LinkedIn profile, people can connect, ask you personally, but also we make it available on Mighty Networks. You're on Mighty Networks as well, so you can. Anyway, we know how to find each other, right? And
the
do
great
stuff.
community is. Just before I go, a quick hi to Haroon because I've not seen him in a while.
Good to see you, Seth. I was going to say the same, mate. Good to see you, buddy. Love the talk, by the way.
Thanks, mate.
Okay, thanks, so thank you, Seth. And we're going into the next one. The next conversation is where Anna and Seth were talking on their own. We have now a group of 3. Nabil, Ivona, and Haroon are doing this together. I don't know how they do it with the visuals, but we'll see what happens. I want to give you a short introduction of all 3 of them. And again, it will be like 45 minutes that we have, or maybe 50, depends on the time. And from there forward, Q&A. I have the Q&A open on the right side of my screen all the time. That's why I was able to start with Laurent's question. So feel free to pop in your questions. Talking about the 3 people that are now going to do their talk. And again, you can see I'm reading, Nabil is an independent agile coach. He supports leaders and teams to create tailored ways of working and a healthy culture that enables them to build amazing products. Ivona is an agile coach and a delivery consultant. And she was a finalist in Women in Tech Excellence in 2020. She works on projects and digital service, multinational programs across the world. And Haroon is an agile coach and a visual facilitator that works with individuals, groups, and organizations to facilitate experiments that improve ecosystems of value creation and visualizing their impact. They are all working in various industries. They have long 10, 15 years experience. So I can only say one thing. I don't know who will start and who will open, but Nabil, Ivona, and Haroon, please come to the stage and join the session. It's your turn.
Thank you very much for the lovely introduction, Ari. Very happy to be here. Really looking forward to sharing some thoughts and ideas with everyone. So as Ari mentioned, our slot is a little bit different. We're not going to be presenting anything. There's 0 slides. Some of you may be happy to know. Instead, we're going to just be having a chat amongst ourselves. So what we want to do is have a fireside chat on business agility. Ivana, Haroon, and myself, we're going to share ideas with each other. We're going to have discussions. We each have some ideas that we have about agility, business agility, some things that we feel particularly strong about. And essentially, the way that this event is going to work is, in turn, we're each going to present what our idea is, just the same way as if we were sitting around a fireside in a cabin. It's raining outside, it's winter. We're just looking to, have a lovely conversation with ourselves, and we're looking to stimulate our intellectualism. So we're going to present a few ideas in a few minutes, and we're going to debate the ideas among ourselves. So we each have slightly different topics, and one by one, we'll present them, we'll discuss them, we'll say why we think the way we think, and then amongst ourselves, we'll hash it out, ask questions, agree, disagree, and hopefully the conversation will be interesting for you guys. And at the end, naturally, if you have any questions, we'd love to answer them. So that's how the next 45 to 50 minutes is going to go. We've already had a brief introduction of each of us, so we don't need to go into any more details around our careers. But essentially, Ivana is going to kick us off with the first idea that she has on business agility. So I'm really looking forward to hearing it. So Ivana, kick off the fireside chat.
Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. And thank you so much for this introduction, Ari and Nabil. It's really a pleasure to be here. And I've been thinking about what do I really think about business agility, because that's the topic of this conference. And as you know, as most of people, I just started with the Scrum training, 2-day Scrum training, and this is how my career started. So I started practicing agility, and then I've learned that there is so much more to this. And one of the very important things, which is my kind of takeaway for you, is actually building change capability in any organization or company that you work for. So what that means in practice, for me, business agility starts with understanding our context, understanding where we are as a company or large organization, or even a startup, understanding the kind of environment, the challenges, opportunities. For example, pandemic, it's a great example how we can demonstrate that we live really in that VUCA world, which stands for volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And this is, I think, the reason why we need to change, because we need to respond to the changing environment and changing priorities. Also, I think I spent quite a lot of time working in the public sector here in the UK, and also, as you can imagine, the government, their priorities are changing quite rapidly, from Brexit to pandemic to something else, and it's not easy to keep up with it. So what I would like to recommend, and I think really what I also use in my day-to-day work with different clients in different organizations, is trying to look at not just agile frameworks and methods, but also what is the change? How do we communicate change? What do people know about the change that is going to happen? Because very often when we try to adopt agile ways of working, it's not just about changing the process, but it's about changing the way how we work, how we operate, even how we think. So also when I was working in the DevOps environment, I've learned that many times organizations don't have, for example, the right skills. So it's affecting people. And for me, the most important aspect is the people side of change and helping people, and I mean here employees, to embark on that journey, to understand and to communicate with them, engage in a very meaningful way, having empathy and trying to even put ourselves into someone else's shoes. And again, very practical kind of examples I can give you. It's about skills, it's about roles and responsibilities. It can be about changing the structures, the operating model. So it's actually affecting all of us. in that journey. And I think building that change capability and trying to support employees on that journey is really important. So I've given you a very, very short overview, but I'm really curious to hear your thoughts or any questions if you have.
I think it's a great point. And for me, I'm personally really interested in change. I find that it might have a bit of a bad rep because of some traditional change management practices, not too dissimilar from the bad rep that project management gets in the agile industry. But, you know, there's that quote, change is the only constant in life. I can't remember who said it, but it is absolutely true. And we're experiencing ever increasing volumes of change. It's increasing exponentially. So for me, what you said around change capability in an organization is absolutely on the spot. I feel like change is a skill that organizations need to harness, develop, get good at, because, you know, today it's DevOps, in 5 years' time, it might be something else. And it's important to master what you're changing into, but it's also important to master the skill of changing. Because really, that's, if you master that and you get that right, and you're able to rapidly change based on whatever the new, you know, thing that comes along is, or responding to, you know, the market, then you're set up for business agility, right? Because it's a skill that you've practiced and you've become good at. So I completely agree with building change capability in an organization. I think it's more important than ever.
Yeah, I think I agree with both of you, but I want to disagree a little bit because I think it was made the conversation interesting, right? Like a fireside chat amongst friends. Not disagree, but I want to go further a little bit because I think Ivona was absolutely, you know, on the button about, you know, change as a capability, and I think Nabil, you mentioned that as well. For me, I think there's a really good quote. I think it was by George Bernard Shaw, who mentioned something like, I think it was, progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. So for me, change management is not just about the processes and the capabilities, but I think it's Alistair Cockburn who said it, that agile is attitude. Agile is an attitude, might be paraphrasing it. And I think for me, the attitudinal change, or the shift in, or the transitional shift in the way that we think is, for me, I think is the most important kind of core tenet of change management, because you can change the processes around it and the kind of the mechanistic systems or subsystems, but until we change the way that we think, I feel that there's a gap there. But I kind of agree with most of the conversation so far, which is actually the capability, the ability to kind of really, you know, transform something. We need to have change management at the center of it. It makes sense to me.
Yeah, when you look into the change processes or the change psychology, it's all focused on unlearning, relearning, getting rid of old ways of working, old ways of thinking. It's a very psychological topic because, as you guys pointed out, it's very much to do with people's attitude and people's behaviors and habits. It's not necessarily you know, a technical skill that you're unlearning or relearning, although that could be the case. It's so people focused, and I think that's why it's so hard, right? That's why people are so slow to change, because changing a habit is just difficult. It takes a lot of effort and it's scary. And yeah, it's so even though you said you disagree, Haroon, I'm saying we agree.
I think we do. I think I was just saying just for jokes, really, just to get some banter in the conversation. But I think in general we agree. I think what I think was the most important part of change management for me is the thinking part. And I think we do agree, actually. We're kind of aligned, aren't we, that change management is central to business agility. And I think, as you're saying, that, you know, we used to have PMOs, and we still have PMOs in some organizations, but I think we need to move to more kind of like, you know, VMOs. I think someone recently has a book published about value management offices and change management. I think. So change management is definitely current.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the way how usually I think successful initiatives can work is by having a clear strategy, what we're trying to achieve, common purpose, and being aligned around that purpose and that vision of what we're trying to achieve as a business. That's really important. I think also, just to add to this, there are obviously some challenges, because obviously we talk about change as it's something easy, but we all know it's very, very difficult, and very often it requires changing ourselves as individuals. I think for me particularly, like one of the challenges that I came across is that people have uncertainty of actually what it's going to look like later on. They don't know what the change really involves. They haven't experienced that before. And I think as an agile or change agent, I think we just need to picture it and visualize and tell them the benefits. Obviously, it's not just one conversation, but it's again like series of different conversations, and even like, you know, communication plans that need to be prepared in a more formal or less formal way, depending on the context. But I think communication here about like what is going to happen is key. Or also, on the other hand, what is not going to happen, what is not changing, so that everyone can understand how is that affecting me as a person, you know, my kind of core responsibilities. And also, I think the second challenge that I came across is just really about resourcing. I mean, people. So when talking to very senior stakeholders, they said like, oh, okay, we do this, which is XYZ and the kind of business as usual, and people are very busy. So then how can we actually add anything on top of that? And I think this is a real challenge. I'm experiencing this even now in the current company. And I think what's important to remember is just we're not trying to add any more work. We're not doing anything new. We try to evolve what's already there and improve and just make everyone's life easier. So I think that's really important.
Yeah, what you said around what's not changing, I think that's really interesting and not done enough. Because if you think about why do we want to communicate what isn't changing? It's because change generally brings about instability, right? We're taking some things away, we're changing things, people might have to learn new skills. All of that destabilizes people because all of a sudden what made them successful or what's helped them in their day-to-day job might no longer be there. So we want to communicate what's not changing to bring some level of comfort to people, right? So don't worry, the whole world's not changing. You know, there's probably a big set of your skills that will still be useful. We're just trying to focus on these little bits here. So I think it's really interesting, and I don't see a lot of that in organizations. It's always like, these are all the new things we're going to be doing. This is all the change. But there's not enough of that effort that goes into bringing comfort to people and trying to, you know, balance the conversation a bit by saying this isn't changing. So I definitely think that's something that organizations can do more of, because it's a tough process and we want to make that process as easy as possible, as you said, Ivana.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. I love that you mentioned the bill. Actually, I picked up on some of what Ivana and you were saying about what's not changing. And I was at a recent, I think, meetup with Dave Snowden was doing about ecological leadership or something, and he also mentioned this thing called counterfactual theory, which is actually what you just mentioned, or to some extent what you're mentioning, which is what are the constraints in the system? What are the boundaries of the system that we cannot influence just yet, that we cannot change just yet, or that are actually working okay? Therefore, we don't need to actually deliberately need to influence it just yet. And I think it's good that you mentioned that, because change management is such a broad kind of like discipline. And I think I want to mention about some of the obstacles there. I was actually curious to know, what do you think is the most challenging obstacle right now, given that we're in 2022 now, is 21 years on since the Agile Manifesto? What is the biggest obstacle to change management from what you've seen so far?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think obviously there are many different challenges for every organization because they are all different. We work in different contexts. But I think two common for me is definitely, I think people are too busy and they consider something that we're trying to do, change the current ways of working or transform in a more significant way, as something new, unfortunately, rather than evolving what's already there. So I think people are too busy. And again, it's about us, like how we communicate that with them. What do we expect from them? What do we need from them? And also on the other hand, how we can help them. And the other also very, very important is senior leadership sponsorship. I think there's definitely a lot of opportunity in supporting our senior leaders in being more visible, more available to our teams and everyone else. I think their role is particularly important in that process to sometimes even motivate, to show this is what we're trying to achieve and unblock certain problems like the resourcing that I mentioned previously. So I think sponsorship and showing the benefits, what's in it for me as an employee, what am I going to get from that? I think these two things I find particularly interesting and very common.
Yeah, great. A quick question that I have, because I think we can't talk about change without talking about the resistance we encounter to it. So how do you guys handle resistance to change, right? We get it in all sorts of forms and sizes. When you encounter it, maybe you could share some stories or some tips you have for dealing with people who are resistant to the change we want to bring about.
Yeah, I think this is, again, a very broad topic, but I think very briefly, I think for me, because we need to anticipate that always some people will be resistant. Not everyone will like our ideas or will like us as people. And I think I wouldn't destroy what's there, but I would build on top of that. I wouldn't fight it. I wouldn't force, I wouldn't impose. And this is, I think, the difference between that, more kind of waterfall or traditional approach and then agile, iterative, doing it slowly, leading by example, and coaching, which is also very important. So trying to show what good looks like and building upon that. I think that's the way, and building networks of people who can support you.
Yeah, I love it. I totally agree with you, when I think about what you just mentioned, about how we kind of, cooperate or embrace some of that resistance. And it's through, I love that you mentioned coaching, because being an agile coach, I think 3 of us are in that coaching environment. We can see the benefits of coaching when dealing with resistance or dealing with some kind of behavioral change in the system. What I find really interesting was when we encounter kind of situation where you need to manage resistance, is the other idea, which is embracing some of this stuff. And I think it was one of the Agile Manifesto call for some smart person anywhere in the world that speaks about, go with the flow. When you're dealing with resistance, find out what people are about. And I think you just hit the nail on the head, people. But I want to say one thing, which is there's one book that I kind of still read, actually. It's on my bookshelf right there. And I think that when we're dealing with some kind of change management or change or transformation, I feel this book needs to be not mandatory, but almost recommended, which is How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. And for me, that book has got some really beautiful evidences about how presidents or people from different realms of the world handle and influence and, create connections with human beings. And for me, it's that book, for me anyway. I feel that's
kind interesting you mentioned that, because I've always avoided that book because I hate.
I know I remember you mentioned it. I remember you mentioned it last time.
Friends, what does that mean? Friends isn't something to be run. I get that it's probably a great book, but I've just always avoided it because I just hate the title.
It is a bad title. I think it was like the 1900s, wasn't it? Or I don't know, or the start of the 20th century when it came about. But you're right, the title is pretty poor. But I tell you what, it's a really good book. I recommend it to everyone who's dealing with resistance to change. And it really opens up some stories which are relevant, I think, in the conversation. But yeah, title really poor. I think they could do to changing that.
Maybe I'll just buy the book and rip off the cover then. And then I can read.
Thank you for sharing. I definitely need to take a look. But I'm really curious to hear your thoughts, Nabil, if you would like to introduce your opinion on business agility.
Okay, so yeah, I love that talk on change. I could honestly talk about this all day. But okay, let's move on to my little idea. So mine is a little different than the stuff I usually talk about. It's a little less tangible, but recently I've been quite into it. So I just want to share and get your guys' opinion on it. Over the course of my agile journey, I've encountered many organizations that use all sorts of agile methods, practices, business management techniques, leadership styles. And I've wondered if the use of these things is what makes them successful or makes them achieve agility. For example, Google pioneered OKRs. Is that what produced the agility for them to succeed? Spotify created the namesake model. Is that what helped them succeed and helped them achieve agility? Now, we know that simply copying these practices isn't enough to make other organizations achieve agility. So my conclusion is that the process and the technical elements are important, but they're not the defining factor of agility. So what's left? For me, it's the human side, which is kind of what we touched on when we talked about change. So all of these tools and practices, for me, I think they're secondary to the power of how individuals act and behave when they're at work. And by that, I mean the version of ourselves that we bring to work. So I opine that the version of ourselves that we bring to work is our best asset to achieve business agility. Who you're being while collaborating, while making decisions, while planning, all influence business agility more so than whatever framework or technique that you're using. I've worked with clients that have a high agile maturity, but they've struggled with business agility for whatever reason. Interestingly, more recently, I've worked with clients that have comparatively very little formal knowledge or implementation of agile leadership styles, business techniques, yet they excel at business agility. So my hypothesis is that it's not necessarily the knowledge, it's who you're being that makes the difference. It's kind of similar to when you have good days and bad days. On the good days, you're knocking it out of the park. For me, when I'm having a good day, I feel happier, more motivated. I better embody the change that I want to bring about at work. So I become a more effective change agent. Yeah, it's great. We usually chalk that up to mood, but maybe there's more to it. Maybe a day becomes good because of how you conducted yourself in a meeting. So the feeling follows the action rather than the reverse. If that's the case, then maybe we can consciously amplify the good days by paying attention to how our good days gets created. What triggers it? So let me rephrase that slightly. Maybe we can consciously amplify increasing our happiness and motivation and ability to embody the change that we want to bring about in an organization. That's a great thing, right? That sounds amazing. Maybe we can even get to a point where we can trigger it deliberately, more or less. Imagine the quality of our interactions and work output if everyone was collectively having better days more often. And you see this a lot in sports psychology. In sports, even in team sports, there's a lot of focus on non-technical effort that goes into peak individual performance because it can certainly impact the team. They obviously focus significantly on the team aspects, but there is a lot of psychology, habit building, a lot of effort that goes into making sure the individuals are as productive and good as possible, because then they bring that energy and that usefulness to the team environment. So I think there's stuff we can learn there. So the real question is, how do you be the best or better version of yourself? I think it starts with really understanding your true self. Why do you react the way you react? Why do you behave the way you behave in certain scenarios? Where do your opinions really come from? Do you get on well with certain types of people, which subsequently increases the quality of your collaboration with them? Is the opposite true, perhaps, where your quality of collaboration suffers because of the types of people you collaborate with or the scenarios you find yourself in? Do you let your emotions get the better of you? I think exploring these kinds of questions can help you gain a deeper understanding of yourself. And once you have a deeper understanding of yourself and who you are, I posit that you are then able to influence how you act and behave, and therefore influence bringing a better or best version of yourself to work. And that will have all sorts of positive impacts, as I mentioned earlier. So I chose to talk about this point because we're often focusing on acquiring knowledge to get better, like reading this book, learning these practices, learning these techniques. And that's obviously super important, but I don't think I think we over-index on that slightly, and we under-index on acquiring insights about ourselves, because even without all this knowledge, we can still be a conduit for positive change. We can still influence things positively by bringing the best version of ourselves to work. So perhaps a better balance of acquiring knowledge and acquiring insights about ourselves can help with business agility. So I've talked for a few minutes. I'll stop there, and I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, thanks, Nabil. That was really interesting. And I think when we're talking about this offline as well, I think we all can align that people human beings are probably the most important factor in any kind of business agility movement or transformation. And I love what you were talking about in terms of where our assumptions come from, where our opinions come from, knowing thyself kind of stuff. But I'm curious to know, what's your thoughts on what are both your and Avona's thoughts around when we're not our best version of us, or we're having a really groggy day, a really bad day. For example, the other day that I think when me and Ivona caught up, I was a bit like, in the car and a bit fuzzled or puzzled, if you will. What happens then? How should we show up? What's your experience about showing up to work or showing up to, anything really, when we're not the best version of ourselves? Is that okay?
So for me, it's a learning opportunity, right? Why are we not the best version of ourselves? What do we think triggered it? What's causing it? What's the underlying emotions that we're feeling? What's the underlying process that led us there? And that's kind of the crux of it, right? It's about understanding how we get to that point and trying to influence it so that we dampen the bad days and the mediocrity, and we amplify, bringing the best version of ourselves. So when you're actually feeling that way, I think it's always good to reflect, try to understand how you got there. When you're actually in the work environment, naturally it becomes around, building a psychologically safe environment, being able to express that you're not having the best day with your team and your colleagues. Because when I'm working closely with a team and we feel safe enough to express that we're having bad days, I find that we can help each other, right? We can support each other. Oh, let me do that for you, because maybe that will make your day a bit better, and that can trigger and make you feel better and help you get out of that bad day that you're feeling. So at work, it's about psychologically safe, and it's about supporting each other and being empathetic and understanding that people are at different stages and we all think and feel differently. And it's kind of like a wave, from one day to the next that can change. But for the individual, I think it's about reflecting on how you got there and maybe how you can avoid that in the future and how you can amplify going in a different direction.
That's really interesting. I've heard a word safe that you've mentioned, and psychological safety. And I think that I can definitely imagine myself trying to be the best version of myself, or even sometimes share, different issues, even if I'm not in a great mood. But I think that culture is actually underpinning that environment. And I think I would first of all have a think if the environment allows me to actually share it. I'm not sure if I would be comfortable to share anything in the situation when perhaps the environment or culture is not there. What would you recommend, and how would you approach a situation where there is no psychological safety as a person, as an agile coach and change agent? How would you encourage your team or even more senior stakeholders to actually be not always the best version of themselves, or to improve, be the best version of themselves? But how would you approach that?
Well, it's a great question. Haroon, do you want me to pick this one up?
Yeah, do you know what? That's such a good question that I think I need about 20 seconds just to really digest it. But I want to kind of improvise what your answer is going to be, because I think I need a few seconds just to kind of digest it.
I mean, how do we create a psychologically safe environment is the question, basically, right?
Yeah,
it's difficult. It starts with trust. You have to. For me, it's, embodying the change that you want to. So having trust is naturally important. Having a blameless culture is important. Being able to get into conflict without taking it personally, just understanding that that's a natural part of coming together and collaborating. I think encouraging that conflict is good and normal, and we shouldn't shy away from it. I think that kind of mindset can help us move towards a psychologically safe environment. I think taking a leap of faith sometimes is important. Sharing that, just sharing and seeing what happens, you might find that people react in a way that you hadn't expected, even if it's with a group of people that you're not necessarily at an advanced stage of your relationship with. In so many of the scenarios I can think of where I've chosen to just have some courage and just share how I feel, no one takes advantage, no one criticizes. People naturally have empathy and they naturally respond well to it. So I think to create a psychologically safe environment, I'm going to go back to the quote by Gandhi: be the change you want to be, and just be open and be courageous with your team and have some trust that they'll respond in a human, empathetic way. Because ultimately, we all want connection. We all want to help each other. There's some bad apples, but they're the minority. So for me, I choose to just run an experiment, share how I feel, and other people might pick up that it's actually okay to do that, to have those behaviors, to share, and that will help build the psychologically safe environment over time.
Yeah, that makes sense. I really love it, what you said. And I think I definitely agree. Sometimes I feel like that kind of behavior is really contagious. When you see someone being open, you feel like doing exactly the same.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. I totally agree with everything that was said there about psychological safety. Though I think the only addition I'd probably have there is I think you did touch on it, which is the ability to be vulnerable and to feel vulnerable and to show it as well. I think, as Ivona said, that if you see it, and you quoted Gandhi, which is a beautiful quote there, which is if you see the change that you want to see in the world, then others will probably follow you. So I think being vulnerable, whether you're a leader, a senior manager, or a team member, doesn't matter where you are in the organization, but showing some level of vulnerability, I feel, helps others also come forward, And I think in the Agile realms, there's many events or interactions that help foster that level of psychological safety. So the construct of teams, retrospectives, openness, creating connections, as Nabil was saying. And I think just socializing that a little bit more for an understanding that there's introverts and extroverts and there's different types of people. And safety or psychological safety means different things to different people. And understanding that there's a diversity, to psychological safety. So some people find that silence, there's safety within that, and others feel that having some noise around them or being in the office is look at the COVID situation. I personally feel extremely psychological safe right now. Maybe that's a bit of an oxymoron, extremely and psychological safe, but working from home, working remotely, being a little bit of an introvert at times, I find it a bit more safer, where some people want to be in the office and interact with people. I don't mind either now, but I think it's really important to understand the context of that culture and the organization, and then see what works for those people about what does safe mean to them, and doing that as those things that you're saying, doing forums, communities of practices, etc., to really challenge the status quo a little bit.
Yeah, and I think what you said around leaders exhibiting these qualities and exhibiting vulnerability is so important, because we often have the stigma of leaders where they're just like these people, they're great, they have no downsides, they have no weaknesses, everything they say is correct. And it's hard to connect with someone like that because that's just not human. So if the leaders show vulnerability, they're more transparent that they might not know everything, and that even they can have bad days at that level of that position. That helps you connect with them. And by helping connect with them, it might help you buy into the change that they're trying to bring about, or the idea or the vision that they have for the organization. The more people buy into a leader's vision, the more likely we are to follow it. So, a good tip for leaders is show some vulnerability. You might find that people connect with you more, and then people are more likely to buy into your change and your vision.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think there is like a completely different type of leadership these days, and also, more traditional model. And I think that's definitely a good idea, to show some vulnerability and also being transparent and talk about things. I think this definitely gets people closer. So Speaking of leadership, do we have any other questions for Nabil, Harun?
I think in the interest of let's go on to Harun's idea, because we've got about 10-15 minutes left, so perfect time to start.
Cool. I did have a question, but I think we can follow up maybe that's like fireside chat part 2 in the sun in the summer or something.
Definitely.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for that, Nabil, and thanks Ari and Ivona as well for introductions, everyone. Really enjoying the conversation. So for me, one of the most important facets of business agility, or enabling business agility, is leadership and leadership agility. And I think Karim Harbot, in his recent book called The Six Enablers of Business Agility that came out last year, I think he mentions leadership and management is the kind of one of the key factors. And I find it really important, and even more so in the last few years, as I've kind of become more of an agile coach than I was maybe a Scrum Master or a agile PM, back in the days. The more I kind of get into working with the C-suite and senior management and directors and people who are VPs or in positions of influence, and everyone's in the positions of influence or leadership, they could be agnostic of hierarchy, but I feel that these people who are sponsoring change, changing the systems that kind of create organizational structures and build the foundations of how people may work, I think they have a part to play too. And I think it's Karim who says that we cannot separate business agility and leadership agility. So for me, there's kind of like four things. I'll keep it simple. Four things for me. One is about focusing less on the actual day-to-day work, but looking at the vision, the strategy, the culture, the policies, etc. And I think it's Edward Deming who said that a bad system will beat a good person every time. And the second thing is about decentralization of decision-making. And Captain David Marquette, one of my favorite heroes as well, who's written books around Turn the Ship Around and Leadership as Language, his concepts, or those concepts around, decentralizing decisions and creating the space where those doing the work know best how to improve what needs doing. So always, provide the people that need the decision to be made and give them the authority to do so, or enable the authority to do so, not make them to make the authority. That sounds very micromanaging, but provide people the space to make decisions. Don't let just those at the top, for example, to make decisions, delegate power. It's a very powerful tool that leaders can actually do, or managers can do as well. And the third thing for me is, I think we already touched upon it, so I won't go too much into detail, but it's about investing, having organizations, companies, people in management leadership, I feel need to recognize the benefits in investing in coaching to cultivate an environment of psychological safety. Great leaders create more leaders. And to be a great manager, you have to many times be a brilliant coach. So think about a recent time, or maybe in the last few years, where you had a really amazing manager, or maybe recently you've got a really good manager or good coach, and think about what is it that they've done to help you, challenge yourself or feel, safe really in that environment. And it's usually, not always, but it's usually the way that they make you feel, So we need to really get back to kindness, in my humble opinion, and look into this kind of this cultivation, like a gardener. I feel like the leader is like a gardener, who's kind of like creating the soil, creating the parameters of the garden, and helping people grow. We need to really have this kind of attitude to work and to life in general. And the fourth thing for me really is about deliberately having this intention deliberately of changing the language that we use as managers and leaders, embracing uncertainty, not being afraid of being vulnerable that we talked about a little while ago. I feel that leaders and managers should be forthcoming and say, guess what? I actually don't know the answer to that. Can you help me? And that's such a powerful thing that we can do. And I've seen one of the most amazing VPs or C-suite members that I worked with recently is they've come and they said, look, I don't know the answers. Can you help me? And that's such a powerful tool. And that actually, I think David Marquette's book, he speaks about leader capability. And I think leader capability is so essential to business agility, where you're trying to respond to change in real time and get feedback on the impact. And I think I strongly believe that leaders or leadership agility is central to the wider idea or set of ideas. We're trying to create an organizational shift, and to really turn the dial. We really do need to engage with leaders. And I'll leave it with this last quote. I think it was from John Kern. John Kern is the other Agile Manifesto co-author, along with Ari and I think 15 others. When I had a conversation with him last year, or in a conference actually, I asked him, what's the most important thing in engaging C-suite? And what he said to me was quite profound. He said, engage them early and often. right at the start of any transformation or big change or whatever you're trying to do, engage the C-suite, engage the leaders, engage the managers, not leaders, sorry, the managers and those really kind of pushing or pulling the change, and work with them, go to them, And for me, it's a bit like Prophet Moses. Prophet Moses is one of these prophets in history that continuously went to the Pharaoh, not saying they're directors or VPs of Pharaohs, but they're in power, right? So continuously having that conversation and dialogue, and not just stopping at day one, having that continuous dialogue with leaders and managers is so essential for business agility. I'll stop right there and see what kind of thoughts Nabil and Iwona have got as well.
That was great. So many useful things to digest there. And yeah, it's a journey, isn't it? It's not just a one stop. You had your early connection with the leaders and then you're done. Everyone goes on that journey together. I liked what you said around decentralized decisions. And for me, a lot of that is asking the leaders to let go of power. Instead of having the power to make the decisions, they have to let go of that power and give it to other people. And that naturally can be quite hard. Once people accumulate power, it's very difficult to let go of it. So I'm curious around your experience or tips in helping leaders let go of that power to make decisions and trusting others to make it.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to go first, or do you want me to respond to that? And you want to go next, or?
Yeah, I do have a couple of questions for you, so I'm happy for you to take this one.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, thanks for the question. What a beautiful question is: how do we help or support leaders to let go? What a beautiful question. So I'll give you a recent example actually of this. Is that I'm working with a client, one of the biggest fashion brands in the world, multi-billion revenue kind of trending, right? And there's probably going to be some level of hierarchy there, right? To be expected, DB, right? 70, 80-year-old organization. And when I first worked there as a coach, or as an enterprise coach, I'm currently working now actually, is they were saying, oh, can you implement this X framework, right? Typical thing, global organization, can you implement X framework and go ahead and do it? And the first question I said is that can we experiment? Is there room for experimentation here? And so I was really testing the boundaries of the system and testing the boundaries of what is this person or VP or director or senior director willing to let go for a short period of time, temporal. So I think it's about coaching and also to a large extent mentoring these people who have been in a space, right, where it's okay to tell people what to do. It's okay to tell and manage day to day, right, people's activities. And I think there's a slow level of, or even incremental, letting go of power is how I've done it recently, which is, you've got this forum, by the way, VP. Do you really need to be there? Oh, I actually don't need to be there. Okay, would you mind if I, or can you delegate? Can you? So I think it's about gently, kindly, with compassion, with genuine compassion, sincerity to ask the question and look them right in the eye. What I've also find is where you are positioned physically, remotely, right? Being here, for example, and looking down, has a different connotation to stepping back, So it's about, I think as coaches or as people, change agents, we need to really appreciate the politics around how we can influence leaders, because they're already using the same tactics on us. So the key thing is play the game, is what I would say. Play the game and influence gently with kindness is what I would do. And experiment. Say to them explicitly, can I experiment for 6 weeks? Can I experiment for this one? And keep it short experiments. Say, I will update you every 2 weeks. Would that be all right? And book in 15-minute slots. Leaders are very busy. So be mindful of their time. Do not waste their time. When you are on their time, look them directly in the eye and speak to them with rigor and be succinct.
And be prepared.
Be prepared, yeah.
That's great. I completely agree with what you said. I think just before I ask my question, Harun, just to add the way how, so I was working with a team that completely lost trust of the senior leadership team. That wasn't easy. The way how we approach this is that we try to, or as an alternative to experimentation, we just try and created some quick wins. So the quick win is not really kind of trying to, deliver the whole project, but just create very small value of something that the leaders would see, oh, okay, I can trust that team again. And that really helped to, again, get back on track and slowly build upon that and deliver more. And then we were like a central DevOps team in that organization. So we had a lot of responsibility and accountability. So quick wins, I think, would be definitely my second approach that I would recommend. And coming back to my question, if that's okay, if we have more time, just a quick one, Haroon, how would you approach stakeholders that don't really want to engage for a reason, or they don't? I think usually what I tend to hear is that I'm busy and they can meet me, for example, like in a few weeks' time. How would you approach those type of very busy stakeholders?
Yeah, what a good question. I don't know, Bill, if you want to go first or if you want me to respond to that.
So, yeah, it's a bit hypocritical, right? If leaders are asking other people to change, but they don't want to change themselves. So I think this is where, as a coach, as a mentor, someone supporting the leaders, it's our responsibility to hold up a mirror for them. Leaders can't ask other people to change, but they reserve themselves as above that status, and they are immune to the change. So I think there's a degree of, let's try to show them the hypocrisy of that conversation in those ways. Obviously, you do it in a way that's collaborative and structured. But I think ultimately it's around, look, we'll get to a certain point if we ask other people to change. But as the leadership of an organization, you guys naturally have lots of influence. So how successful do you want the change to be? If you want it to stop after a certain period and wane off, then we ask other people to change, but the leadership doesn't change. If you really are honest and serious about changing the way your organization works or runs, then that includes everyone, including the leadership teams. So for me, it's around holding a mirror up and showing them the hypocrisy of the ways in a kind way, in the way that facilitates collaboration, and being honest. We'll get to this point and we'll get no further, most likely, because we need everyone in the organization to change. It's not enough for just some teams. If you really want to succeed in this day and age, we can't have these people over here hanging on to the old ways of thinking and working while everyone else downstream does things differently. And I've worked in organizations where it's exactly that. On the team level, they are as agile as humanly possible. They're just great. The more higher up you go, the more traditional it becomes, and it just doesn't work. There's perpetually this conflict. So I think it's about holding the mirror up and being honest about the results we'll get if we only have part of the organization changing.
Yeah, definitely agree. It's about creating that sense of urgency that we need to change right now, show how urgent it is. And then if we don't do that, what's going to happen then, and the risk, and evidencing with some data.
Yes.
Yeah, totally agree. I'll be short in a minute. I think we've got Q&A at 11:15 CET, but 10:15 GMT. Yeah, I mean, everything what Nabil just said, actually, plus just a recent case study, actually. So I had this situation, actually, where this organization was actually making me laugh at times. And they said to me, oh, we want to be agile. Can you do this agile thing to these 500 people? They need to be agile. And I was like, well, what are you doing about it? Are you changing the way that you work? Oh, no. We get our steering committees, once a month, and we plan for like 4 years. And that's it. That's our static corporate strategy plan, right? BS, there's total BS that you see in most companies, right? Old school company structures, right? I'm sorry for my language here, but I just feel a bit passionate about this subject, right? So I continuously went to that group of people, the C-suite, CIO, senior, CEO as well. Actually, I actually directly engaged the CEO and spoke about truth. I think it's what Nabil just said. Speak truth to power in showing the mirror. You gotta be this kind of this European bodybuilder that picks that massive rock, right, and puts it onto that thing. And we have to do that. We got to do the heavy lifting. But actually, sometimes we need to step back and say, actually, do you really want to change? You don't. All right, bye-bye. And I've done that to this organization. I said to them, I was there for like 10 months or 11 months, whatever it was, a few years ago, actually. And I said to them, it seems like there's not much going to change at the top. So until that top layer changes, I'll be back in a few years. And it's quite not great sometimes because you lose a day rate, right? You lose a job, but I'm okay with that. I'd rather work in an organization where there's some friction. It's okay to have friction and disagreements. Very good. But for leadership and the management to tell people what to do, that's something I just cannot stand. And I normally say to them, I say, so you want these people to be agile, but you're not willing to change your behaviors or change the way that you systemically work, which actually influences directly the people that you want to be agile. Does it make sense? It's a cycle, it's a vicious cycle. So I think it's important to reflect, step back and actually share the observations. I observed this, I observed that. Would you mind if I observe your meetings? And I actually observed some of these C-suite meetings. I said, so would you mind if I observe your forums? Is that okay with you? Yeah, sure, come to my meeting, see to me how good I am. And I still give them the feedback, you know. Oh, by the way, I noticed that you use this word 10 times in that meeting. And some leaders change, by the way. Some people I work with C-suite, they actually recognize their behaviors and say, actually, you know what, I know I'm a bit of a what, but what can I do, Haroon? You know, what do you want me to do, man? I got like the board on my back, you know. Or I'm like, well, what do you want to do? You know, so having a conversation with people with kindness, as Nabil said, is spot on.
I love that. There's 8 minutes left of our slot, so thanks everyone for listening. Hopefully you've enjoyed our fireside chat. Ori, I'd love to hand over to you to see if there's any questions or whatnot.
Yeah, well, as you can expect, I have some questions myself. But before doing that, I have from Hari Krishnan a question, and it says, it's very interesting because a lot of us, we don't experience it, but at the same time, it happens a lot. So he or she is asking, how should we deal with microaggressions when it comes to creating psychological safety, work environments? How important is inclusiveness in leadership / business agility? Who would like to take it on?
I think it's a great question, and I'll probably be a bit controversial by saying, I don't really believe in microaggressions. I understand that some people do, but it's just such a slippery path once you start having microaggressions. And then what's next? Nanoaggressions? I think collaboration and humans coming together is always difficult. And I don't believe in everyone, like no one is allowed to be offended. Oh, you're offended by something. You've taken, you think that probably innocuous comment is some sort of microaggression towards someone else. In my experience, almost all of the time, people do not intend to be offensive. People are just speaking their minds. So I think we shouldn't try to cultivate an environment where no one's allowed to be offended, because then we're just not allowed to say anything. You know, people can be offended by anything. So I think it's a very slippery slope once we start trying to cater to microaggressions, because that could be anything. I've probably said 10 things over the course of the last hour that people could consider microaggressions. So I think it's a slippery slope. I think language is very imprecise, so it's very easy for these things to come out in an unintended way. I think everyone interprets language differently. You can literally have the same message, the same speech, and get 20 different interpretations or hundreds. So I think we should just try to be a little more understanding that people probably aren't speaking to hurt. And, going back to what we said earlier around acting with kindness, we should just try to understand that people are voicing their opinions, people are just trying to get their opinion across, their thoughts across, and that I get that some people feel strongly about microaggressions, but for me, it's around accepting that we're just trying to collaborate and we all have our best interest at heart, and we might get offended to some things, but that doesn't mean we have some elevated status or rights. So I think we have to be a little bit, resilient to these kinds of conversations and languages. And I get that might be a bit controversial, but yes.
I don't know exactly what Hari Krishnan is talking about, but I remember that, in my masterclass, Facilitation for Agilists, I talk about psychological safety, and I say, people have no bad intentions, right? Exactly. And then my oldest son, he has a master in psychology. He said, Dad, we need to talk. Some people do, period. People attack other people, and whether we like it or not, it happens. And the point is, how do you deal with this? My personal opinion is if any kind of aggression or attack is coming up, you have to deal with it right away. Don't ever ignore it, because then it will grow, and it will like a fungus, right? And that we have to take it on.
I agree completely with I agree completely with the aggression side, but I was more specifically honing on a microaggression. So that's obviously some people just outwardly attack each other, or they're just, being mean or nasty or whatever. And we should definitely deal with that. But for me, microaggressions is kind of this trend that is a bit different, and it becomes too subjective. So I think we should try to separate the subjectivity of microaggressions and aggressions and deal with it when it becomes more substantial and more conscious. So I completely agree with, if someone's being conscious about it, then completely deal with it. But in my experience, microaggressions is you're just having an innocuous conversation, but someone interprets it the wrong way and takes offense. So that would be my distinction there.
Okay, thank you so much. We're getting close to the end. Nabil, Haroon, Ivona, any last line that you would like to give to the people we have almost 40 people in the call. Any last line that you would like to give?
I don't mind sharing one thing, and I think Nabil and Ivona touched upon it. For me, business agility, the art or the science or whatever you want to call it, of responding to change in ways in real time, do not forget it's about people and human beings. For me, it's all about humans. Whereas leadership, change management, whatever, don't forget you're dealing with human beings, and have a bit of kindness in the way that we interact with people. I'll leave it with that.
Thank you, Haroon. Thank you. Ivona, a last line.
Thank you so much, Haroon. You did my job. I was going to summarize it in a very similar way. For me, it's absolutely about people. It's nothing else. It's not about tools or technology. I think my kind of suggestion would be just be genuinely interested in people, in helping them be better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivona. Nabil?
Echo what my fellow friends said. Love thyself, love each other, try to be the best version of yourself. And if we all act with a bit more kindness, I think the world will definitely be a better place. So that's my takeaway.
If I may add to that one, Nabil, that's what we need all over the globe, right? So not even, also outside the agile world, right? Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for your effort and your time. Thank you for being here, sharing your thoughts. In the meanwhile, it's 1 minute to 12 local time here. And I know that I see Sun already getting in, Tao is already getting in. Guys, can I ask you to open your camera and unmute yourself? Sun Zeping and Tao Xia are the hosts of the China event, which takes the next 3 hours. And as I said, Sun is, this morning earlier when I introduced the team of the organization, Sun is, of course, in China a lot, responsible for the DevOps days over there, but also in the Netherlands with his family, right? So it's going up and down. Tao and I know from collaboration at large client and masterclasses in Beijing and Tianjin. I know you well, guys. I know you did an awesome job before. There's not a lot I can say except for handing over to you. And give it a shot, guys. Thank you so much.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for joining the Asia Pacific China session. So for next 3 hours, Adi was together with Tao and the 3 of Chinese local speakers will give our sessions. And I guess the audience for China, we already start live. So I will say hi in Chinese. And by the way, except Adi, other speakers will speak Chinese language for the majority of the session. So 大家好，我们Agnostic Agile Community 线上亚太区分会现在就正式开始哈。大家现在看到屏幕里面的是敏捷宣言的联合作者 Adi van Bennekom， 他也是 Agnostic 区的一个发起人哈。Adi, I will kick off with the starting. I prepared a few slides, and there was something I will also invite you to jump in during my opening, and later Lisa will be the first speaker, all right? By the way, in the meantime, I just want to check if all three the speakers are also get set. In the meantime, I will share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen all?
Absolutely.
Cool.
Yes, we can.
I will speak in Chinese in this case. 对于大家还不了解这个活动的背景哈，我希望用几分钟给大家介绍一下。那我们看哈，这是2022年的第一场 AA Conference， 我们已经哈就是在倒计时已经从了最后的时刻哈，今天已经开始了。那这个话题的主题是这个业务敏捷专场哈，我们有一个slogan 是 Business Agility Powered by Agnostic Agile。那大家知道这是一个全球的一个活动哈。那其实今天上午我们已经完成了澳洲和欧洲刚刚完成。那现在我们是亚太区的第一场，后面在中国之后呢，我们还有美国哈北美的一场活动。那大家在屏幕看到涛和我呢是这个中国社区的一个组织者哈，所以涛也今天会跟我一起，我来主持，涛会跟我一起来协助配合大家去完成这个 session 哈。那我再给大家简单介绍一下咱们这个组织的一个背景哈。大家可以看到 Agnostic， 什么是 Agnostic Agile？ 我第一次听到这个词的时候我也很奇怪哈，因为 Agnostic 这个词呢在中国其实我们一直在找，在各个语言里找到一个对应的翻译，其实不一定都非常准确。所以呢，我也当阿里找到我的时候呢，其实我们都知道他是敏捷宣言的提出者。那敏捷宣言呢，我们其实提出来这样是一些这个原则哈，但并没有说具体的某一个方法论。那实际用最普通的话理解呢，就是说我们推广的是一个就是传统就是这个泛敏捷哈，广义的敏捷可以这样理解哈。所以在中文我觉得广义的敏捷对 Agnostic 的翻译是比较合适的。那具体呢就是说在整个的敏捷里不是某一个具体的方法论啊可以解决你的问题。There is no one framework is the answer， 对吧？也没有这个 one size fit all， 所以要放在客户的情景下哈去解决客户实际的问题，交付价值哈。So in this case我们今天呢也可以看到哈，在国际上有一些支持机构，像赞助机构，比如说 Action、Humanity 和Agile Heroes 和 Tomorrow 是赞助机构。同时呢，在中国本地呢，我们也很高兴呢，有很多本地的社区哈，比如说 DevOps 社区、Agile Coach 中国敏捷教练联盟社区、破马张飞社区，还有以及我们创思麦格哈，就是夏涛老师所在的机构哈，作为这个中国活动这个推广支持机构哈。Ali, can I ask you a question? Because I just try to explain in my understanding what is really Agnostic Agile is about. As the founding body, a founding person of together with the rest of team members of this community, would you please give a little bit opening background on why you want to form the Agnostic Agile and what is Agnostic Agile? What is different compared with other Agile methodologies, for example?
Of course, I would like to do that, Son. The thing is actually that Agnostic Agile is not a methodology, right? So we have the frameworks, like we know extreme programming and Scrum and things like FDD and TDD and adaptive and Crystal and DSDM, all the frameworks. And Agnostic Agile is not a framework. It's even stronger. Agnostic Agile is the experience that you say, depending on where you are, where your team is, what your team needs, you need to be able to work with practices from methodologies. For example, extreme programming has a couple of practices that you can use. Lean and Kanban have practices that you can use. Scrum has practices that you can use. And DSDM has practices that you can use, the Agile Project Management Framework. But they are focusing on different things. And we brought that together, writing the Agile Manifesto. So at writing the Agile Manifesto, we solved multiple problems. And if you want to make a division, you can say it's the value focus, it's the efficiency, and it's the quality that we, in our ways of working, we had 17 people together. And what we shared, we called Agile, and we wrote the Agile Manifesto. So if your team is in a quality struggle, you need to go down to, okay, what kind of practice I can use for extreme programming? And if you would like to get better understanding on, the business and the views, maybe you can adopt a lot of Crystal or FDD. And if you want to look into efficiency, you can do a lot of Scrum or Lean and Kanban. If you want to do a lot of value focus, you can do a lot of practices from the Agile Project Management Framework. That means that And the word practice already said it, right? You have agile as a concept, you have the frameworks, the methodologies, and then every methodology has the practice, and the practice is what you do. So agnostic agile is how do we work? And we practice, we apply things from different methodologies because together they will help us, in avoiding delay. Avoiding delay can be coming from inefficiency, can be coming from a lack of value, can be coming from things like bad quality. All you have to do rework, you lose time. So the agnostic is the concept that you say, I cherry pick from the different frameworks. That's what it's about.
所以刚才thank you Ali for the background 所以刚才我理解我又问了一下阿里哈，就是他对 Agnostic 这个一个设立这样的一个泛敏捷、广义敏捷的这样一个 community 一个初衷哈，它其实可以检验一下，其实我的理解也是比较相对来说跟他是高度一致的哈，就是说他刚才提到在2001年当敏捷宣言17位各个敏捷门派的代表，然后比如说这里面有 DSDM 啊、Scrum 啊、XP 啊、看板啊各个哈，我们当时提到敏捷宣言的时候，其实就是一个敏捷的一个原则和敏捷的一个思维和 mindset， 所以并不是说某一个方法论的独立去解决问题。那首先大家有对敏捷本身的一个原则和一个mindset 的一个理解。那当然在具体的 context 下，就根据客户的需求选择具体的方法论。所以呢，其实在过去的一段时间里，可能我们可能接触的某一个敏捷实践比较多，那认为它可能就是敏捷的全部。那实际呢，我们可能想回到这个最初衷哈，回到这个对吧？回到最原始的时候，当敏捷17位敏捷宣言的时候，提出敏捷宣言的时候，实际上也是一个 agnostic 一个 agile 哈，是这样的，而不是具体到某个方法论层面。所以呢，其实我们今天的主题呢是业务敏捷。那其实呢，在早期，在过去的20年，敏捷大量的在应用在研发部门，但随着现在在数字化转型的这个时代里呢，我们的组织层面也越来需要这个组织和业务敏捷，而且敏捷呢已经从原来的 CIO 或者 IT 部门的这个 agenda 上升到这个 CEO 战略层面。所以今天我们这个话题哈，我们就聊跟今天请到的这些嘉宾哈，我们说也是国内资深的敏捷专家哈，都有很多年的这个敏捷经验。我觉得我们可以聊很关于业务敏捷这话题聊得很深入哈。那今天我们在中国session 呢我们会看到哈有3位中国本地的敏捷的这种专家哈，还有这个阿里，我们4个 speaker。同时我也希望大家看到这是一个全球的峰会哈，这是全球其他几个 session 刚刚结束的澳洲和欧洲这个 session 的 speaker， 然后还有后面美国的 speaker 哈，就是大家知道我们这是一个 global 的一个活动哈。同时呢，这个活动是2017年发布的。当然，在没有疫情的情况下，我们也会有线下的这种 meet up 呀，线下的这种community 的活动哈。当然，熟悉像我们中国也有像敏捷的一些活动，像敏捷之旅啊，还有 DevOps Days 啊这样的活动哈，我们都会有。当然，我相信当疫情过去以后呢，我们 Agnostic Agile Community 也会举办线下的活动哈。那不浪费更多的时间了哈，今天我就介绍一下我们这4位在中国的中国 session 的这个4个 speaker 哈。阿里 van Bennekom 刚才已经跟大家打招呼了，我就不介绍了，他是敏捷宣言的联合作者哈。早期的时候呢，他代表的敏捷我们所谓的说门派是 DSDM 这个门派哈。国内很多熟悉这个雪人这个这个 methodology 的哈，就是来自于 DSDM 哈。我记得2019年最后一次也是阿里当年最后一次在中国的时候参加了2019年上海的 DevOps Days， 他的最后一次其实也跟大家分享了这个雪人的这个 model 哈。所以呢这块那我相信另外的3位中国本地的老师哈专家，其实熟悉敏捷圈里的可能对他们都不陌生哈。那我觉得这4个人的这个敏捷经验加起来，我相信够100年了吧。如果其他的老师可能就10年20年，剩下的时间我们都算到阿里身上，因为他在这个行业里面，我相信有个30-40年应该是不成问题哈。所以我们有这样全球这样那个中国本地的敏捷的实践的专家，还有全球敏捷宣言的这样的一个大神级的级别的人物哈，今天跟我们有一个面对面的交流。所以呢，就是我简单会介绍一下我们今天这个4位演讲嘉宾的话题哈。那我们其实第1位出场的演讲嘉宾呢，就是Lisa 管婷婷哈。那其实Lisa 也是一个颜值担当的敏捷教练哈，她同时也出版了很多像 OKR 啊，还有这个敏捷方面的书籍哈。现在呢，她在某金融企业做这个敏捷转型教练，也是中国敏捷教练联盟的这个委员。 他其实也是敏捷团队绩效考核的作者，包括 OKR 军规啊，很多出了这方面的书哈。那下面呢，我就会把时间交给 Lisa 她来分享她的这个金融行业的业务敏捷转型的话题。Lisa 你可以开麦哈。
好，谢谢孙总。稍等，我这边分享一下屏幕。
可以看到屏幕了哈。
是可以看到，我这边想全屏一下。好，反应比较慢。OK， 现在可以看到了吧？
没问题，可以开始，但有一点点回音，你是不是有其他的手机设备在开着2个，有点回声哈？可以关掉一个设备或者手机什么的，
我试一下这次怎么样
？OK， 没问题。现在，
还是有回音。
你是不是开着小额通或者是其他的这个设备可以关掉哈？
喂，现在好了吗？
可以接受，不然你可以先这样讲一下，就是现在回音不是很大，你试一下，然后同时看看能把其他的设备关掉哈。
我其他设备现在检查了一下是关的。哎呀，稍等，我再试一下。
We got some echo here. Lisa trying to fix the echo. Yeah. 对了，正好利用这个时间，我跟大家提一下哈，我们有一个小活动哈，我们这个活动刚刚开始，现在是北京时间19点哈，在20点的时候呢，我们会结束邀请结束邀请，那就是在邀请榜上 Top 5的，我们都会送一本这个当下非常流行的一个就是独角兽项目的一本书这也是我和张乐和许峰老师联合引进翻译的，肯定敏捷圈的小伙伴可能读过凤凰项目，它是凤凰项目的姊妹篇，所以大家可以利用这个时间再邀请一下这个咱们周围的朋友和小伙伴然后排行榜 Top 5的在小额通里面，我们会邮寄每人1本独角兽项目，所以那个大家可以利用这个时间那个在叫一下周围的小伙伴，因为相信2022年我们有这样的机会可能不多这可能是第一场，因为看来我们这个活动可能下半年应该还会有但是上半年可能就是特别是中国的春节前可能就是这一场所以大家可以那个再邀约一些小伙伴，大概在结束的时候，大概在9点半左右，我会公布 Top 5的获奖的这个小伙伴邀约榜的这个名单，然后呢，联系我们的这个小助手后面会二维码的小助手，然后我们会给联系送书然后
对，刚好那个孙老师，那个我也提醒一下各位在小额通上观看的伙伴，那个我们在每一位嘉宾分享结束以后，都会留出时间来答疑、提问、互动，所以大家如果有什么问题，可以在小额通里面敲出来。包括刚刚我也因为咱们在谈这个Agnostic Agile 那关于这个具体更多的讯息，大家可以去他的官网，我也把这个官网的地址刚刚也有发到小额通的聊天区。
好的，好的。Lisa， 如果你这边 OK 的话，哈，给我们一个反馈。然后那个刚才我看，有老师提示，您可以把 iPad 或者是手机、电脑中的小儿通关掉哈。我们用 Zoom 就可以。
对，现在可以了吗？请问？
现在 OK 了，没问题，可以开始。
现在 OK。对，好的。不好意思，刚才发生了一点意外哈。那么我今天来跟大家分享的这个主题是金融行业的敏捷组织转型的这样的一个探索。刚才孙老师这边已经给我做了一个简单的介绍，然后我就不多介绍了。我们直接切入主题吧。今天跟大家分享的这个主题是主要从这么几点切入。第一点是一个金融行业敏捷转型的迫切性。第二点是对金融行业而言的一个成熟的敏捷组织，它应该具备哪些特点？第三个呢，就是对金融行业来说呢，它的敏捷产品应该具备哪些特点？因为你的过程敏捷，不意味着你就能产出敏捷的产品啊。那我们希望最终是看到是敏捷的结果，而不是只有敏捷的过程。那么敏捷的产品在金融行业里面，它应该是一个什么样的形态啊？我会跟大家在这个地方分享一下。然后就是金融行业敏捷的一些项目特点啊，一个成熟的敏捷项目在这个金融行业里边应该具备哪些特征？最后一个就是跟大家分享一下，在过往的一些跟金融行业的这个企业的接触过程里面，观察到的一些做敏捷转型的时候遇到的非常典型的困难。好，那咱们接下来先看第一个，就是金融行业敏捷转型的必要性。那么首先，金融行业为什么要去做敏捷转型啊？为什么是敏捷转型而不是其他的转型啊？首先呢，我们要看到金融行业现在所面临的主要是一个复杂性和不确定性啊，它有一个大大的增加。那么这种复杂性和不确定性，从大环境的角度上来看，主要是由这3点造成的。第一点就是信息化到数字化的迅猛转变。那么金融行业正在面临着新技术和监管带来的机遇和挑战。那么驱动当前数字化进程的一个有5大类吧，有5大类技术啊。这5大类技术可以简写为 A、B、C、D、E 啊。A 就是 AI 人工智能，那 B 就是 blockchain 区块链啊 ，C 就是 cloud 啊 ，D 是 big data 啊大数据，E 就是 Internet of Everything 就是万物互联。那么这个 A、B、C、D、E 5大技术带来的变革啊，给金融行业造成了哪些具体影响呢？就是原来它可能不是接口的地方，现在它变成接口了啊。原来没有应用场景的，现在它变出应用场景来了。那原来有一些老的这种应用场景呢，它被淘汰了。那我们7、8年前的时候我经常跟金融行业的同学就是聊天啊，他们会觉得自己的服务啊、流程啊、产品啊，很难改。一方面很难改，再有一方面就是也没有什么必要去改啊。他们也很难想象如果他们的产品或者服务如果变了的话会是什么样啊。但是我现在在跟他们聊天的时候，问他们就是将来3到5年你们的产品或者服务怎么会去变化，怎么升级，他们的答案还是很难想象。但是可以肯定的是，绝对不会像现在一样绝对不会跟现在当前这个状况是一样的。所以这个信息化和数字化的迅猛转变来促使就是银行不得不去提升自己的产品和服务啊。然后第二个挑战是来自于这个 fintech、techfin 的这些巨头的挑战。比如说在我们国内的话，以陆金所还有京东金融为代表的这个 fintech 公司呢，他们有2个优势，一个是技术优势啊，一个是对用户数据的掌握啊。其实技术优势有时候并非是说技术先进的优势因为其实市场上能购买到的技术都是差不多的但是呢fintech 和 techfin 公司他们的优势是在于他们没有技术遗产就是没有这个 legacy但是传统的这种金融公司，不管你是银行还是基金公司你应用新技术的时候特别难，就是因为你有这个技术遗产你的现有的系统老旧，你的流程复杂，你的更新技术的时候，你的代价太大，风险太大。所以 fintech 公司呢，他们成立比较晚，但他们就没有这个拖累，所以他们可以直接在这个新平台上去搭建，直接用新的技术。那么在用户端也是，有时候呢，并非是 fintech 公司对这个用户了解 了解特别多啊。其实大家对用户的了解程度并没有想象中的那么大，而是说用户需求进化了之后呢，那传统的金融公司它已有的销售模式啊，它的行为模式，包括它搭建的内部的管理模式在它满足用户需求的时候呢，如果改动太大，它牵一发而动全身啊，那么这时候它的这些也就是遗产啊，导致他们会远远的去落后于这些轻遗产的这种 FinTech 公司啊。那以蚂蚁金服为代表的这种 TechFin 的这种公司呢，他们虽然通过输出这个技术服务去服务这个金融行业，但是因为他们在互联网、大数据、云计算还有人工智能、区块链这些技术上有绝对的话语权，使得那个金融公司在和他们合作的时候呢，不得不去进行就是大量的妥协和让利啊，并且呢挤压了自己的这个利润啊。那么第3点就是迫在眉睫的需要去改变的是金融企业的组织决策和业务流程相对冗长而且复杂。那与科技创新公司的快速迭代产品服务这种实时响应之间存在巨大的差距。业务部门呢和技术部门他们各司其职其独立性在一定程度上导致了这个协作和交付的这个效率的降低啊。那么与现在这些高科技金融企业他们之间是存在很大的差距的。所以呢，传统金融行业需要在技术基础之上呢，还有组织结构之上，还有业务流程之上去实现快速响应，这是他们面临的必须解决的问题啊。那么这恰恰也是敏捷方法在这个领域它所擅长的并且有出色表现的啊。所以呢，金融行业会去更加倾向于就是使用敏捷方法，而不是其他方法来 drive 自己的转型。那么从金融行业来讲呢，另一个带来复杂性的因素是从用户的需求角度啊，因为金融消费行为发生了在过去的一段时间里边发生了很大的这种改变，基金公司还有商业银行，他们没有办法直接去获得客户了啊。那么80后、90后呢？现在中国来看，统计一共有3.4亿人口，他们成为了这个就是金融企业产品的这个主要的消费者啊。但是他们的金融消费习惯呢正在改变，他们不愿意到这个金融网点办理业务啊，他也不喜欢去被动的接受金融产品和服务啊。那国外的有一些调查表明呢，随着年龄层的降低，人们对银行和传统金融机构的信任也是降低的。举个例子，就是你60岁以上的这个父母，你去买理财，他们就是比较喜欢去银行的网点，然后在银行网点的大厅里边有一些推销基金的经理还有一些所谓的理财师卖基金和保险那我们60岁以上的父母对这些人是比较信任，对银行是比较信任，对银行的员工这种销售类的这种岗位的员工也是比较信任的，所以他们的决策很多是靠就是去银行然后咨询这些人来做出来的。但是这类人的子女，也就是35岁以下的人群，你买理财的时候不会去银行第二，你去了也不会信任银行员工的推荐，你有你自己获得信息的渠道以及做决策的方式。那么传统的金融行业对这些新型的这种渠道和决策方式是缺乏理解的。那么第2点就是金融产品的消费者需求，它的分化是特别严重的。首先你的消费是多样化了，你的住房教育、医疗还有快消还有互联网的一些流行趋势衍生出各种各样的消费方式来，还有呢，这些消费方式就会导致不同的对这个金融产品的这样的需求然后就是人群这个分层比较严重，有时候你都不知道有这么一个人群的存在有这么一种需求的存在。比如说在拼多多开始特别火爆的时候，我周围就有人就是很难理解为什么一个卖假货的网站还能卖这么多但是市场就是存在这么一群对品牌、对品质不很敏感，但是对价格极度敏感的人群对于金融行业来讲也是这样的，有一些细分市场它是客观存在的，但是传统金融行业对于细分市场的挖掘能力是落后于那些掌握大数据的 TechFin 和 FinTech 公司的所以人们对这个金融产品产生了多样化的需求，反映在供给端呢，传统的金融行业它同质化的这个金融产品供给是过剩的，而针对细分的这个客户群体呢，它的差异的产品做的相对是不足的这是这个金融现在的这些传统金融行业所面临的一个巨大的挑战。 那么第3个挑战是从需求端来的，就是社交网络的崛起改变了金融行业的获客方式啊。有一次呢，有一个美国的这个金融公司，他一个高管啊，然后我们在对话的时候，他跟我说，他怎么取代这个，就是怎么去取悦这个 Z 时代，就是 Generation Z 啊这些人啊，怎么去服务他们啊，让他们买单，没有人知道。对他们来讲是一个谜啊！他们这些美国的金融公司曾经抓住了婴儿潮一代的人啊，满足了他们的需求，从而获得了业务的增长。但是如何去服务好这个 Z 时代，他们现在是完全没有线索的。那回到我们自己身上来，我父母理财的时候喜欢去社区的银行网点啊，但是我买基金的时候从来没有去过银行网点，我是在网上查。我最早看晨星。还有就是聚潮网络这样的信息聚合类的网站啊，那比我年轻一点的人呢，他们现在是怎么获取这种理财信息、金融产品信息，并且做出决策的呢？啊，我们会去调查一下，会去发现了，他们是靠意见领袖，比如说知乎的财经大 V 啊，抖音的财经大 V， 还有雪球这种自媒体平台啊。给大家举一个例子。就是大家可能还记得，就是咪蒙啊这个公众号啊，当这个公众号的还活着的时候，就没有被封杀的时候，他之所以出名，是经常就是我们从新闻上又听到说 ，OK， 他又写了一个10万加浏览10万加的爆品文章了啊，所以呢，好像是公众号文章，你如果能写上就是浏览量破10万，就是一个了不得的事情了啊。但是大家可以去看一个教人理财和投资的一个公众号。叫10年定投翻10倍啊，他现在可能改名叫银行螺丝钉啊，就10年定投翻10倍这个公众号，也可以搜索银行螺丝钉，每一篇都是5、6万的浏览量，经常有上10万的浏览量啊，这10万浏览量是很平常的。但是呢，就是他不怎么有名啊，但是大部分的这个年轻人啊，会采用这样的渠道啊，就是这种意见领袖的渠道。啊，他们所信任的意见领袖，通过这样的渠道来获取金融知识，来获取金融产品啊，然后并且呢，做出根据他们的一些知识分享的一些知识，做出购买金融产品的决策啊。那所以他们根本就不 care 金融机构发布的东西，就是金融机构你的产品要 reach 到你的客户，中间其实是隔着大量的这种自媒体的意见领袖的。所以呢，就是金融机构你也没有办法直接去获得你客户的反馈，以及了解他们是如何做决策的啊，你也就没有办法，就是你也就失去了，就是你去改善你的产品、提升你服务的第一手宝贵的这种信息来源啊。所以以上是来自客户端的变化啊，它会导致金融机构来讲的话，需求这个不确定性是增加的，了解需求的难度是增加的了。所以对于金融行业来讲呢，一头是 fintech、techfin 之类的公司被倒逼他们在基础设施啊，在流程上需要提升这个响应速度，另外一方面呢，需求端的不确定性又在增加，所以这2个问题是金融行业迫切需要解决的问题，恰好又是我们敏捷方法比较擅长的领域。所以呢，金融公司在转型的时候，他们都会拿这个敏捷方法去做驱动。那类似的比较成功的例子，比如说国外有 JP Morgan 啊，还有 PayPal 的 Agile 转型啊，PayPal 的 Story 在这个 YouTube 上是非常火的啊。国内有很多例子，我有很多教练朋友在工商银行、浦发银行、中原银行都担任过敏捷教练，帮他们去做敏捷转型啊。好，那么这个就是金融行业敏捷转型的一个迫切性和必要性，以及他们为什么会去选择敏捷方法作为转型的驱动啊。那么我们再看一下，就是金融行业转型的目标，就是我们刚才解释了 why， 接下来我们解释一下，就是你金融行业的企业，你如果要去做敏捷转型的话，你的最成熟的样子啊应该是什么样的啊？那么金融行业转型的目标有这样几个，就是你最终作为一个组织来讲，你要实现业务敏捷、交付敏捷和管理敏捷啊。金融行业业务敏捷金融行业对金融行业来讲，业务敏捷啊，是你的最终目标，也就是说要能做到以客户为中心，要能做到快速的响应市场变化，要能满足客户对金融产品的差异化的要求啊，并且要体验好、迭代快啊，要能抢占市场先机，要能获得这个市场份额啊，这是在业务端啊。但是业务敏捷是我们追求的最终结果，但是要在这个交付敏捷、管理敏捷啊这2个地方同时发力，因为这2个地方就是交付敏捷和管理敏捷是实现这一结果的路径，3者就互相依存，缺一不可啊。因为你交付敏捷， 就是现在对于大部分的这个金融行业来讲啊，你的服务和产品是依托于互联网的，是以软件的形式或者是网络服务的形式提供的啊，所以如果你的软件和网络服务交付的过程不够迅速和灵活的话，那么业务敏捷是无从谈起的啊。那么同样，如果你的管理流程僵化，决策链条特别长，那么你的业务敏捷也无从谈起啊。所以对金融行业来讲呢，我认为这3条是它去做敏捷转型的时候有3个支柱啊，像 Scrum 的3个支柱一样，就是你作为金融行业的企业啊，你做敏捷转型的时候，这是你的3个支柱。那么金融企业必须在这3个领域同时发力啊，我不能说我单搞一块儿。你说我上来先搞有一些银行啊，我知道的，就是上来我们先搞 IT 的这个交付敏捷吧啊，那你会发现它搞完了之后效果有限啊，你只有3个一起搞啊，并且设立明确的目标啊，统一的目标，那么你最后这个转型才比较容易能看到效果啊。那我们接下来看一下这3个领域里边更详细一点的特点啊。那么首先我们看就是在业务敏捷领域啊，我们需要去做到的就是什么是具体的业务敏捷啊。首先就是在业务端，你的组织结构要能做到跨职能和端到端啊，并且呢，你要有适配的生产和销售相应的这个机制和体制啊。那么传统的职能的这个组织架构是当前国内金融机构的主流模式，基本上就是按前台、中台、后台进行部门的划分。那么这个架构下边呢，一般都是说，组织的分工特别明确啊，专业化的流程特别高啊，但是呢，它层级森严啊，还要决策的是高度集中的，决策链条是特别长的，这是它一个常见的一个组织结构啊。但是如果我们去做敏捷转型的话，那组织结构就需要变成跨职能的端到端的网格式的团队，推动这个组织架构从金字塔向扁平式去做转变。啊，从这个由上至下的这种决策中心化决策，变成一种围绕特定客户产品，然后负责端到端的这种产品开发和运营这种模式，然后来打破部门的壁垒啊，让组织的这个流程能够得以高效的运转。那么打破壁垒往往风险和困难是比较大的，所以呢，在这个领域我们一般采取的好的实践就是敏捷实验小组的形式啊。敏捷实验小组呢，它是独立于其他的这个业务部门或者是职能部门的，尤其是说当这个组织内的这个壁垒太厚短时间很难打破的时候啊，我们会去组建这种就是实验，在小范围之内啊，组建一个这样的实验。敏捷实验的小组啊，这样模式的一个好处是数字化的举措呢，它首先不受银行的主流文化和官僚主义这样的就是影响啊。那摆脱这些约束之后呢，创新者呢，我们就比较容易去挑战啊，去培育出新的业务模式，然后培育出新的业务模式，证明这种新的业务模式成功之后呢，再在组织内进行大规模的推广。那么业务敏捷的第2点就是说要有搭配这个生产和销售的这样的一个相应的机制。在传统行业里边，我们经常能看到就是商业银行它都是总行设计产品，然后分行进行销售。那么在敏捷组织之下，总行在产品创新这个方面呢，它重点是在就是有一些点子和点子的来源，然后进行加工。但是在产品的选择上边呢，总行应该给出的是产品组合、营销方案设计啊，分行就是或者是营业网点，则需要对产品营销方案、产品库，然后来进行非常大的属地化改造啊，根据你属地的特性，根据你属地用户的特性，然后进行这样改造啊。也就是说，你的总行重点是在搭框架啊，或者是对于一些就是点子啊进行一些集中的这种加工，但是在加工的这个同时呢，你要给分行给下边进行属地化改造啊，留出空间啊，并且留出授权啊。那么这是它业务模式的一个业务敏捷的时候，要在业务模式里边我们认为比较好的一些个模式啊。那么在技术上呢，敏捷金融组织就要满足这个分布式和平台化的这种科技架构啊。那么传统银行我们观察到它的科技架构啊，和包括它的就是说这个产品的设计，主要是以管理便利为导向的。也就是说你内部的管理怎么方便怎么省事儿或者是说怎么能让领导能看明白，能管理明白 啊，它是以这个为导向的。通常呢，一套系统就会支持很多条业务线儿，然后整个的系统它是复杂，就是耦合，并且它缺乏这种技术封装的，就是这些它都不 care 啊。那是重点是在于就是我能不能统一管理，用一个简单的这种标准把大家都框起来啊。但是对于这种松耦合啊，对这种就是说技术的灵活性啊，它其实是不太 care 的，就会导致就是你在实施的过程中积累非常大的这样的技术债啊，或者是业务债。或流程债啊，那么在敏捷组织里边呢，科技架构就应该围绕实现这个 IT 的这种高响应为目标啊，要破除传统的这种竖井式的这种架构，要建立起开放的、兼容性、迭代性强的这种结构啊，包括要引进这种分布式的、平台化的这种科技的架构体系啊，就是 DevOps 现在比较火的一个 DevOps 平台啊所能支持的，那么只有了这些之后，才能够满足这种前端产品快速迭代的创新需求。那回到在管理上面啊，那你的内部管理啊，你的敏捷金融企业应该要满足开放加协同的工作方式，还有授权加试错的这种文化理念啊。开放加协同的工作方式是指呢，就是在传统的工作模式下，一个任务会被标准化，会切割成若干的流程或环节。那么这个在银行体系或者是基金公司里边特别常见啊。然后呢，在敏捷组织下边。那不同的这个职能人员要组成这种混合编队，然后通过设计冲刺，通过这种规范流程、简化沟通啊、并发处理这几个方面呢进行改造，然后快速的响应这个市场的问题啊。那么同样的，你的管理岗位啊，你的管理的人员的汇报线啊，也要做出相应的调整，以支持这样的内部协作方式。然后最后就是授权的这个文化的理念啊，这也是你敏捷金融企业啊，它需要具备的一个特性啊。授权加试错，在传统的组织下面呢，银行主要的任务是在确定性的市场中呢，去销售这种同质化高的这种产品啊。那组织对人的看法是销售机器中的螺丝钉啊，所以呢，组织内的领导和员工呢，他们是命令加执行的这种就是沟通的关系，就上边命令下边执行啊，这样的沟通方式啊。那么组织内的人，他的价值观呢都是计件式的这种业绩导向，就 KPI 啊，计件式的 KPI 业绩导向的。那么在敏捷组织下呢，银行的这个经营的起点就不再是你自己而是你的客户啊，你所有经营的起点都应该是客户啊，而最了解客户的是前台的一线的员工啊，所以组织内的领导与员工的沟通关系变成是以人为本的授权加赋能的这种形式啊。组织内人的价值观应该是创新式的和价值导向式的。那么领导层应该鼓励员工进行基层的这个尝试和创新啊，提升对失败的这个容忍度，并且激励员工在失败中不断去学习和成长。所以这就是成熟的敏捷金融组织啊，在业务敏捷交付敏捷还有管理敏捷上，它具备的一些特别详细的特点啊。那这些呢，也就是一个成熟的金融企业转型的目标啊。它相当于一个标杆。你作为一个金融企业，在做敏捷转型的时候，未必要以这个为终点啊，但是它是一个你方向的这种参考，你可能根据你自己的实际情况来决定你能达到的成熟度啊。但是这个我们这一页上面所列出来的特征，应该是一个非常成熟的这样的敏捷金融企业，它在业务、在技术、在管理上面应该具备的一些特征。那么这个其实是过程敏捷啊。我们说过程敏捷不叫敏捷，结果敏捷才叫敏捷。你过程里边用了很多的敏捷方法，但是你生产出来的产品和服务是不是就一定具备敏捷性呢？啊，很多时候是不一定的。那如果你的生产出来的产品或者服务不具备敏捷性，我们也不认可，那你这个敏捷转型是成功的啊。不管你过程里边是应用了什么样的方法，然后采取了什么样的实践啊，那么只要你结果不敏捷，我们就认为它是不敏捷的。那么什么样的产品才是具备敏捷特性的产品呢？我个人认为现在市场上有这么几款，就是大家能够接触到的，相对来讲比较熟悉的这么几款是比较典型的，我给大家分享一下。那么第一个产品是平安银行的口袋银行 平安银行、口袋银行，它走的这个，你会发现就是说不同的产品，它背后其实是不同的敏捷的方式导致的，因为在过程里边你可能会采取不一样的敏捷实践的组合啊。但是我们从这个产品上面来能够倒推出它背后采取的，就是说其主要作用的这个敏捷的实践是什么样的啊？首先我们来看这个平安银行的口袋银行啊，那么它的做法就是夯实科技基础，打造灵活的、快速的响应能力啊。那么它的特点是有分布式的微服务的架构，还有单元化，还有多活的那个数据中心，还有大数据加 AI 的智能中心，还有就是平台化的这种服务啊。这个得益于它背后的就是研发和运维的 DevOps 化啊，还有呢，它构建技术中台和业务中台啊，在这个里边，它的技术中台和业务中台打造的是非常敏捷。并且呢，他花了巨资在大量的就是这个在 IT 方面去打造了这个分布式的这种系统架构，所以这是一个非常典型的，我们会看到，当然它的管理和业务有相应的这种就是敏捷度啊，但是我们能从它的这个产品上边一下就第一眼能看出来的是它的就是说技术敏捷的这个平台是非常成熟的啊。我有良好的这种技术平台的这种支撑啊，有大数据中心的这种支撑啊，那会导致我接下来还有就各种分布式微服务架构，会导致我接下来就是研发产品啊，并且去推出新产品的时候，我的响应的这个速度会特别快啊。所以你会发现，就是这是我们从它这个产品里边就是观察到的。那它具备这些特征，能够高度响应。那它背后支持的是这种就是敏捷化的这种 DevOps 化的这样的就是平台啊。所以呢，满足了这些特征，我们会认为它是一个就是比较成功的这样的敏捷产品啊。然后另外一个例子就是招商银行的这种就是网上就是掌上生活啊，听众里边应该也会有不少人在使用这个 APP 掌上生活 APP 啊。那么招商银行它走的是 FinTech 的路线啊，它走的是金融科技啊，它核心是金融啊，利用科技去给它赋能。那么大家如果用招商银行的产品的话，尤其是它那个掌上生活的那个 APP， 你会发现它的用户体验特别好啊，并且它每一次更新啊，基本上没有什么就是我们叫比较冗余的那种更新啊，总是说这个更新总是为了满足用户需求而去做的更新啊，所以招商银行的这个口碑是非常好的。相比较而言，就是我们可以拿一些就是大厂的现在互联网的一些大厂，比如说这个不能比如哈，然后就是也是一些大家比较常用的，你像你的支付 APP， 或者是说一些其他的这种就是综合性的这个 APP， 你会发现你在登录了之后，他们也是所谓的大厂，然后也号称自己是敏捷转型内部敏捷，然后甚至他们的敏捷教练也出来讲课。但是你当使用这些大厂产出的这种 APP 的时候，你会明显的发现，他们用一些需求来满足你啊，你不得不去用它这些 APP 的时候呢，它会在接下来你使用完这个 APP 的时候，然后会提供一方面它这个 APP 的这个流程啊未必是以你为核心的，另外一方面你在使用的过程中，你明显会去感受到一种就是它要引导你。它不光是要引导你的使用方式，它还要引导你的注意力啊！它会用各种各样的就是弹出广告，或者是说当你操作完了之后，有一些相应的这种奖励之类的，然后去引导你的注意力啊。所以整个在使用的这个过程中，你在使用它的过程中，它不仅仅是服务你啊，更多的是你会感觉到它把你看成一个资源。不断的去给你推送啊，不断的去吸引你的流量啊，用各种各样的手段，优惠券也好，就是说其他的一些什么小游戏也好，去抓你的这个就是抓你的一个动作，抓你的这个后续，去引导你后续的这种操作啊。所以这个其实在这个过程里边，这些 APP 传递出来的，它并不是以客户为中心的，而且它会把这个客户认为是你的就认为是他的一个资产，就是说你客户访问来了，好，我给你提供一些服务，但是更多的是我要如何去利用你啊，这是他传递出来的一种价值观啊。这个我相信大家在使用很多 APP 一些比较经典的 APP 的时候，你可能如果你回想一下的话，你可能都会有这种感受啊。但是在招商银行的这个 APP 里边啊，它并就是完全不存在这种情况 啊。所以呢，掌上银行这个 APP 从用户端给人的体验是非常好的，并且是说它是以服务你为中心的，而不是说把你当成一个数据来源为中心的，至少给你的感觉是这样的。所以从用户角度来看，它是完全抓住这个用户的需求的，以服务客户为中心，提供的是这样的体验啊。另外一方面，它降低的是自身服务的成本。它的数字化体验包括智能化的这个运营，降低的是它自己内部人员流程上面的成本啊。所以回头我们去看，这里边也体现出来，不管它用的实践是什么啊，但是我们能从它的产品里边也是倒推，就是说它企业里边重点采取了就重点有哪些，就是比较敏捷的这样的成果出现啊。所以我们可以从这个就是具备敏捷性的这个产品，然后回过头来去感受到，就是它企业内部啊，在生产这个产品的时候，采用了哪些最佳的这种敏捷实践和敏捷的这种流程。然后再有一个就是浦发银行啊，浦发银行它走的是作为一个成熟的这种，就是或者说我们能看出来它有敏捷性的这样的产品，就是它的一个叫 API Bank， 就是无界开放银行。啊，大家有兴趣的话可以去搜一下。但是无界开放银行可能对个人来讲，你的感受不是很深的。它更多的是说，它开放了很多这种自己服务的这样的 API， 然后交给它的合作伙伴。它其实是采取的是一种我用技术去赋能我的生态系统。我把其他的一些外界的一些就是可能的金融的这种就是有金融需求的这样的服务的机构，然后都拉进来，打造成一个金融服务的这样的生态系统。那么我在这个生态系统里边的定位是说，提供 API 给大家，用我的技术去赋能给大家。举一个例子，就是说，在我所在的城市大连啊，那有一个叫海事法庭的地方啊，因为在海边啊，有一个叫海事法庭的地方。原来我们去打海事相关的这个官司的话，如果涉及到金钱的这个转移的话，往往可能就是说要在这个法院和银行这个流程之间走半年以上啊，比如涉及到赔偿啊什么之类的。有了浦发银行的 API 去赋能啊，那么它的这个把这个流程成功的就是缩短到1个礼拜啊，缩短到1周之内。所以大家可以看到，就是它走的是一种就是科技赋能，就是fintech 的这样的路线啊，去赋能它自己的合作伙伴啊，把大家都打造成一个这种生态系统，然后在这个通过这个生态系统给更广泛的用户去提供相应的服务。这也是一种很典型的这个以用户为中心，并且提供用户所需要的正确的这样的产品。从而从中获利，然后获得增长，获得创新啊，这样的一个例子啊。所以呢，这是几个比较典型的，我们能看出，首先它产品本身是敏捷的，其次我们能在后面就是能够看到，通过它产品的敏捷，能够看到它背后啊是一些什么样的就是敏捷的实践和敏捷的方法来支撑啊这样的。所以呢，你作为一个金融企业来讲，如果你要打造你自己的产品啊，敏捷的产品，那么这几个是一个比较好的这样的参考啊。然后作为金融行业里边呢，我们刚才谈到了，就是你转型成熟的金融企业是什么样的，然后你的成熟的金融企业的产品啊应该是什么样的啊？那么回头我们再来看，如果你要去做金融转型的话啊，你应该去关注哪几块啊？主要是有5块需要去关注，一个是端到端的融合的这样的一个运作机制啊，就是建立纵向的产品创设呀、迭代运作、技术实践，还有运营反馈啊这些团队之间的这种运作机制，让它就是建立并且运转起来。这是第一条。然后第2条是非常重要的一个，就是说人力绩效的机制啊。在我们做敏捷转型的时候，我们要求这个内部的组织要去做很多改变啊，并且需要包括流程上的改变，包括就是文化上的改变啊，包括就是结构上的改变。但是这些改变可能短时间内没有办法直接体会，就是体现到你的 KPI 里边啊，体现到这个结果里边。所以呢，这种情况下的话，你就需要在绩效里边，在短期给予他们这些行为上的认可啊，你不能在绩效里边一点都体现不出来敏捷相应的这种对敏捷的努力的相应的认可，但是呢， 你还要求人们去这么做啊，这个是在短期内可能会影响到大家的积极性和动力的这样的一个地方啊，所以这个地方需要去，当你一旦进入到敏捷转型，你就要去调整你的这个激励机制啊，包括你的敏捷人才，然后 PO、Scrum Master， 然后这一些他们的考核以及他们的绩效的认可的形式啊，也都要就是体现在这个里边啊，然后再就是打造一体化的效能平台啊，去做持续交付啊，持续度量，还有持续学习啊。然后建立敏捷大学啊，建立敏捷各类的这种角色、各层领导人员的能力模型，以及对重要的角色和内部教练进行这种辅导和认证体系的打造啊。然后最后就是打造敏捷的领导力，然后通过贴身辅导、工作坊培训以及线上培训的形式呢，去培养这些领导层的这个敏捷领导力啊。那么这五个方面是一个金融行业如果要去做敏捷转型的时候啊，需要可以作为切入点啊的这样的5个方面啊。然后另外就是你的这个流程啊，你的项目流程。那么这个图我是借用了ThoughtWorks 的之前一个分享里边的有一张图哈，因为这张图里边大家可以看到它里边列了各种各样的项目的实践，在项目级的实践啊。那么项目级的实践里边有一些是我们叫就是比如说传统的项目管理里边管理确定性的方法，就是如果这个事儿非常确定。那么你是用这种就是我们叫在瀑布方法里边常见的那些实践，你去用它来管理。另外一些是用高响应的你比如说你的持续监控代码质量，你的持续集成，你的质量仪表盘，还有就是你的灰度发布持续监控，就是还有可视化监控等等这些还有就是每日部署，这些都是属于高响应的。对于敏捷金融行业来讲呢，我们会去看这个行业既然有一些遗产，那么它又要去兼顾就是高响应所以如果它能够达到一定敏捷程度的话，在项目里边这2类实践应该是都存在的那如果你的就是管理静态的那部分实践如果过多的话，那么明显就是是一个非常明显的指标，就是你的敏捷成熟度不够那么你作为一个敏捷的金融行业，你的高响应的这种实践至少是应该占相当大的一部分，所以我们可以通过就是识别你在项目里边采用了哪些实践，以及就是静态的和动态的这种实践，他们所占的比例来识别一下，就是你的这个项目它的敏捷程度是不是足够那么最后来跟大家分享一下，就是敏捷金融行业里边，它转型过程中会常见的一些挑战第一个是高层决策者的支撑力度规模化敏捷它的落地需要高层决策者的深度参与敏捷转型它本身呢会涉及到组织内部架构的一个变化，还有工作方式的变化那么缺乏高层的理解和支持，其实是很难完成的。那敏捷转型的过程中，它需要协调 HR 呀、运维还有财务等等的这些部门的支持。如果没有高层在战略上给予统一的指导，还有一致性的指导让各部门形成合力，那没有在关键流程上和一些决策上给予支持，那么敏捷转型的过程中呢，你的这个资源其实是很难协调的所以敏捷转型它不是一个一蹴而就的事儿，往往会耗费1到2年的时间才能完成。这就意味着在相当长的一段时间里边，决策者要保持在这个态度、决策、资源这些领域里边有坚定不移的持续性的支持那么这个其实挑战是非常大的。第二个就是人才队伍的建设。那敏捷转型依靠外部咨询很难去短时间内取得成功的。组织内呢要拥有自己合格的这种教练团队，要持续的为组织的转型培养高质量的人才那么金融行业转型比较成功的案例，之前提到过的 JP Morgan 和 PayPal， 他们的共同特点就是内部的教练团队也非常有名，他们有很多输出视频或者文章质量都非常高这也体现了他们在内部的敏捷人才培养上面的成绩也正是这个支撑了他们做敏捷转型的一个成功然后最后一个就是复杂性的管理，在组织结构或者内部流程上边呢，简单确定的答案它其实往往是有负面影响的但是呢，人们其实都喜欢这种简单、清晰、固定的组织结构，还有类似的处理问题的方法但是在乌卡时代呢，组织和它的管理人员都要学会与复杂性共舞，甚至接受频繁的挑战和变化。这个在心理层面上肯定是首先会造成一定不适的，这个是所有人都需要去克服的 OK， 这个是常见的一些挑战啊。那么最后在分享结束之前，给大家分享一本书。大家如果对这个敏捷金融行业的这个转型啊比较感兴趣，可以去参考一下《敏捷银行》啊这本书啊，它里面有非常丰富的案例啊，可以给到大家一些启发。然后右边是我的公众号。大家如果对类似的话题感兴趣的话，也可以关注一下。然后我们接下来可以继续线下继续思考。那非常感谢聆听，也非常感谢这个平台，然后给予这个机会。好，谢谢大家。
好的，感谢Lisa老师的分享。刚才Lisa老师特意从这个金融行业然后这个业务的敏捷的转型，从金融组织为什么要做敏捷转型，然后内因和外因，一个是从技术 FinTech 还有客户行为的改变都进行了阐述包括举出几家银行的敏捷产品从这种产品前端的客户体验可以看出它后面都有不同的技术和敏捷实践包括平安、浦发和招商等等这也给我留下了一些深刻的印象我相信每一个银行，我们叫敏捷转型也好，数字化转型也罢都要找到自己的核心的竞争的优势从技术和敏捷实践角度，其实可以通过产品都可以看出来的。然后通过组织做敏捷的话，也可以通过内部和外部的敏捷教练去梳理去这样做。那可能刚才Lisa 老师刚才分享的时间，我们大概还有3-5分钟，看看有没有这个问题夏老师，您看您这边有没有问题，或者提问区的小伙伴可以把问题放到提问区如果来得及就现在回答，如果来不及就我们最后可能再有一些讨论的环节，再把这个问题再提出来夏老师
对，我有看到那个 Lisa 在分享的时候，咱们有一些伙伴在聊天区提了一些问题咱们看时间够不够回答。有一个问题是在Lisa 你在刚才分享有讲过有过程敏捷或结果敏捷，所以有伙伴在问什么叫结果敏捷。
OK， 就是结果敏捷的话，就是指我刚才分享的那几个敏捷的产品也就是说因为我们知道就是你整个的这个我们叫服务或者是你的项目，你最终的目标是说产生一种服务，或者是你公司的运作，你最终目标是产生一种服务或者是产品这是你最终目标，然后从中获取你希望得到的价值那么我们会回头去看你的产品具不具备一些敏捷性比如说我刚才举的例子就是浦发银行，就是比如说招商银行那个例子。那么我在使用这个招商银行、掌商银行它这个 APP 的时候，你就能明显的感觉到，就是 APP 会说话的，你能明显的感觉到它是不是以客户为中心那它背后响应的时候背后是一个什么样的机制，是否能够快速的响应是不是能够快速体现出当前市场的一些就是比较流行的这种变化，在它这儿有多长时间能够体现出来那么在这个过程里边，你会发现它如果做得非常好的话，这个产品本身呢，如果能做得非常好的话，那我们也能体会到它背后的这个交付的这个平台也是就是响应也是非常快的包括管理、包括流程、包括决策流程必须是非常短，它才能在短期在它的产品里边能够体现出这样一些敏捷特质来那么这种是说能体现出一些敏捷特质来的产品，让我们直接就能看到的这种产品，它就是一个敏捷的产品，是一个敏捷的结果相反，我刚才提到的一些大家可能常用的那种 APP， 虽然有很多服务，但是它就是你在使用它跟它互动的时候，它明显就是说把你当成一个资源，不断的去给你引流，不断的给你塞东西，塞一些你不想要的东西或者是说试图教育你那这种产品明显就不是以客户为中心的是他以他自己为中心的。那么这种产品就是他表达出来的这个语言就是我不关心你，我只关心我怎么利用你那我们就不叫它敏捷产品。所以这些生产这些产品的企业，那些大厂，你会发现他们也号称自己是敏捷甚至有很多他们内部的这个敏捷教练也出来分享他们内部的敏捷实践，你会发现他们也用了很多敏捷方法那过程里边我们姑且说它是敏捷的吧，但是它的产品里边并没有体现出一个敏捷的这种特性来，并且它不断的在失去它的用户那么这种情况下我们就没有办法说它是一个敏捷的产品这个结果是不敏捷的
好，谢谢 Lisa。因为我觉得你刚才有讲到那个就刚好就讲那几个 app 的例子的时候，可能就回答了另外一位伙伴番茄炒蛋的问题，就是 那几个 app 我们是怎么看出来有敏捷性的，有没有判断标准？所以 Lisa 你刚才有讲到，就是可能从 app 里面能感受到他们到底有没有以用户为中心，是这样吗？可以再简单的讲几句吗？
是的，产品会说话。你在使用的时候，其实就是在跟它的设计者对话。你在使用的时候 follow 这个流程就是它的这个软件的这个设计者跟你的对话。你在使用它的时候，它提供的这个稳定性以及它是在利用你还是服务你这都是你在跟它的这个背后的研发团队、它的设计团队、研发团队，然后包括它的管理团队在对话。那如果他的管理团队，我们刚才提到了，就是说，金融企业它的3个敏捷的维度，一个是业务敏捷，另外一个是交付敏捷，另外一个是管理敏捷那么当你在流畅的使用一个产品，当你的产品不断的就是在很短的时间内就能够更新并且这个产品紧密更新的时候是紧密的围绕你的需求去更新的时候。那你其实这背后你可以想象到它的交付平台一定是敏捷的，它的决策链一定是短的那么它的决策链短反映出来的是它的企业的结构一定是扁平化的，它的管理的决策的流程一定不是冗长的所以呢这其实是体现出来它就是你的企业里边这些已经是敏捷的这种一些结果在你企业里边出现了。
好的，感谢 Lisa。我想这个就是咱们聊天区提出来的一些问题哈。那我把时间交还给那个孙总。
好的，感谢 Lisa。如果有其他的朋友对Lisa 老师还有其他问题，其实可以在聊天区继续留言哈。Lisa 老师也可以通过聊天互动的这个文字的形式去回复，或者是稍后如果我们有时间，我们再留起来讨论。那么下面的话，如果 Lisa 结束的共享你的屏幕哈，我会介绍下一位我们的分享嘉宾哈，是郑丽老师。郑丽老师呢也是我们的一个老朋友了早期呢他在大概有12年前吧，就在 IBM 和惠普 HP 这样的公司发起了这个敏捷的这样的服务。现在呢，他在自己创办的 Agile 这样的公司担任这个首席敏捷教练那郑林老师也服务过很多大型企业的敏捷转型，也经验非常丰富，像广发银行、华泰证券等头部企业的敏捷转型有非常丰富的敏捷的转型的经验。郑林老师呢，同时也是 Agnostic Agile Coach 的评估师之一然后呢，下面我们就把时间交给郑林老师。
各位能看到我屏幕吗？
可以可以
可以是吧？好，那个稍等一下，我把它 present 出来。好，首先很荣幸那个受邀我们参加这次 AA Conference，也是非常有幸，然后这么多年了，我们终于第一次有一个线上的机会可以跟大家再聊一次。我想起来上一次跟大家做分享，可能也就是2年前了。所以这次也是一个不错的机会吧，感谢 Exxon 还有感谢那个 A Conference 给大家一个交流的一个机会。因为是一次国际组织的一个会议，所以允许我向那个英文的那个 speakers 也说一声 hello 吧。Appreciate all the international attendance. Today I'm going to speak as a value of business creative organization. And apologize, my material will speak in Chinese, but written in English.In case you are interested in my topic, so we can discuss in the communities. Thank you all. 回到我们的那个中文话题。今天我要主要给大家分享的是关于业务敏捷对组织的一个价值和影响这样的一个话题。那这个话题呢，其实是这几年我觉得是比较热门的一个话题，也是借这几年的一个经验吧，跟大家做一个深入的一个探讨。那关于我个人部分的话，我就不多详细介绍也是说大家也是非常熟悉的一个老朋友关系了，所以我觉得有需要的话可以扫我的二维码。那今天可能嗓子稍微有点不舒服大家可能也要见谅一点。关于业务敏捷呢，这个话题其实在前几年我们已经有不断的去探讨，包括在2016年的时候，我们在广发银行的时候，其实也有探讨说业务怎么做敏捷这个事儿。那么它的发起和它目前成为一个真正的一个 topic， 其实我觉得是有一段经历过来的。这几个话题，包括我们在讲敏捷、讲业务敏捷甚至讲那个数字化转型这3个概念，其实大家都不陌生。但这3个关系到底是什么呢？其实很少有人能够把它这几个关系之间可以理清楚。那么今天呢，我也是把这个概念给抛出来，那也希望大家可以一起来讨论一下。那首先我认为这3个话题它本身都是有一个包含关系在里面。那么它最核心的，它其实就强调的是一个价值。 那在这里，无论任何方法论，包括敏捷和非敏捷的方法论，在这个年代里，我们都去强调提升业务的一个产品性啊，或者说我们组织的一个转型的一个目的是什么的时候，都是在强调它的一个业务价值本身。那么我们之前是有敏捷这样的一个概念，那敏捷是什么？大家都很理解啊，就是它是一堆方法论和一堆概念的一个组合体，然后去交付我们的一个产品。但是随着敏捷的创立，那么研发组织越来越快的时候，那么就诞生出来了 DevOps 的一个出现。也就是说，我们研发快的时候，我们更需要有快稳定的一个上线的一个过程。那么久而久之呢，就有了个 Dev 和 Ops 的一个结合。那么有了 Dev 和 Ops 的结合以后，我们发现在一个组织里面，真正产生价值的、创造价值的那一部分人，其实还没有involve进来。哪怕我们交付的再快，然后我们的质量再好，但是我们发现业绩没有上升，那这是一件非常尴尬的事情。所以在这个时候呢，我们就会去思考怎么跟业务部门把业务给创造起来，把业务拉进来，让他们可以创造出更有用户价值的一个需求出来，或者产品出来。这个就是一个诉求的目标。那么基于这种环境下呢，其实我们就在不断的去探索跟业务部门如何去一同做敏捷。那么这是一个小背景。那第二个背景是什么呢？就是现在都在强调数字化转型。那么很多银行，包括那个金融其他的一些企业，包括证券公司，其实都强调数字化转型这样的一个战略规划。那么数字化转型它其实肯定是 top down 的一个过程。那么数字化转型过程中，往往由董事长或者是总经理这样一个级别去发起。那么我们的很多企业里面，基本上都是那个最高级的领导来挂帅做这样的一个项目的一个经理，来推动整个数字化转型的一个推进。那么在推进过程中，这些业务的发展，他们数字化转型特别强调对数据，然后对那个用户的一个探索。我在这定义了有说 ，it's based on data and tech, continuous explore business model 和 achieve business value。所以他在不断的去强调他的业务的一个模式，他在创新做业务创新。那么在做业务创新的过程中，这个压力呢就直接传导给了业务部门。那业务部门拿到这样的一个目标以后呢，他们就会第一时间反应，就是说，哎，我怎么去做这样的一个创新？怎么去做我的业务的发展？那么怎么用这些数据？这就是它天然产生的一个问题。那么久而久之呢，他们就会去探索，我怎么样跟科技部门协作，才能够把这些数据用好？那么从上下一结合以后呢，其实天然的就有一个业务敏捷的一个概念，也就是说从业务发起，然后跟业务和科技部门共同协作，然后把一个产品或者一个价值交付给我们的用户的时候，那么这个业务的敏捷形式呢，就慢慢就逐渐成型了。所以在最近的几年的业务敏捷的研究里面，它的主要概念是说，我们是要给组织这样的一个组织呢，是为了客户能够不断进行调整，然后适配的一种能力和意愿的这样的一个过程。那么业务组织里面其实是包含整个组织里面，包括业务部门，包括科技部门，包括那个在银行的话，可能还包括风纪财各个部门的一个引入。那么这样才是一个真正的能够达到一个业务敏捷状态的一个组织啊。这不仅包括是业务部门，还是强调了更多是跨部门协作这样的一个概念。这是3个概念的一个基本澄清啊，我希望大家也能够多多探讨对这方面的一个理解和一个讨论。那么我在这儿呢，我借用了叫那个 Business Agility Institute 这样的一个总结。那么他把业务敏捷总结在这几个层面上。那么第一个层面呢，是以客户为中心，这个是毋庸置疑的，就是我们最终服务的是客户。那么在业务敏捷里呢，我们要做的是跟客户的关系的管理，以及管理我们的客户这样的一个价值的目标，这是一个中心。那么基于这样的一个中心，分为3个领域。那第一个领域呢，叫分为 leadership， 就是我们怎么去塑造我们的一个组织的一个管理的一个模式，那么让它变成一个敏捷的组织。这其实是在管理这里面会起到一个非常大的作用和改变非常大的一个地方。那第二部分呢是叫 individuals。individuals 这部分呢，是我们在整个敏捷组织里面，其实每个人都会有一个改变，重大的改变。不光是我要做自己本身的事儿，同时呢，我要更关注我端到端的一个价值的一个交付。所以在这里面呢，我们既提倡能力的成长，同时呢，也提到专业性。包括那个基础时间的一个专业性各方面，其实能力的成长是非常重要的。那第3块呢，大家可能就比较常见的比如说我怎么去运作敏捷，那像Safe Less 像那个 DAD 像这些流程框架，怎么去把整个组织给运作起来？那么这是一个敏捷流程 operations 的一个领域。那么我今天呢，也主要话题呢，也是基于这几个领域来分开来去讲，然后每个节点上 我们需要去做去达到，或者说我们要实现业务敏捷，那么从哪些方向入手可能会更好的促进我们这样的一个方式。那第一块呢，我们就讲那个 customer 的 value。在业务敏捷里面，它的最终价值今天的话题就是强调对组织的价值。那么在这强调的是说，在客户层面上，我们更 focus 在客户的价值上。那这句话怎么讲呢？在弗雷德里科里曾经有一句话大家可以看一下 ：Profit is like the air we breathe. We need air to live, but we don't live to breathe. 这句话是非常有哲理性的一句话。就企业我需要去获利。但是我获利不是我企业的最终目的，我的最终目的其实是为了服务我的客户。那么像服务客户的企业，其实最终才会成为一个持远长久像一个100年企业这样发展的一个目标为了短期盈利，那么这种企业往往来说呢，它其实都会走向一个快速成长和快速衰退的一个过程。所以在强调客户价值的时候我们不是吃快餐，我们更多强调是客户的长期运营，增加客户的粘性去做一个长期运营这样的一个工作的一个方向。所以在这里呢，我们是需要更强调的是客户的价值这一部分。那么第一个点呢，就是说我们强调客户价值，用了业务敏捷以后，可以更好的理解客户的一个需求理解客户。大家左边有一个比较搞笑的一个图大家可以看一下。在一个业务人员，就是如果说两边是分开的，没有理解客户的一个需求情况下，那么施工人员或者说设计人员，他只会按照图纸来进行介绍比如说他的马桶和他的厕纸就分得非常开。那么设计人员设计的时候肯定也不会实际的去关注这个尺寸到底有多长，可能1米就是1米，对吧？它上面写个1米。那实施人员呢，他就会按照这个尺寸严格来执行。那么最终产生的结果呢，这就肯定就不是客户想要的一个东西，而会为客户招来非常大的一个麻烦。那么实际情况呢，我们是会这么做，就是在有些银行包括都会去做的时候，我们会去做一些 field survey， 然后会根据银行的特性产品，会到那个村口，或者说会到那个小区的路口会跟一些我们定向的一些客户做一些调研，来了解他们对这样的一个痛点的一个理解，然后达成这样的一个共识。同时呢，我们做完一个产品以后呢，我们也会去做一些 validation 我们做好的事情，我们一定要去验证一下这是不是可行的，这样能够更强调我们产生的产品和需求跟我们的客户的需求是紧密相关的。那这是非常重要的一个点，就是 better understand the customer。第二块呢是有了业务敏捷，其实更好的可以把客户进行一个分群。这是什么概念呢？很多时候我们其实对客户其实是一个非常笼统的一个概念。Customer 可能就是好像是一个人，是一个所有的我们的 customer 都叫 customer， 但这其实如果我们用这样做的方式的话，我们对我们自己的产品，对我们的价值发展其实是没有思考清楚的。那我们在这举个例子，比如说某家银行在转型之前，他们是做抽放式的管理的，没有专门的客群小组去经营客群。那么他在现预的时候呢，19年叫18年增了18万。但是呢，有效数下降了10万，那一来一回其实也就是增长了10万而已。那么它大量的营销活动是在获得新客户，但事实上呢，老客户也在不断的流失。那么这种情况其实是一个非常严重的一种现象。那么大家都花了精力在这儿，那么其实没有产生很好的一些效果。那么有了客户分群了以后，我们可以更好的去定位我们的客户。比如说我们在设计方案的时候，我们可以去考虑客户的一个横向和纵向2个层次。那横向层次上来说呢，比如说我的客群根据我不同的特点来进行分类。那么不同的客群它就有不同的产品的分类方法。比如说20到30岁、30到40岁甚至离退休以后的客群，那么他们的服务方法是什么？我们可以去做这样的考虑。那么第二层呢，其实可以纵向分类。纵向分类呢，是根据它的那个在客户的价值层面上，比如说有些客户是那个低AUM 的，有些客户是高于 AUM 的。那么像我们有些银行，比如说你的那个 AUM 存到500万以上，对吧？然后他会带着你全球进行一个旅游。那么像这些客户，他其实就是一个非常高净值的客户，叫私人银行客户了。那么像这些客户的分群，其实我们是要非常精准的去掌握的。那么经常也有笑话是什么？客户人员经常前几天客户人员对某一个客户服务不满意，然后人家现场就提走了一个亿的现金，是吧？那像这种情况下呢，就是没有做好客户分类的一个典型的一个问题。那么做了客户分类以后呢，我们可以看到在19年新增的用户数呢达到了那个24万，然后同时呢那个较年初新增了7.几万，然后有效户的增加是77%，所以这个比例的增长其实是非常明显的。所以在这儿业务敏捷更强调客户的一个分类性这样的一个例子。那么第3点呢是强调客户层面上，我们会强调 给客户创造一个更有效的一个客户留存这样的一个概念。那在这是我们经常会有这样的一个现象，比如说我们在某家企业给他们做咨询或者说做辅导的时候，他们的业务人员或者他们的科技人员并没有真正使用过他们自己的产品大家听上去可能这个很难理解对于银行系统以外的一个企业或者行业我们很难去理解说我自己的产品怎么从来没有用过，但事实上就是这样的。他们可能业务人员只会提需求提一个简单的需求，然后给到业务部门、科技部门，然后被实现。那上线以后到底长什么样，其实很少有人说得清楚。那对于科技人员，他也很少有去把真正业务跑一遍这样的一个机会。所以呢，对于客户的旅程的理解，或者是对客户的操作的一些痛点，其实很难被琢磨到。那么我们在这儿其实更要强调说，我们客户的旅程的一个有效性。比如说我们之前有一个例子，就是对公开户大家如果做对公业务的话，就很能理解对公开户是一个多么痛苦的一个过程。就是所有的银行对公业务里面，对公开户其实是一个非常基础的业务，但是又是一个非常繁琐极其冗余的一个过程。这里面涉及到很多部门的联调和协作，那么大部分的对公开户可能要花很长时间。那么我们如果理解了客户他怎么去办业务，然后理解了业务人员怎么去操作以后呢，我们可以把时间大大的缩短。比如说我们举个例子，就最早的时候我们有客户，我们是调研访谈到说那个客户办一个对公开户需要往网点跑3次。然后跑完3次以后呢，总共要花到210分钟，就净时长要花到210分钟。那么对于新流程来讲呢，我们重新做了一个调整了以后，那么基本上每一个流程基本上跑完一个用户，其实上用到40分钟就可以。那么通过这样的一个时间的缩短，当然其实非常明显就是大概170分钟的时间缩短。那么全年如果有3万用户量的话，那么基本上省了3500多人天的一个节约的一个工时。大家可以想象，这对开户的数量在我人员有限的情况下，我对开户数的一个增长其实是非常有效的。那么对于开户数增长呢，我的业务自然就上升了。所以它看上去是说我只是对一个旅程做了一个更新，但事实上对它全年的业务的增长其实非常有显著的一个提升的一个效果的。那么以上是对客户的一个领域上的一些简单的一些说明。那么在客户领域上，我们其实可以做这样的一些方法论，在敏捷里面现在也比较流行一些方法论，我们可以帮助去思考做这个事儿。那么第一个呢是像第一性原理，是我们理解客户的痛点，客户到底是什么。那第二个呢还有客户理存。然后design thinking 就想到说我们怎么去设计产品我们什么样的产品才是合适的。然后像有 OKR， 还有一个精细化部，那么这些都是能够帮助我们去创设一个产品。当然我相信还有更多的产品的方法可以被引用进来。那么这里是如果大家有需要的话可以去参考，同时呢有一些文章大家可以去理解一下。那刚刚是第一个部分，就是关于客户这一部分。那么第二部分呢是我们讲到说关于领导者。那么领导者呢，他其实有发生一个比较大的一个变化，也就是说最初的领导我们其实称之为 manager。那么这些 manager 他其实做的是一个 management 的一个工作，但现在做了敏捷以后，我们很少会去提 manager 这个概念，而是提 leader 这个概念。而 leader 是什么呢？他是一个引领者，他不是管理，他是一个引领者，他可以带着其他的人去把这件事情给 on 起来，给完成掉。然后用个人或者技术或者说各方面的一些影响去提升整件事情的一个运作的一个效率。所以在 Scrum 或者在敏捷里面，我们更强调一个 leadership 或者 servant 的一个 leadership。那么这里有句话呢，也同样可以分享给大家，就是说在敏捷里面，其实每一个人都可以被称为一个 leader。不管他有没有被授权，他都可以成为一个 leader。其中的一个小测试人员，或者说几个小开发人员，他就可以去 leader 做某一个特项的一个工作。那么在我们目前的很多客户，包括中金，那么很多人就是开发人员，那我们就说，这个他在这方面非常有经验，他这方面有特质，也有兴趣，他就可以去 lead 去做这件事儿，而不是说通过 manager 的方式去管理别人去做这件事儿。那么做好 leadership 其实对于一个组织来说，其实非常重要的一件事儿。这个是在文化和思想上要去做一个转型的一个地方。那刚刚Lisa 也讲到关于文化和思想这层面的一个事儿，其实我觉得这个思路其实基本上是一致的。那么作为一个 servant 的一个 leadership 这样的一个方向上 其实我们也有几个点可以去思考做这个事儿。第一个是那个 business goal 的一个 transparency， business goal transparency 这一点，我觉得是作为数字化转型里面最核心的一个点。也就是说，我们的业务目标从上往下对齐这个工作是数字化转型最刚开始战略规划层面上做起，到执行层面上能够准确贯彻，然后能够收到一个反馈非常行之有效的一种方式。那么这个其实已经是跟敏不敏捷没关系，它其实是一个非常组织行为需要上下渗透，然后去做一个同步或者说一个透明化的一个过程。那这个过程能够保障整个业务的发展方向跟我们所有的人是一致的。那在这举个例子是什么呢？就是比如说一个组织，它分为几个层，最上层呢可能就是那个 行长或者说那个主席这一层，那么他们会制定一些策略。那么基于这些策略呢，他会把这个目标拆解到那个 tribe 里面，就部落里面。那么部落层面上呢，我会把这些整体的目标进行一个分解。比如说我们今年要攻占的是那个农村市场，那么或者是农业市场。那么农业市场里面，我们到底要做到第几位？比如说做到行业排名第3，那么前2位的目标是什么？前2位的目前的那个营业额是多少，是吧？那么在 tribe 来看呢，部落来看呢，他就会把这些具体的目标就给拆解下去。那么拆解到目标以后呢，会再进行一次拆解到那个小组，就说这些目标会贯彻下去，同时呢，再贯彻到我们小组的那个每日的每迭代的一个 backlog 里面去做这些事儿。那么制定了这样的一个目标以后，那这个目标肯定是要被调整的，因为领导做的决策，他不进入一线，他是很难去获得真实的一个反馈。那么他需要实时的获得我们的业务目标是不是能达成，我们是不是过低了，还是过高了，还是说我们有些层面上我们需要去做一个重新方向性的调整。它是需要从最小的小组层面上不断的向上去反馈。比如说小组说，我们这个目标目前已经达成情况，然后 OKR 的一个完成情况度是什么样，然后今年第1季度我们的那个新的期望或者新的变化是什么，那么从下往上再进行一个反馈，从 team 反馈到那个 tribe， 然后 tribe 再反馈到那个 president 这样的一个级别，所以这样能够起到整个组织可以对市场或者对用户的一个适应能力和响应能力的一个提升。这个其实也就是在全面提到，我们说一个组织它要有响应能力和响应的意愿，这是一个业务敏捷非常典型的一个特点。所以在这儿呢，我们就是有一个响应的一种方式，做事的方式去响应和我们的调整的一个策略方式，就是通过这样的一个 OKR tree 或者说一个一层一层分解 OKR 这样的一个方式去定我们的一个方向和目标。当然，在这里面可能会有很多操作的办法比如说那个 strategy 的话，一般是 yearly 或者是 half yearly， 然后那个 QBR 的话和 team 的话，一般是 quarterly 或者 monthly 这样的一个 level。然后对小组的话，我们一般是通过2星期的一个目标来进行调整。那么这样能够保证层层分解，然后层层对齐，做到一个同步。第2点呢，在那个领导型服务里面，其实我们可以去获得一个，就是说做了业务敏捷以后，可以获得一个比较好的一个 one team 这样的一个概念。collaborate as one team， 这个其实是对很多组织来说，其实是一种奢求就很多组织里面很难做到真正跨业务和科技里能够打通，能够变成一个 one team， 坐在一起。在做得好的一些转型，数字化转型里面，可能会有很多种方式，比如说那个叫半内嵌，或者说是那个部落化制这样的一种方式里面都可以去做到。但事实上，哪怕是组织不能改变，那么我们最低的要求其实是可以去设一个，要想做到业务敏捷，最低的要求是说我们要建立共同的看板和可视化的一个机制。这个可能是电子的，也可能是物理的。第2个点呢是说，我们一定要做到同质办公。这里大家会很好奇说，我为什么一定要坐在一起来做这件事？那昨天我也有跟那个某银行的领导去讨论说，我们没有这个条件，能不能去达到这样的一个目标？我是比较坚持说如果你们能做到坐在一起办公，不管你采用什么方法，你的效率已经提升了1大半了。所以，如果我们能够去达到这样的一个产生的一个效果的话，那么同质办公，我相信对业务和科技之间的一个沟通效率，包括跟我们用户的一个沟通效率会大大提升。在这里就展示了一些大家我们在中原银行做的一些事儿。大家可以看到有一些图是那个业务指标的一些图在这儿我可以给它画一下。这些是业务人员的一些指标，他今年的目标和那个计划的一个差异性。那么如果有差异性了以后呢， 比如说这里看到有个差异性点，那么差异性点以后呢，就会进行分析，然后在科技层面上，这个就是科技的看板，科技看板就会去根据我们的这个差异性分析，比如说我已经落后了，那么我需要在哪些层面上去提升，比如说是用户量上，还是那个金额上，然后增加这一型类似的功能，把它放进去，那么我们再接一段时间，比如说1个月、2个月以后，我们再来看我们的一个效果达成情况，那就能够明显看到它的业务指标的一个上升的一个变化趋势。所以这在整个运行过程中效果是非常不错的。那第3个点呢是做业务敏捷，其实我们会比较强调叫 self management 或者说那个叫自我组织管理这样的一个方向这种形式。自我组织呢，自组织呢其实是一种理想的一个状态。那么最早提出自组织的一个概念的时候呢，其实很多人对这个自组织是有一个误解的，是说没有领导可以去管我们了，我们自己管就 OK 了。但事实上，要达到自组织，前提是说我们是非常充分的理解敏捷的运作方式和思想的一个统一性以后，我们才能够去做自组织这样的一个方向。但在敏捷里面提出自组织的概念的时候，我特别也要想讲一句，就是说，事实上早在2500、2600年前，可能就已经有那个老子已经提出说什么 governance by doing nothing， 是吧？就是已经是无为而治这个方法论，其实已经被早期就被提出来了。事实上，这2个哲学思想其实我觉得是非常一致的只有管理者能够让充分调动下面的人自我去运行的时候，那么这种管理的模式其实是最佳有效的。像我们自己组织的话，像我来说，我可能就很少去介入真正每个团队成员他们真正要做的某一个细节。那么只有他们需要的时候，我才会去出手去帮助他们做这件事。那我相信这种效率一定是最高的。那么典型的一个例子呢，就是大家对 DOD 和 DOR 的一个定义。那么在这个层面上，没有管理者说你们一定要符合 ABCD， 然后这10个项才能够去做什么事。那如果是个管理的要求，那么我们就会发现，员工或者说那个团队可能有各种方法去规避这些要求。那么管理者每天忙着去 check 这些是不是完成？那我觉得这是一件非常痛苦的一件事情。那被管理者呢，也是天天玩着一些猫主游戏。我觉得这样的一个组织肯定是一个非常低效，而且是那个产生不了价值，就是耗在内卷上的这样的一个组织上。那么事实上，对于 DOD 和 DRR， 其实一个就非常典型的，就是说能够把自我组织做到最好的一种方式，就典型的一种方式。我们自己定义了我们对自己的要求，同时又能够完成实现，而是团队达成共识的，每个人都在这样的一个平面上。那么像这种团队就能够往往做的一个非常好的一个自组织的管理。所以考量一个团队是不是能够把自我管理能够做得很好，其实很典型的一个方式就是看他们每个阶段每个产物的 DOD 和 DOR 是不是符合他们自己想要的一个目标是不是够详尽，是不是在不断的去调整。那这种方式的团队其实一定是一个非常好的一个团队。同样对于 leadership 这块也有一些分享给大家。比如说第一个是那个 OKR，OKR 是一个非常有用的一种方式，可以让管理者和上下人员2部分都可以进行一个拉通。那么第2块呢，是我认为是比较重要的，是那个叫 system thinking 这一块。那么作为一个领导者他其实要思考的问题为什么叫领导者？我相信领导者在现今社会里面最强的领导者一定是他的大脑。所以他的大脑里来源于什么？他的思维能力来源于什么？其实就是 system thinking， 就是他考虑事情能够更考虑的全面更考虑到边边角角，或者说我的正向或者我的逆向，我是吃快餐还是我吃营养餐？那这种方式我的技术债到底怎么管？像这些方式，他要系统思考来进行这个决策的。那么这些人其实是被大家所共同是崇拜和仰望的一种状态。那么其实这些人才会变成一个 leader 一个 manager 不会变成一个被大家崇拜的一个人，但是 leader 其实一定是会变成一个被崇拜的一个人。所以这是一个 system thinking。那么还有呢，像 Scrum 和那个看板这些我就不用提了，就是很多时候我们都可以体现在这里面。那还有一块呢，我觉得是道德经，其实是一个非常不错的一个学派，就是我们可以去尝试看一下整个道德经，也就是5000来字大家可以去尝试着去看一下无为而治包括物极必反是吧？比如说你完全的放纵和完全的管理，这其实2个都是一个反向的一个管理的过程。所以我觉得在中国哲学里面其实有很多种想法，就是说可以帮助我们去达到一个比较好的组织的管理的运作模式。那么同样也有一些那个文章可以推荐给大家，大家有空可以去看一下。那第3块呢是强调就是那个 individuals， 就是那个员工或者说呢个体这一块。 individuals 的话，其实在整个业务敏捷组织里面，其实真正强调就是我怎么去把个体变得更强，让他持续的成长。最好的方式是给他 ownership 和 accountability， 就是我们让他们成为这个组织的一个重要的成员，或者说让他成为说我不是为了打工而已，而是为了实现我个人的成就。这个时候呢，他的激发，他的能力就会被慢慢释放出来啊。我们公司里面有位同事，就是经常给其他企业上课的时候，会讲一个非常有意思的一个例子，就是说员工到了35岁以后，可能会面临一个那个职业风险，就是35岁潮这个问题。那么35岁以后要换工作，那么最好的方式呢，是别人去邀请他，或者说别人通过介绍以后才会去到另外一家公司，而不是通过投简历来找一份新的工作。那么被介绍的时候，他一定要看他本身在之前的工作里的特性是什么。如果他以前的开发都是一堆 bug、一堆问题，那么这些人是永远不会被推荐出去的。而相反的是说，他的对质量要求很高、对效率要求很高的人，这种人才是会被推荐，或者说有更好的一个机会。那么在这种情况下，如果他的日常工作里面他没有一个叫 ownership 或者 accountability， 没有责任心的话，那么他只是为了应付个工作，那么他的体现里面永远只是说我需要我做什么我就去做什么。那这种目标对他个体来说是非常伤害的。那么至少在35岁以后，那么这种问题就这种差距就会明显被体现出来。所以我们在敏捷组织里面，或者是在 business agility 里面，我们就去强调个体在整个组织里面一定要有成长性。我们不要把它看成是当前临时的一个员工啊，哪怕是1、2年啊，这也算是其实是可以发挥很多地方。那么我们在这样的一个环境下，其实我们要提升他们的 ownership 和 accountability。比如说我们在一个组织里面，我们会把业务部门和科技部门的所有的那个任务条全部放到墙上啊，业务部门的任务，所以比如说上面一个叫 business line， 然后都体现在上面的时候呢，他们会去强调说，哎，我这些是我要去完成的。每个人呢在上面都会留下自己的一个信息，然后还有一些日期，然后需要帮助的一些地方。那虽然看上去这个对敏捷的看板的一个团队来说，其实非常简单，是吧？我们只是把这个条贴上去，然后进行挪动而已。但是真正在体现在它挪动的效率和挪动的一个对这件事情的一个职责的讨论的每个卡片的细节上的时候，你就能够看出每个人对这件事情他的认真的态度是什么啊。经常我们有时候我们真正要观察的，作为教练也好，我们真正要观察的，他是对这件事情的 ownership 和 accountability， 而不是说他对这件事情只是完成而已。这个其实是一个非常noble 的一种表现。所以我们在这里强调，其实他的一个 professional， 去强调的是他的一个责任心和强调的一个推进整个组织改进，然后包括自己的改进这样方面的一个改进上，这是一个点上。那么第二个点上呢，其实也是围绕那个人的一个能力这一层面上去讲的。在这样的一个组织里面，其实我们有家客户里面，我们就会去设置，很多人来了以后呢，可能是应聘了某一份工作，然后应聘完某一份工作以后呢，他就不停的做了1年2年以后呢，他发现这条路上已经到头了他的上面有很多 manager， 他的 manager 还没升职呢，那他怎么有机会去升职嘛？所以他对他来说其实就是一个非常没有期待的一个过程。在这儿呢，我们就会去设置每一个岗位他们需要去学习的一些方向，然后创造他们学习的一个机会。比如说作为技术岗，我们就把所有的技术进行一个分类，比如说所有的技术框架 DevOps 技术、数据，然后自动化，还有那个技术实践，这里面其实整个池子里面有很多很多能力，我相信一个人在几年内是很难去学完的。那么他只要有兴趣的话，他其实可以不断的去学习，然后创造这样的一个机会。同时组织呢又要给他们创造这样的一个 community of practice 的这样的一个形式或者环境，让他们在这样的环境里面不断的去学习，然后同时也有机会去表达。那么对于这样的一种文化，或者说我们提倡为叫做工程师文化的这样的一个组织里面员工的成长性和他们的一个工程师的氛围，以及他们对技术的一个卓越的一个追求的一种方式，就会被大大提升。所以我们在业务组织或者说业务敏捷这样的一个情况下，我们对个体的强调其实是比之前更可能会更强调一点。同时呢，因为这样的一个能力不光是科技的能力，可能要把业务的能力和科技的能力同时融合起来看。甚至有一些岗位里面，我们 基本上所有的岗位都要覆盖，比如说你对业务知识的理解是一个基础能力。那这个时候呢，我们的科技人员跟业务人员聊天的时候，那就会有一个 baseline， 就是我们有一个共同语言，那讨论需求啊，或者说创造一个新的需求和想法的时候呢，我们会更加有效。那么这里呢也有一些那个可供参考的一些书和那个活动方式供大家去参考。我个人推崇的是 Community of Practice， 其实是比较值得推崇的。在像华泰的话，我们每年会跟他去做甚至几十场的大咖说啊，就大咖可能就是我们几个，但是会做几十场。然后同时呢，他们自己也会去分享话题，所以他们的文化氛围啊，包括他们学习的意愿其实非常高的。那第二块呢，像有一些像那个 personal 的 OKR， 然后 programming， 还有那些 retrospective， 我觉得都是一些非常好的一些方式。那还有一个呢，像读书会，其实也是一个非常不错的一个方式，都是帮助个体去成长的一种有效的一种方式。这是在个体层面上。那么第4个层面上呢，是最后一个层面上呢，其实讲的是 operation 这一块。那 operation 呢，其实大家还是有通识的，就是说我一个组织我要如何去更高效的运作，在业务敏捷里面，我们肯定是会给整个组织端到端的看，一定会带来更高效的一种运作方式。为什么呢？因为传统的就像这里也有2句话，第一句话是传统的金字塔结构形式其实已经不起到作用了。金字塔结构它其实是一种在康威定里面，就是说我的组织结构形式其实随着职能的划分，它的沟通链路，它的那个上下层级组织越来越大的时候，它的沟通效率就会越来越差。当然你的小的组织没问题啊，可能就是你每天敲个门可能就把这个问题解决了。但在一个组织上千人规模的组织里面，你想找个人可能都找不到。那这种情况下，金字塔的结构我们要跨职能沟通的时候，其实是非常难的一件事。而我们的目标呢，是要把我们的 agility， 然后让我们这种敏捷运作的一种能力，让跨整个组织把它给打开，然后把它给串联起来。那么这里呢，不仅要包括 IT 部门，同时也要包括像风器材啊、人事啊、marketing 啊、sales 啊，甚至那些 operation 啊，后面的一些综合服务啊，像这些组织其实都应该被纳进来。那相信后面有肖阳老师的一个话题，我觉得像他一定会去讲到组织层面上我们到底要怎么事儿。那么具体呢，我觉得在他的那个话题里面可以得到更多的信息。那在这呢，我更多提一些框架性的一些东西。作为一个业务敏捷组织这样的一个模式下，那么更高效的运作，那么它是一个目标的话，那么首先它会有一个组织上的一个层次的一个改变。比如说原有的组织模式cross-functional 的组织里面，最早的组织模式可能有很多业务部门，那么有很多业务壁垒，那么很多业务的需求，它不仅是他自己提出，可能还要让其他部门同意。其他部门同意完了以后，然后再给到那个 R&D 部门开发完了以后呢，再进行一个生产，然后最后呢再进行运作。那么整个流水的过程其实是非常非常长的。那么在这种情况下，它的运作的效率，哪怕每个人都加点加班，但它的时间、它的那个周期或者它的链路就是这么长，所以我们很难再去加速。那么对于好的或者说业务敏捷形态的一个组织呢，其实一般会采取类似 Triple 的这样的一个组织。那么至少呢，我觉得是业务部门和那个科技部门或者说相关的人员的部门，其实应该是那个同质办公，就是 sitting together 的这样的一个状态。那么这样的一个情况下，我们会去更多的去强调他们的一个沟通的一些效率。那么在类似广发银行或者说其他的一些银行，我们推荐大家比较难的就是说科技部门内部我们怎么去让一些人坐在一起的时候，其实也有一些策略和方法。那比如说我们可以去考量一个应用和另一个应用他们平时的那个沟通的一个频率，比如说我们每一个月里面都有一些紧密的需求的合作，那么像这些组织之间他们应该是紧密合在一起，然后进行一个强沟裂通的一个过程。那么有一些应用组呢之间呢，它是周期比较长，然后一个月里面可能也没对齐单，所以呢这种情况下呢，我们可以放到后面一点，这个就是放在那个 Scrum of Scrum 里面去运作就 OK 了，这就没问题了。OK， 这是那个 cross-functional 的一个问题，然后加上一个 sitting together 的一个状态。那么 process agility 呢，这个我觉得相信大部分的那个组织其实已经开始运作起来了，包括那个SAFe 啊，包括那个 Scrum 啊，包括 Less 啊，像包括 DAD 啊，其实大家都在运作。我觉得在流程层面上我就不多讲了。那最后呢，讲了一个就是 enterprise agility 这一块，就是整个组织的一个敏捷性这一块。 那么刚刚就强调说啊，我们对业务部门和 IT 部门其实要把它打散，然后让它变成一个更高效的一个运作模式。那同时呢，我们还要考虑 PMO、HR、Sales 还有那个 Risk， 像这些部门，我们怎么让他们去在我们的业务敏捷、业务的价值链里面发生它的价值有效的一个运作这样的一个模式里面去发挥作用，这也是非常需要去考虑的一个地方。这也是同时也是非常重要，在业务敏捷状态下，我们需要去深入去转型，或者说需要去改变的一些地方。这里同时也有一些书和那个参考的一些方法给到大家，比如说像 Relentless 啊、Lean Startup 啊，我个人比较推荐是 Lean Startup 这个模式。那么同时呢，有些组织，比如说像那个 Agile COE， 像叫那个敏捷中心、卓越中心、效能中心，其实都有。然后 Platform 呢，有像那个研发平台、DevOps 平台，像这些平台形式的都会去建设，来打通。其实它的作用都是为了打通和提升我们的 agility 这样的一个状态。好，那我内容上我就分享到这儿，然后看大家有什么问题可以一起讨论一下。Thank you for。
感谢郑明老师的分享。时间的关系我就不过多总结，把时间交给夏涛老师，看看夏涛老师这边有没有看到小伙伴的问题啊？
好，我看到其实在直播平台没有伙伴提出问题，但是其实我想代表各位可能提一个问题，因为我看到郑丽老师其实分享的内容其实是非常丰富的，能看得出来整合了很多不一样的观点，包括有很多实践。但是郑老师可以回到你最初的那个，就是在讲那3个敏捷、业务敏捷和数字化的，你关于这3个观念的一个理解的那张图上吗？
我已经贴过去了，是这个吧？
对，其实我想这张图其实你可能一方面是想讲应该都是以 value 价值作为核心，但是你之所以再去画这3个概念的这个这个3个圆圈的时候，有一个包含上的关系吗？因为好像一个圈更比一个圈大。
我觉得是这样的，就是可能对了，敏捷其实在发展啊。本来我在这儿我写了一个叫 Original Agile， 但是事实上呢，我觉得 Agile 本身也在发展，所以也没有 Original 和那个 Latest 的这样的一个概念，所以我就没有把它给做区分开来。从我的理解上来说，如果从原始敏捷创立之初到现在，那确实是一个演化的一个过程。那么原始之初的敏捷的状态，它其实就是在 IT 部门里面更强调敏捷的研发组织的一个高效性。那么对于 business agility 这一块呢，其实是把整个组织的端到端，甚至那个风气财这些部门，其实已经引入进来了。那么到了 digital 这一块呢，其实更强调的是我们在业务侧的创新和最高层他们的一个战略层面上，会有更大的一些做事的一些方式。那么事实上，我们在谈到数字化转型的时候，其实我们很难去真正有一些想法，就是说让董事长或者让这些高层领导我们能够马上能想到怎么落地这个概念。它其实一定要有一个高层的一个设计，下面呢是一个落地的一种方式，这样的一个对接的一种方式。我觉得 digital 数字化它其实是一个战略规划。那么下面的 business agility 和 agile 它其实是一个落地的一种方式。那么很多人可能就不会说business 其实就是 business 的事儿，agile 是开发的事儿。那我觉得这个理解，我觉得是我不是很赞同啊。我认为还是说 business 和 agility 和 agile 它其实还是一个大道归一的一个概念。那 business agility 它强调的是一个敏捷性，而不是敏捷，所以它强调的是业务的敏捷性。所以我在后面我加了一个叫能力。这里可能就在翻译上，我觉得是有一点小差异的。我认为它是一种业务敏捷的一种能力，然后它是一种状态，那么它是一种这个形态，就是能力和意愿这样的去做一件事儿。那么方法层面上其实有很多，我觉得在业务侧的敏捷方法和研发侧的敏捷方法其实都有很多。所以笼统的来讲的话，它确实是在领域上来说确实有一些划分，但是我们不能在外面去讲说谁从属于谁，我觉得这个在这个业界的一些理解上来说，应该还不存在这样的一个概念。
OK， 好，那现在清楚你这张图的一个含义了。那好，非常感谢郑老师一个分享，同时我把时间也交给孙总。
好的，好的，这张
谢
图
谢大家。
先别动哈，因为这张图刚才我看的时候呢，我也很注意的看了哈。首先，我觉得这个3个像定义的这样的 statement 呢，我也是比较认可的，因为我看了几个关键词啊。首先，敏捷，我们讲的是一种 mindset，所以这跟我们今天讲的这个 agnostic 敏捷也是非常符合的。当然，这里面还有一个词 software，也是最初敏捷主要是在研发交付层面哈，所以这个是这样的，所以这个我觉得交付的也是价值哈。然后刚才咱们对这个刚才对这个业务敏捷解读了一下，这个 capacity 这个词，如果我不知道是不是英文原来的哈，我觉得是不是用 competence 可能是更合适哈，是这种能力，而不是那个容量的那种能力哈，我这样理解。但是我也比较认可，因为它还是这个 leverage 和 create change 客户的需求，是为了客户的 benefits。还是说回来，业务敏捷是一种组织能力啊，它并不是你的 IT 能力，它是一个系统的，然后你要交付这个 IT 的你要交付客户的价值，就是 customer benefit 就价值哈，跟你右面这张图以价值为中心也特别相似哈。我记得我记得在凤凰项目那本书我写推荐语的时候，那个是一个就是 DevOps 的一本书哈。我记得我当时封底推荐语写的是 DevOps 并不是 Dev 跟 Ops 之间的暧昧。业务指标才是真正的幸福指标，就是业务结果才是你真正的幸福指标。所以就是说，我们做研发也好，DevOps 也好，或者说最后真正的还是要看客户的价值。所以这一点在 Business Agility 也得到了印证哈。数字化这个概念，其实我最喜欢的就是这个 business model 这个词。现在我们比如说 Exxon 也是有推出了像 Verism 这样的数字化转型的这个 body of knowledge 知识体系。那 Verism 的第一个 V 就是右面那张图那个 value， 就是 value driven 价值驱动。那数字化大家自然会想到的部门可能就是 CIO 啊，IT 部门 CIO 啊，或者是这个比如说这个就是这个科技部哈，但实际上往往忽略的就是这个 business model 哈，你真正的是交付这个为业务创造就是这个商业模式，找到你的第二曲线。所以这个词在这个数字化转型里面我也很开心的能看到，所以基本上这3个概念我也是非常认可。那时间的关系呢，我们非常再一次感谢郑丽老师分享。那我们邀请出下一位嘉宾哈，下一位嘉宾呢可能在座的也非常熟悉，也是我们精益和敏捷圈里的一个大咖哈，那就是肖然老师。肖然老师现在的 title 是呢中国敏捷教练联盟的秘书长，同时大家也知道他是 ThoughtWorks 全球数字化转型的专家。肖然老师呢是中国第一批精益敏捷这个专家，有20多年的这种敏捷和数字化产品开发这样的经验哈，然后致力于打造数字化转型和这个精益企业。肖然老师联合发起了 DDD China Agile Coach， 就是刚才说的这个敏捷教练联盟旨在帮助中国企业探索数字化时代的创新发展之路。那下面我们把时间交给肖然老师。
好的，非常感谢这个孙老师的邀请，然后也非常荣幸能够参加我们的这个 AA Conference。因为我看到这也是一个国际化的这个会议，跟这个曾老师一样for the non-Chinese speaking audience, first of all, apologize. I'm going to use Chinese, and most of my content is in Chinese as well. But I'm happy to chat offline. 今天呢，其实我想讲这个话题呢，跟咱们这个大会呢，其实应该说有很强的一个关系。我们在谈这个业务敏捷，对吧？我们已经从开发的敏捷呢，过渡到了一个很强的一个数字化时代的一个特点。在这个业务敏捷的背后呢，实际上是我们的这个组织必须敏捷起来，对吧？大家很多人都很熟悉这个康威定律。那么康威定律呢，讲的是这个我们所做的产品，也就是我们做的服务，也就是我们的业务，实际上跟我们组织呢，实际上是一个映射关系，对吧？所以说，如果说我们的这个产品和我们的服务能够保证在市场上的竞争力，能够以敏捷的方式服务于我们的客户，创造客户的价值，那么我们的组织应该是敏捷的。所以今天呢，我想就敏捷组织这个话题呢，做一个接下来半个小时的一个分享。在我分享之前呢，其实我看到了这个孙老师的邀请，他们是 AA Conference， 第一个单词叫 Agnostic， 很有意思的一个单词，对吧？刚才我看到这个曾丽老师也提到了，对吧？这跟我们的《道德经》里边说的不可知。实际上对于我来说呢，最近的时候，在很多的谈这个数字化转型里边的时候，也用到了赫拉克利特，我们都知道是朴素唯物主义的一个这个思想家，说过一句话：一切事物都在流变之中。 那么既然我们认识到了这个一切事物都在流变之中，然后呢，这个数字化时代呢，实际上是加快了这个变化。那么某种意义上呢，这个我不知道这个当时是为什么选这个英文单词啊？应该说是非常准确的。在这个时代里边呢，有很多是不可知的。正是在这种不可知的环境里边呢，所以我们提敏捷。那在这个敏捷组织之前呢，我想稍微做一个简短的一个回顾。那么当我们谈敏捷的时候呢，这本来是中文里边本来是一个形容词，对吧？这个形容词呢被赋予了一定的意义。等一会儿接着我的呢是敏捷宣言的签署者之一，所以呢不免呢我就不应该多讲，对吧？因为是班门弄斧了。但是呢，值得提的一点呢是敏捷最早提出来的时候呢，实际上是软件开发领域，是2001年的事情。那在2001年的事情呢，有一堆的开发者他们呢聚到了一起，然后他们分析了软件开发失败的原因，然后呢，他们希望说告诉行业什么样是正确的做敏捷的方式。那么他们其实某种意义上是定义了敏捷的工作方式，也就是一种 way of working， agile way of working。这个是它的起源。这一帮人聚在一起的时候呢，他们发布了一个宣言这个宣言呢已经被翻译成了非常多国的语言那么实际上呢，这个宣言的第一句呢跟我们讲得非常清楚。他说我们一直在实践中探寻更好的软件开发方法，对吧？这是一个软件的开发方法。那么当这个硅谷第一次提出说软件要吃掉这个世界，就 software will eat up the world， 当这个时候发生的时候呢，我们开始意识到了软件背后的工作方法是否可以被我们利用，对吧？是否可以被我们用来做业务，来做组织架构，甚至于用到生活的方方面面。所以这个时候我们在谈一件事情呢，就是我们把这种工作的方式进行了一个延伸。我们尝试着再把这种工作方式放到不同的上下文里边去。这一点呢，我觉得对于我们讨论业务敏捷还是讨论这个敏捷组织都是非常关键的。因为行业里边呢有很多的这个争论，对吧？打标签说这个敏捷，这个不是敏捷的。但是大家忘了一件事情呢，当我们在谈这个是敏捷，这个不是敏捷的时候，我们一定要让它上下文是清晰的。我们到底在谈什么？我们在谈软件开发，我们在谈一款数字化产品的开发，我们在谈组织的治理，还是我们在谈这个企业的业务？这个上下文决定了当我们在判断的时候，我们在说这个事情不敏捷或者这件事情敏捷的时候，它是否在同一个频道上面？对吧？我们有时候经常会发现很多的争论它不在一个频道上面。有的人用着软件开发的上下文在评判一家企业做业务，对吧？有的人呢又用着一家企业做业务的思路在评判我们在构建一个数字化平台。那么是否应该把这种工作方式进行延伸呢？这就是我们需要去回答的第一个问题。就敏捷这种工作方式是不是适合于这个数字化时代的？大家都知道，就是我们现在这个时代呢，其实我们认为它是一个数字化时代。某种意义上呢，这个时代已经展开了，我们已经处于这样一个数字化时代。甚至于身处在中国的时候，大家的感触是非常深的。在这个全球疫情的情况下，对吧？我们出门的时候，如果没有二维码，没有健康码，我们是寸步难行的。但在这个时代里边呢，是不是敏捷的这种工作方式就是适合于我们的这些商业实体，我们的这些社会组织来进行自己的业务设计，来进行自己的组织架构的？这个是第一个问题我们要解决的。那么要解决这个问题呢，首先我们就要看一下这个时代的特点有什么。这个呢是几年前，对吧？在全球的这个斯托沃克的一系列专家我们坐在一起做的一个，我认为到目前来看还是一个非常好的总结。那么我们的时代呢，如果放到一个比较抽象的层面呢，是处于第3次工业革命到第4次工业革命的一个过渡期。当然现在我们已经基本上迈进了第4次工业革命。第3次工业革命呢，大家都知道是信息技术这个为主导的。那么在这个时代呢，诞生了我们每家企业里边现在日益壮大的 IT 部门。 那么随着时间的推移呢，我们现在的业务啊，我们认为说是离不开 IT 的，甚至于刚才的2位老师的分享，对吧？聚焦在金融行业里边，我们可以基本上判断，金融行业如果没有 IT， 就没有现在的银行，也没有现在的所谓的这个资产管理。那么其他越来越多的行业，包括我们的通讯、我们的物流，实际上它的核心竞争力都在它的 IT 系统之上。那么随着时间的进一步推移呢，我们会发现2件事情在发生变化。第一件事情呢，过去当我们谈技术的时候，我们谈的更多的是信息化技术，对吧？我们说的 information technology。今天当我们谈技术的时候，实际上这个范畴被我们扩得非常大，对吧？我们有5G 我们有这个甚至于空间技术，我们未来的时候可能有量子技术，我们还会往前发展有生物技术。这个疫情啊，非常快速地推进了生物技术的应用，对吧？这个是不争的事实。那么这些呢，其实都叫科技，对吧？都叫技术，这是第一个变化。那第二个变化呢，就是我们会发现非常多的业务，我们是很难区分，像过去一样区分什么是做业务的，什么是做技术的。往往我们会发现啊，一个团队里边很多人既是做业务的，也是做技术的。这种情况呢，在第4次工业革命将是一个常态。所以在最后一个阶段呢，我们会看到我们所说的 take at core， 对吧？技术会重塑业务，技术会成为业务的核心。那么数字化时代呢，仅仅是第4次工业革命的应该说第一波浪潮。我们接下来还面对着非常多的可能性，当然换一句话说就是不确定性，对吧？这个也跟我们今天的这个会议，对吧？第一个 A 是不谋而合的。那这是我们时代的一个特点。基于这个特点呢，当我们在谈论一个组织的时候呢，我们会认为越来越多的组织应该去拥抱业务和技术的融合。很多时候啊，我们甚至于不应该再去刻意的区分业务和技术，这是我们的第一个特点。那么在这样的特点延伸下面呢，我们也看到了一些企业，它的业务啊做得相当不错，比如说这个Netflix， 对吧？很多的这个神剧，包括我们在国内，对吧？我们都看到了非常多的 Netflix， 这种极具颠覆性的一些剧集，对吧？非常吸引人，甚至于呢，它这个响应速度啊是根据观众们的反馈，对吧？那么我们也看到了类似于像字节跳动，对吧？这样的企业呢，他们在利用这个数字化的时代快速的崛起。那我们当然希望去分析一下，这些企业所做的业务到底有什么特点。于是呢，这个我和全球的很多专家坐到一起，对吧？我们就来分析说，这样的企业它做的业务到底有什么时代特点。那在技术和业务高度融合的情况下，会产生什么样的业务？我们列了很多纸条，我们当时利用疫情让大家在线研讨，最后呢收敛到这3条。我们认为这3个特质是现代数字化业务都具备的。第一个呢，当然是我们可以利用现在的数据技术，对吧？包括我们的一些机器学习、人工智能，去看到之前看不到的客户的一些底层的诉求。对，比如说，我们的这个字节跳动，对吧？招了很多的这种大学生，他们可以足不出户的去理解远在几千里以外的农村的年轻人们他们想要什么。这个在过去是不可想象的一件事情，在现在它已经是非常多的企业在做业务的时候，他们必须要拥抱的一些方法和实践。而这些洞察呢，把每个人都有可能变成下一个乔布斯。我们都知道，乔布斯之所以很厉害，是因为他真正意义上能够洞察用户自己都没有意识到的浅层的层次的需求。但是我们利用这些数据技术，利用我们未来的这些新的一些科技，我们就有可能真正意义上洞察到过去看不到的客群的需求。第二点呢，我们会发现一个非常有意思的现象，类似于像亚马逊，对吧？谷歌这样的企业，他们的核心竞争力呢，不在于说他们从想法到 应用上线或者特性上线的这个速度有多快，他们的核心竞争力在于他们的 time to market 时间是持续缩短的。这个在很多的企业里边，包括我们现在看到很多金融机构里边，已经开始觉醒，已经意识到了这件事情是非常有利的一个核心竞争力。当然，刚开始的时候，很多人还是不理解，对吧？为什么亚马逊要这么快，对吧？为什么几秒钟就要发布一次这个新的软件？实际上，后来大家意识到了，亚马逊利用这个能力呢，在干一件什么事情呢？在针对他的客户做实验。这样的一个持续缩短的 time to market 的时间，给他赢得了让客户来告诉他什么是正确的产品和服务。这件事情成为了他们在数字化时代生存的核心竞争力。那么第三点呢，非常有意思的一点呢，就是我们和上一个信息化技术时代非常不一样的一点呢，就是我们要利用科技和技术去创收，我们要为企业找到真正意义上科技所使能的新业务模式、新的业务可能。这一点和上一次工业革命是非常不一样的。我们也相信，对吧？当第4次工业革命继续往前不停地滚动的时候，当有下一波的技术浪潮，比如说我们的生物技术加入的时候，我们会看到更多的意想不到的一些业务形态的产生。那我们作为消费者，实际上我们也会享受这些科技给我们带来的便利，或者我们完全无法想象的下一个元宇宙，对吧？这3个特点加上刚才我们说的技术要和业务高度的融合，造成了几个非常有意思的特点。这几个特点呢，分别是：第一，我们必须要以我们的客户价值创造为中心；第二，我们必须要快速的去响应变化；第三，我们必须要关注在这个过程中我们的协同，因为我们所谓的技术这个领域本身就会变成很多专业的汇聚，对吧？还不要说我们会把新的业务加入到里边。随着我的描述呢，大家是不是觉得这越来越像敏捷宣言里边提出的，让大家真正意义上按照敏捷的工作方式去工作？所以呢，基本上如果当我们去思考了现代的数字化业务，思考了这个数字化时代的背景的时候，我们不难得出一个结论，就是我们应该向着敏捷宣言所倡导的这种工作方式前进。这种工作方式呢，到目前为止呢，我们认为它是适合于这个数字化时代的。那么换一个视角，对吧？我们想用敏捷的这种方式去工作。那么第二个问题呢，就是如果我把 Agile way of working 放大到一个组织，它会长什么样子？那如果我想所有的组织的各个部门、各个团队，每一个人都像敏捷宣言里边提倡的这种工作方式一起来协作，一起来这个创造用户价值，到底是一个什么样子？这件事情呢，实际上我觉得是很多的这个全球组织在研究的一个课题，对吧？我们也会看到每年的时候，其实都有非常不一样的框架或者一些思考产生，也有很多争论。那这个总体来说呢，我觉得这些争论都是好的。但没有争论，我们实际上是没有办法前进的。在争论中，对吧？我们可能看到事物的更多元化。这个时代呢不可预期。同样道理呢，组织到底走向什么样的形态，其实在我们的这个践行过程中才会逐步的清晰。这里呢，我借用了之前我和这个姚安峰，我的这个顾问，对吧？我的一个同事，我们一起，对吧？当时在构建一个精益企业的时候，我们所构建的一个模型。我想利用这个模型呢，跟大家分享几点至少是我个人的一个思考。这样的组织呢，我认为有这么几个核心部分。第一点呢，这个组织呢，它要变为以愿景和成效目标作为驱动。大家要关注一点呢，是 outcome， 是一个成效。这个成效怎么度量呢？最好的度量是客户价值的创造，对吧？我到底创造了多少客户价值？这是一个巨大的变革，对吧？比如说我们知道的这个招商银行的这个金融科技转型。 在转型的过程中，最大的一个变革就是把过去的银行看总资产管理变成了什么呢？变成了我来看我的月活。大家都知道，这个月活 MAU 是一个互联网逻辑的思维。这个思维呢，意味着说有多少的用户，对吧，愿意跟你交一个朋友，并且能够持续的跟你在线上进行互动，这就是 MAU， 对吧？招行这样一家传统的股份制银行，最后选取 MAU 作为金融科技转型的北极星指标，这个说明啊，真正意义上开始思考，银行，对吧？不像过去一样，仅仅是提供一些标准的产品和服务。银行作为一家商业机构，是要创造用户价值的，是要在社会上创造不一样的这个用户体验的，所以它转变了。那么更有甚者呢，如果大家这个关注一下刚刚退休的张瑞敏，对吧？这位老前辈，他在海尔的时候践行了10几年的人单合一，他把所有的员工和团队他们的这个个人收益都挂钩到了这个用户的价值创造上面，他建立了一套体系。当然我们无法这个衡量说这套体系到底是否在现阶段是合理的，但是我们知道这个方向是正确的。我们知道这位老先生，对吧，先我们一步已经意识到了真正意义上我们这个时代的改变，这是第一个特点。第二个特点呢，就是我们看到的在下面这个紫色的这一块，对吧？当然它支撑的是这个上面的应该说粉红色的这2块的业务成效的这个创造。这个紫色这一块呢，主要是告诉我们在投资策略上要重新开始思考每一个组织和每一个商业企业我们说面对的市场不确定性的挑战。在投资上面呢，我们都知道有一个这个亘古不变的定律，就是不要把鸡蛋放到一个篮子里。往往呢，很多人呢会比较有这个赌博的心态，对吧？我就想把鸡蛋放一篮子里，我就觉得这个比特币它会涨起来，结果呢，这个比特币暴跌了。这样的这个案例呢，在我们身边是应该说是每时每刻都在发生的。但作为一家成熟的企业，对吧？作为一个真正意义上负责任的组织，实际上这个原则对我们来说是非常重要的。我们要意识到这个时代的不确定性。当我们意识到这个不确定性的时候，我们就需要对我们的业务进行分类的投资。我们固然有自己，对吧，安身立命，我们能够持续创造营收的成熟业务，我们也有面向未来我们希望去拓展的已经经过我们初步验证的业务。最后科技，对吧，不停的进步，新的东西层出不穷，昨天的元宇宙，对吧，今天的这个 Web 3.0，这些都带来了新的挑战，也带来了新的机遇。如果我们作为一家组织，一个商业机构，我们不去尝试，实际上我们很可能在未来的时候成为被颠覆者。但是大家都希望成为自己，成为颠覆者。所以在投资的角度来讲，我们每一个组织都必须要有固定的投入，对吧？进行持续的这个创新探索。这件事情呢，大家不要小看，对吧？即使全球最先进的企业也会犯这样的错误。比如说，刚才我们提到的谷歌，我们认为谷歌这个应该是一家这个科技驱动数字化的这个时代的一个标兵，但实际上大家现在看谷歌的自动驾驶，对吧？起步最早，但到目前为止也没有真正意义上的汽车投入到这个用户的这个真实使用场景里边来。由此呢，其实我们也看到了，谷歌成立了一家母公司，对吧？先有了子公司，再有了母公司，就是它的字母 Alphabet。这个 Alphabet 呢成立呢，明确了，对吧？我在探索型新业务，我在我自己成熟的搜索和广告业务，以及在我需要去验证和扩展的业务，不同的商业实体来承载。即使是谷歌也犯过这样的错误。所以呢，每一家企业呢，我觉得第二个非常关键的一点呢，就是要明确组织机构在应对这样的一个不确定性时代的时候，你的投资模型。最后呢，我想说的一点呢是下面这一部分，对吧？当然，今天我们不太可能把每一块展开跟大家进行分析，但是我想强调的一点呢，当我们在谈敏捷业务背后的敏捷组织的时候， 非常关键的一点呢，就是我们不仅仅谈的是一个研发团队，或者谈的是一个在先头服务于客户的业务团队，我们更谈的是我们组织的运营平台，我们组织的 HR， 我们组织的这个财务，我们的法务合规，大家的这些职能部门是不是真正意义上能够敏捷起来？这一点上呢，我觉得可喜的是呢，其实我们已经看到了，在一些关键的职能部门的时候，很多的这个全球专家正在研究，对吧？他们应该怎么敏捷？比如说我们 HR 群体，对吧？在过去的2-3年里边，接着这个 OKR， 当时这个第一个分享的管老师是 OKR 方面的专家，对吧？那么 OKR 呢，实际上是 HR 行业的。那么 OKR 实际上某种意义上来讲，我们认为它是非常敏捷的一种模式，对吧？它不是一个固定的像 KPI 一样上指标的考核，它是一种愿景和目标驱动的一种这种绩效框架，对吧？它能够帮助团队去设定自己具有挑战性的目标，并且鼓励团队，对吧，往前走，发挥主观能动性。那么在财务里边呢，其实我们也看到了过去，对吧？在欧洲的时候，我们有这个 Beyond Budget。超越预算，我们现在呢也有这个金海斯密斯老先生在最近出版的这个 Edge 边缘这本书，也是描述了一个怎么样进行动态的预算和投资组合的一种方式。所以我们已经看到这些职能部门也在思考，到我们的敏捷业务背后的敏捷组织的时候，我们并不是仅仅局限于说做研发的，你是开发软件的，所以你要敏捷。然后你在前台是做业务的，特别是如果你做的是零售业务，你就应该非常敏捷，对吧？我们不仅仅是技术和业务，也是我们整个组织的运营平台。我们的整个运营平台需要去拥抱这种 agile way of working， 对吧？敏捷的工作方式。那当然，最后希望强调的一点呢，就是这2根柱子，对吧？大家看到的，第一个呢，就是我们的技术卓越的一个追求。这个毫无疑问，对吧？随着我们都知道软件的一个特点，对吧？它的特点呢，就是它会持续的被我们所修改，对吧？它和硬件的这个世界是不一样的。这个持续可以被修改呢，给我们带来了非常多的便利，对吧？我们的软件会快速的投产。未来的元宇宙如果是数字化的，那么我们可以预期它可能几秒钟就随心而变。但是，对吧？它也给我们带来了很多的挑战，比如说怎么样才能快速变？亚马逊和谷歌的几十秒钟就能发布一次，这表现着他们整个组织对技术卓越的一个追求。那另一个这个支柱呢，就是我们整个组织的升级型文化，对吧？我们的文化呢，应该是鼓励大家去成长的，鼓励大家在实验过程中去不断的找到新的方向。我们是不害怕失败的。这一点对于我们很多企业来非常挑战，比如说我经常举的一个例子，我问大家有多少人，对吧？这个时候是中国新春之前，很多的这个企业呢都在做年底的汇报和这个计划，这新一年的计划。那么在这个年底的汇报的过程中的时候，有多少的这个企业同事能够客观的讲出我今年，对吧？计划做了10件事情。在我尝试的过程中呢，有这么3-4件事情呢，其实跟我的这个预想是不一样的，甚至于呢，有1-2件事情最后是宣告失败的。但是在这个失败的过程中，我觉得我为组织带来了很强的一个经验的积累。我在其中的时候总结出来了未来我们怎么样才能避免这种失败，我们才能找到新的成功的方向。像这样的汇报其实非常少见。而反而是这样的汇报，是我们在新的时代里边的时候，当我们想谈到这个企业和这个组织是升级性文化的时候，这是非常关键的。那最后呢，这里边有非常多的实践，对吧？这里边刚才我提到了这个姚安峰老师，这是我的这个一直是我的战友，在这么快10年了。那姚安峰老师呢，刚刚出版了一本书，对吧？适应企业数字化业务的行动指南。这本书里边呢，其实基于刚才我说的框架呢，有非常多的实践。在这个书里边，我们也提到了一点，对吧？敏捷组织这个话题啊，实际上才刚刚开始，对吧？还有很多的这个未解的一些难题，对吧？等着大家去探索。 我也希望对吧，我们中国能够迸发出更多的张瑞敏，对吧？我们能够更加大胆的去尝试面向这个数字化的不确定性的时代，对吧？为了抓住更多的科技进步的机遇，我们可能尝试非常创新的组织结构，对吧？张瑞敏第一个率先打出了人单合一，我们在中国这个土地上，我相信是有机会打出10个、100个新的人单合一的。那在这里呢，就是这个帮安峰同学这个做一个广告啊，我觉得这本书里面还是干货满满的。最后呢，其实我觉得面对未来，对吧？我也想这个把我自己的一些经历跟大家分享。最近呢，其实我也在思考，对吧？就是我们面向未来的这个敏捷业务和敏捷组织，作为个体，我到底怎么办？在这个实践层面上呢，我觉得有这么3个关注。第一个呢，是我们需要真正意义上去关注人与人之间的沟通和协同。用敏捷宣言的说法呢，就是我们要关注 individual and interactions， 对吧？我们的个体和他们之间的协作。为什么呢？因为它会发生非常大的变化，对吧？疫情让我们非常熟悉于线上这种办公。这张截图呢，是上个星期我的团队，对吧？大家利用了这个，大家可以看到啊，这个刚刚 Facebook 宣布的这样一个空间，对吧？我们也用起来了，在里边开会。我们的有些顾问呢，非常的兴奋，对吧？说我在这个空间里面可以写 PPT 了。当然这个开个玩笑，对吧？确实可以写 PPT， 对吧？你还可以看到虚拟的键盘，而且呢，这个效果会越来越好。今年呢，很可能我们的这个会议都会在这样的一个虚拟的空间里边，对吧？每个人都会有自己的 avatar， 对吧？我们会在这个空间里面真正意义上面对面的开会。那这个是一个新的协同方式，对吧？这个是一种新的尝试，这种尝试啊，已经是一个趋势，所以我们要关注它。第二个关注呢，我们要关注价值。这个数字化时代的时候，即使像我们这样的作为程序员，我们也会发现很多事情在我们身边啊发生变化。比如说近期，对吧？这个斯特沃克在全球发起的这个 Green Algorithms， 绿色算法，在做一件什么事情呢？对吧？根据双碳的这个方向，大家都知道我们要控制碳排放。我们要在这个2030年达峰，我们要在2060年，对吧？这个真正意义上做到碳中和。在欧美呢，这个时间还要缩短，对吧？到2050年就要达到碳中和。大家有没有想过，你的一行程序，你做的一个软件，到底消耗多少能源，到底产生多少的二氧化碳，对吧？这件事情其实在过去我们是没有考虑过的。所以我们重新要开始考虑我们对于用户的，我们对于社会的责任和价值的定位，这是第二个，对吧？它是不确定，确实带有很强的不确定性因素。第三个呢，这个我展示了一下这个 Source 的 Take Radar， 对吧？这个已经做了很多年，今年应该是这个第8年了。那么在这个过程中呢，我们也要尝试着去习惯关注整个的科技生态，对，我们不太可能一个人能够掌握整个的科技生态，对吧？这已经是完全不可能的一件事情。但是呢，我经常提到的一个叫做机械的同理心，叫 mechanic sympathy， 什么意思呢？就是我如果是一个1级方程式赛车手，我不会修1级方程式汽车，但是呢，我需要了解它的工作原理，这样我才能够真正意义上做到顶尖的一个赛手。那同样道理，当我们这些作为数字化的构建者，固然我们不太可能，对吧？学习每一门技术、每一个科技，甚至于了解所有的细节，对吧？比如说，我们很多人不太可能去了解这个区块链背后的智能合约，对吧？我们也不会去写一个智能合约，但是这并不妨碍我们去理解我们认为这样一个关键的技术它的使用场景。我们来理解怎么样才能把它发挥这个最大的效益，它为什么重要，对吧？这就是我们的机械同理心。所以我们要关注生态，去构建这样的一个机械同理心。这3点呢，是我作为个人，对吧？我自己也在践行的。我也希望在这个分享的过程中，对吧？引起大家的一些共鸣。最后呢，在这个应该说道的层面吧。这个也是为什么刚才孙老师介绍，就是我是这个 China Agile Coach 中国敏捷教练这样一个协会的发起人之一。我们也意识到了这个社会变化非常快 像这个 AA Conference 这个我相信明年可能这个形势又不一样了所以随时都在变化。那么如果我们想大而全，这基本上是不可能的。所以像这个我们中国的心学，对吧？我们的王明阳老先生所说的，真正意义上只有去践行，保持开放的心态，我们在实践的过程中才能一步一步真正意义上找到答案。同样，对于今天我的这个话题敏捷组织，我只能说利用半小时的时间给大家开了一系列脑洞。最后，敏捷组织落实到各位的组织到底长什么样子，还需要大家去践行，去找到自己的答案。好，谢谢大家。
好的，非常感谢萧然老师的分享哈。我讲到最后那个 mechanic sympathy 的时候，我很有共鸣哈，就是机械同理心哈。刚才举那个例子也特别好，就是你作为一个赛车手的时候，你起码要工作机械的工作原理哈，然后你才能成为一个最好的赛车手。就像我们今天谈敏捷转型和数字化转型一样哈。在我们的 Exen 知识体系里面，我们有数字化转型官这门认证。那这里面其实除了有数字化转型 Verism， 同时还有区块链啊，包括也是跟 ThoughtWorks 的专家老师去讲的这门课，然后人工智能和云计算。而这门数字化转型官 DTO 的课呢，面向的是管理者。那作为一个管理者，我为什么要了解区块链呢？我为什么要了解 AI 呢？其实很多人一听这个就感觉是很技术，那找我的 CIO 好了。但是作为一个管理者，如果你不了解这些技术里面的商业的应用，就像刚才萧然老师讲，如果说你不了解区块链技术在智能合约或者 trade finance 或者 supply chain 里面的应用，你就很难在你商业模式中通过这些技术建立你的竞争优势，从而实现你的这个企业的第二增长曲线。所以一个真正的好的管理者你要有一个全局观，你可以不懂代码或者是算法层面的事情，但你要懂这门技术能在你商业模式里如何真正服务你的客户价值，交付你的客户价值。所以这一点其实我觉得也是蛮有共鸣的哈。然后再就是像刚才举的几个例子，像股份制银行采用这个月活数哈作为一个北极星的这样的指标这样其实都是供我们可以参考的哈。时间的原因呢，我不知道夏老师这边有没有问题哈？这边有没有可以去互动的跟萧然老师？
对，其实，在聊天区还是有这么一个问题的，我还是把它念出来啊，因为那个萧然老师刚才在分享的过程当中提到了好几次，敏捷其实是一种工作方式。那么，这个同学的问题是说，那么这种工作方式对于企业有什么价值？对于团队有什么作用？它的核心思想是什么？我觉得这个问题好像挺大的，但是想挑战一下萧然老师。
OK，我争取就这个1分钟，快速解答一下。当我们谈一种工作方式 way of working 的时候，我们要对比来看，对吧？其实刚才的时候呢，如果我们对比看，前面一个时代的时候，基本上就是科学管理，对吧？这个科学管理呢，基本上的这个管理思路呢，跟我听到管老师其实在第一个分享里边也大概介绍到了，就是我们是一种流水线式的管理，那么我们定岗定责是非常清晰的。那么职责呢，我们觉得就是这个固定的非常好。那么到了一个极限呢，实际上这种工作方式呢，现在仍然存在，并且它发挥作用，对吧？我们这里无意诋毁这个科学管理，对吧？它确实把人类送到了这个流水线上。我们看到我们最先进的 iPhone 的手机，实际上是富士康来做的。那富士康呢，应该说是科学管理做到骨子里了，对吧？一个我们知道这个教育程度不高的年轻人，上了一条 iPhone 的流水线就能够工作，对吧？这个确实很了不起。但是呢，如果我们对比来看，按照敏捷宣言的这种方式，对吧？它变成了什么呢？第一句就是我们要尊重每个个体，并且我们要注意个体和个体之间的互动。如果我们转向来看呢，其实它从一个流程的视角转变为了一个公益的视角。这个公益指的什么呢？指的是每一个同事他的这个手上，我们在这个英文单词叫 craftsmanship， 对吧？他做事情的方式和实践，对吧？比如说写一个代码，虽然说需求都是一样的，我们交给10个程序员就有10种不同的实现方式。这集中说明了说这一个工作方式的背后的原理呢，变成了我们不是说不注重流程，但是我们一定要去思考工艺的复杂度，对吧？我们要让这些工作者要赋能他们。让他们真正意义上能够保质保量的去完成我们交给他手上的工作，这个是第一点不同。第二点不同呢，我们也看富士康这个流水线，对吧？其实在流水线上的工人呢是不用关注 最后这个生产的手机到底是 iPhone 还是三星，对吧？它没有关系，对他来说，你组织告诉我说寄件今天要完成这个1000件，我就完成1000件，完成了之后我就获得了我的工资，对吧？我有生活，我可以去娱乐。但是呢，现在这个敏捷这种方式呢，告诉你说，我们的事情是很不确定的，对吧？这个只有在快速的迭代的这个跟客户真实的用户的这个交互过程中，我们才能不停的调整。这个是软件时代的一个特点，对吧？就是我们经常说这个用户都不知道自己要什么，直到他拿到这个产品，然后他针对这个产品给你提建议，所以这一点也是非常大的不同，对吧？我们希望说未来的这样的一个敏捷工作方式下，我们怎么样用一种组织机制帮助我们的同事们离客户、离市场更近一些？那1分钟的答案呢，就是这2点非常不同的这个工作方式。
好，非常感谢肖然老师这个回答，我觉得对我还是都非常有了启发，谢谢。也交还给那个孙总。
好的，感谢肖然老师的分享啊。那下面呢，我就会请出来今天的最后一个嘉宾，也是重量级的嘉宾哈。开玩笑说是祖师爷级别的这样的一个嘉宾哈，他就是敏捷宣言的这个联合作者。大家可能听了3位老师的中文演讲哈，那我们要听敏捷宣言的作者讲这个 Agnostic Agile 和业务敏捷，我们要用英文原汁原味的英文哈来去听他的分享。Ali, are you already there?
I never left. That's the good part, right?
Yes. 我知道阿里呢，他的分享几乎很少用 PPT， 所以他今天会延续他的风格哈，他基本他没有准备任何的 PPT， 但是他后面有一个画板哈，所以呢我会把时间交给他，相信大家已经翘首企盼了哈。Ali, I did just brief introduction. Now I leave. The floor is yours. We are all looking forward to hear your story about Agnostic Agile and the business agility, business involvement. Now we have about 1,700 people online and waiting for the moment. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Sun. Thank you, Tao, as well for bringing me in here. I will take for my talk approximately 30 minutes, and then we do like 10 minutes, for Q&A. But you can also steal some of that time to catch up with the program if you like, right? So feel free to do so. If people have questions that are not answered at the end of my talk and Q&A, I invite people to join me on LinkedIn on another platform, and you can always ask me a question over there. And I have a tendency of replying to questions within a day. So everybody's invited from that perspective. I'm still struggling a bit. It's already getting dark here in the Netherlands. I'm still struggling a bit, because I have my storyboard here on the left side from my screen. And I want to share first with you, what I would like to talk with you about, because I'm not going to do a full introduction of myself, but in 1994, I started working in what we call an agile way today. And my drive at the time was the value delivery. I was working for the government at the time. A project went wrong, and you see that you waste a lot of public money and it goes nowhere, right? It's just waste. It's gone. And I thought, I'm not going to do this. So my focus has been on the value delivery. And that's interesting, right? If you talk about Agile, I always like to ask people, why are we doing Agile? What's the reason? And the reason we do Agile, in my opinion, is that we want to avoid delay. Just 2 words. And avoiding delay is, if you want to have a longer sentence, you said avoiding delay of delivering business value. And the business value, when you talk about delay, there are a couple of kinds of delay that you want to avoid, right? You have the delay that is coming from we deliver the wrong stuff, the wrong functionality, unhappy users, unhappy client. So you need to do a lot of rework, to bring it to where it's supposed to be. That will take time. And so you have a delay. Then we have very poor quality. Quality means, bugs, means bugs fixing, means rework, means delay. And then we have, the very simple, inefficient ways of working. So those 3, and also when we wrote the manifesto, those 3 topics, those 3 issues, we tried to solve. But take into consideration at that moment in time, that was about delivery. So you have a client, internal or external, having a need, a project or a delivery, whatever you call it, I don't care. What you need something to deliver, and how can we avoid that delay? So that value delivery has become my focus, and that on time part is, but I use from other, and this is where agnostic comes in, I use from other agile frameworks. I use things that help me, for example, in quality. If I have a quality focus, I will always bring in, and I almost always do, I bring in practice from extreme programming. For example, pair programming, refactoring. They increase the quality of what you deliver a lot, just as an example. And the idea is about agile working. If you do something, do it well. But how do you decide on what you do? And that's the interesting question, right? And this is, I think, for me, when the thought and the mindset about business agility comes in. How do you decide what to do? And as we all know, in the organizations that we have teams, people, and we try to maximize those, the capacity that they have up to 100% of usage. And already we know there is academic research in the lean and Kanban area where they say, we get the best out of teams if we don't put on them more than 85% of what they could do, because that's when you get the best result. It gives them maneuverability. But still, that means that you have to decide as an organization what you are working on. I mean, Agile is about the delivery. Agile is about, okay, this is how we work, but how do you get there, that decision? And I remember when I started working differently in the mid-90s, we always had the idea, the pace of innovation, the technology, the possibilities that we have, the opportunities that we have, they are going so fast that you need to deliver within 6 months, because if you wait longer than 6 months for your delivery, and we would say today an MVP, for example, but if you would wait longer, the opportunity might be gone. The environment has changed, the world has changed, competition has changed, suppliers have changed, clients have changed, and the problem with your delivery might be that it's not opportune anymore. It's maybe obsolete or partially obsolete, right? So you have to figure out, okay, what am I working on, and which, so the what am I working on and the how do I deliver are, of course, closely connected. And one of the things in terms of speed that I that I often like to use is, if you look, for example, at the navigation systems. For example, in the Netherlands, at the time we had, I would say 15 years ago, we had the TomTom, and the Tom was a separate nav set that you push to the windscreen of your car. And I think everybody that I knew had a TomTom, and it was the word. You didn't ask, do you have a nav set? But you said you also have a TomTom, and some people would maybe do Garmin, but a lot of people would have a TomTom, especially in the Netherlands, because TomTom originated in the Netherlands. Today, and I know 50 years is a lot, but it's already happened years ago. Today, the separate nav sets in the car that you push to your, to the windscreen of your car hardly exist anymore. Maybe if you have a very old car, you could use one, but 9 out of 10, people put them on their smartphone and they come for free on it. You don't have to do anything for it. So instead of buying something that costs a lot of money, it's out there. So coming back again to business agility, what does this mean? You can be, as an organization, you can be walking around the world like this. Don't look around and say, hey, we have this beautiful product, but you will put yourself at risk. One of the examples that we have is, and it happened twice in the world of the cell phones, when we switched from the traditional cell phone, Nokia, which was basically a phone, but then without wires, right? Around the turn of the century, that one Nokia was massive, was leading, was by far the #1 in the world. And of course, I know for sure that the people from Nokia, that there were like trend watchers and researchers in Nokia, very, very intelligent, very educated people. They were visiting, Silicon Valley conferences, and at one moment in time, they saw things coming. But the organization wasn't able to respond. And what happened to them was the switch from the cell phone to the smartphone. And the response from Nokia was a smartphone with a closed system. The other smartphones had open system with apps. It was, they couldn't keep up. And Nokia still exists, but in terms of, staying as big as they are, they lost that game. And I remember that what surprises me the most in the world of the cell phones is that after Nokia, I think BlackBerry really got dominant, and maybe you remember that one with a little, trackball in the middle, which I think was an amazing invention at the time for maneuvering around on your screen. You didn't have to use the arrows anymore. You could really, it was awesome. But as Nokia stuck to the old cell phone, they were so connected in BlackBerry to that the little trackball in the middle, that the moment that the touch screen came in, they couldn't recognize it as an opportunity, and they left it and they lost it. Apple took over, and now we have all those other brands, and the touch screen is taken. One of the things, and I'm still talking about business agility, one of the things that I remember was one of the there was the CEO at the time, Steve Ballmer from CEO. He had this like this. He has a phone in his hand. There's a little video. I think it's on YouTube still, and he holds it like this, and he points at it, and he says, "I cannot imagine that people will spend half their day touching the screen of their phone," and I puts it away. This will never work. And I don't know about you, but I have an Apple. I'm not commercially, but I have an iPhone, and I get this nice message, and maybe you have it on your phone as well, that says every week, okay, your average this week was, and I'm not doing half the day, but I do approximately 6 hours a day on my phone. I do all my emails, I read, I search, I do so many things. That's not half my day, but close to half of my working day, right? So the misperceptions are all over. It's very difficult for people to accept that things are happening. So if you come to business agility, and the things happening in business agility is accepting that we have changed, and that accepting that potentially what you're doing today can be obsolete tomorrow. That understanding starts with the leadership team. In any change, whether it's an internal change in how we work, or it's an external change, or what kind of product or what kind of service do we bring out there? In my opinion, what I notice, what I see, and what I feel is that the leadership team is the make or break. It's very simple. If you're going into change, people do not like change. It's a fact. We have established a position. You are in the company. You have your position with this product, and now you're telling people you have to have an open mind that your position and the product that you're working on might be, obsolete soon. And it's not even that there will be a new version of your product. No, it will be out. Will be gone. Interesting concept. People don't like this. So in this, getting this kind of thinking and mindset adopted in an organization starts with the leadership team. And the leadership team is very important for a couple of reasons. So first, people don't like change. People like I learned recently that it's neurological in our brain that we start feeling unconsciously, we start feeling uncomfortable if we get into situations that we have not seen before, where we have not been before. So the moment we start doing this, it feels uncomfortable. So what helps is that somebody else is doing it already, especially if someone, in the higher up ranks in the hierarchy of the organization is showing this kind of behavior. Then it gets more easily adopted because it helps people. Oh, if this person is doing it, okay, maybe I can do it as well. Secondly, to get into the way of thinking, to be allowed to be rewarded, to have spent time on it, and et cetera, you need to change things in the organization. That kind of change is something that I, as a simple member of a team, I cannot create that change. I'm not allowed to make the change. I'm not authorized. So I need people. So that's reason number two. I need people from high up in the hierarchy to help me to make the change, to start going in that new way. And also, once you have that change, accepting that things might go wrong. And if things go wrong, is that you don't step into back in the old way, but that you innovate forward. I call it sustaining the change. So 3 very important factors why the leadership team is so important. Now, if you take that a step back, so how does it work, right? If you go into, where we look, where we come from, a lot of people come from where we had long times, with products, but the product life cycles have been shortened. Technology offers opportunities. It changes the products that we use, and not only it changes the products that we use, it changes the products that there are, available, but also it disrupts the business models. And now it gets painful, because the moment that I have something that is disrupting, take the example of the navset. At one moment in time, the navigation systems, the software was so widely available, people started just putting on the phone. I remember there was a lawsuit whether you can sell it included on the phone or not, or was that cheating on the market. But whatever, it was, the prices were different, technology was different, and the need for that separate product was gone. So what is it that you do? Innovation is therefore taking a different position, because the disruption of business models, the product life cycles that we have is shortening in such a way that you have to be, and now we come back to avoiding delay, that you have to be very fast with new products and services, otherwise you are too late, then it's obsolete. And I always say, if you're late, don't worry, competition will be on time. And there's something else. I think in this technology world that we live in the past, where products had a longer life cycle, you would have the time to say, okay, they invented a new type of telephone. So we can look at it, we can steal ideas, we can take the time to set up the plant and the factory to manufacture these things, and then we go in and we'll take our part of the market as well. But if you do that kind of process, by the time you're there, that product is not valid anymore. It's obsolete. You have to go into the next one. So you miss continuously. So you have to keep up. I want to give you, and I'm checking my time now. I want to give you an expression that I got from a client of mine, and he said to me, Ari, I want to have agile working. I want you to do an agile transformation of my organization. And I said, because I always like to know, okay, if you do an agile transformation, why? Because I think for a change, it can only be successful if you have a really good reason that is supported by the leadership team, and then you can bring it into the rest of the organization. And you don't do agile because the neighbor is doing it. You're doing agile for your personal organization or business reasons, right? The objectives that you have. And this gentleman, it was in Central Europe, he came to me and he said, the reason I need agile is that I am a tech company. And innovation is my lifeline. And in the world that we live in today, this gentleman was responsible worldwide for a specific brand to make specific products in cars. And he said, 5 years from now, I do not know who is my client. It was about the car manufacturing industry. He said, I know they make products for cars. I said, I know who now make cars. I can have Mercedes as a client, and BMW is maybe a client of the competition. That I know. He said, 5 years from now, I do not know who will be my client. I don't know who will make cars. He said, and that's maybe not 5 years. He said, maybe it's a year and a half or 2 years. And he said, the same time is applicable for suppliers. I don't know who will supply me and how and what. And he said, I don't even know what kind of technology will be needed in those cars to do the functionality that we offer now with our current products. And he said then, and that's what Agile came in, he said, I need the efficiency part. And coming back to the agnostic question, son, I said, I need the efficiency part because the time that I save, I will use for innovation. Innovation is my lifeline. And that also means that you accept, and that's a mindset change, this is why I said innovating forward and not innovating backward, is that you accept that in your innovation, not every concept that you make will be a business success. You accept that you start to innovate in directions to be ready, when there is an opportunity out there, and not wait for the opportunity and then start doing whatever you call innovation and seeing that someone in the competition is faster than you are. And that means that innovation is faster, is more frequent, and is also more in the direction of the unknown. And of course, we have innovations that are invented by going in the unknown. Uber, very simple. It was something that we didn't have. You had to call a number and then you would get a taxi, you know, and it's licensed in the Netherlands, for example. Uber concept is completely different, right? Okay, so, you know, technology brings a lot, and we have to accept that it can be, you know, disrupting the entire way of thinking that we had. That means if you work like this, and now we're going back to, okay, what's the difference between, you know, agile delivery and business agility? Is that when I talked to this gentleman, I said to him, you know, it's awesome because the agile transformation will bring you a lot of time because there is efficiency in there. That means that you will not do more, but if you do it in a better way, you will need less time of your people, and you can spend more time on innovation, and that will help you out. But that means that in that innovation process, you have to have a very high focus on vision. Where do you think technology will go? You have to have ears and eyes in the technology world. You have to be very close connected to those industries that are extremely new and potentially can fail. I was a little bit over a year, I was interacting with a company that makes air taxis. Became completely silent. COVID could be a potential reason. You never know what is the reason, but we can see things change, and maybe it looks like something and then it's disappearing, and maybe it's coming back, or maybe something new comes up. And this is where you have to be ready. And this is all, you know, in the same thing. If you go to agile working, you take out the sequence and you go into, you know, the cycle of continuous feedback and continuous improvement, smaller products, and approving to the needs of the market. And it includes also taking out products. So if you take the Boston consultancy matrix, at one moment in time, you know, you have a cash cow, and then it becomes a dog, and, you know, they're getting out, and then there has to be something ready there. And for example, in the pharmacy industry, we know that it works like this, but in the pharmacy, we have a very long time span, you know, for new medicine, you know, to get into the market. If you want to get into agile delivery, you can save time. If you use that time for innovation, then you start building your business agility, your corporate maneuverability, being able to maneuver in the world of today with all the dynamics and the speeds that we have. At the same time, what you are working on to deliver, that's what you do in an agile way. But also the decision-making process in where you are looking at and where you think that you should work on as an organization in terms of innovation, a proof of concept, you know, bringing things into the market, being ready if they fail, accept that quite a few might fail, but also, you know, constantly being open to make sure that you have that focus on, you know, the window of opportunities, and the fact that that window of opportunities might change because of technology, because of geopolitical things that happen, because of the COVID pandemic, and of course a massive impact. So when you go into the business agility, the corporate agility, it means that you have to have a continuous feed of new products and services ready to be taken. Now the question is, how do you do this? And actually, in between the EMEA session this morning and this talk here, I was on my telephone, and there was a post about talk that I'm going to do in Finland. And, you know, it's about, you know, outside, always the question about do we agile outside IT or not? And for me, it's been a no-brainer, because I've never done agile exclusively in IT. I've always done agile full delivery, where I had different disciplines from IT to legal to marketing to education, all those working together on one backlog, you know, to get new products and service to the market. In terms of being an organization that is out there with products and services, you need to make sure that if you have something that you are making for the future, it has to be ready, because the moment that the opportunity is there, you have to get it there, right? It has to be ready to go live. And that means that everything that you do has to be done. And that means that every discipline that you need in that way of working has to be together in the teams working. And I always emphasize that I want to have all the disciplines ready, because too often, you know, at the end of a sprint, we have something and then it goes to another team and another team and another team. And basically we create the waterfall. I would say at the end of a sprint, you have to be ready. And the question is, how do you do this? In this process where you are not only doing delivery, because it's the same thing there, but you're also working on this innovation, you need to have all disciplines together. And that's very important. And I can just ask you, 5 seconds to think about, if you make a new product, let's say that it's a software related product. Let's say that you make a new brilliant navigation system, NavSat system. You want to put that into the market. What kind of discipline would you need in your company to get it really in the market ready? Just give yourself a thought. Now, let me just start. Of course, you need to make that. Let's say that it is a software-based product. So you need to, the software solution need to be ready. But if you make a new product and the marketing around the product is not ready, I'm sorry, then you might have the product ready, but you will not get to your business benefits because nobody knows it's there, nobody will buy it. Okay, so that's one. So now we have the marketing. So we have okay. Then we say, if we bring it out there, we have things like contracts, the product itself, the information in the product, all has to be legal. So we have a legal team in there, and then you can add teams to it. This is why I always say that corporate agility is something that you really do together as an organization. It's not only about the delivery, but it's also making sure that your future is guaranteed because you're able to follow the demand in the market. And you do that by new products and improving existing products continuously with all the disciplines that are needed. And per product in your organization, that might be a little bit different, but that's what you're looking for. And the reasons that there are that can be anything from disappearing or changing technology, or maybe there are new laws in place. At the moment, in the pandemic, we have so many changes. People change laws or restrictions or whatever, temporary, and you have to respond. Okay, so how do you do this? And of course, you have then to accept in that everything you need to be working like this has to be ready. So you have to have your innovation process. You have to have your people empowered. You have to have given to people and teams time. I just said, okay, we know from the Lean and Kanban studies that teams are most effective if they are on more or less 85% of their capacity. So do you, when you are a manager, are you really a management team? Are you really ready to make sure that you, let's say, sorry, this is what I want to say. We know that we're under pressure. Now we're making stuff. We're in deliveries. And always there is extra pressure there because somebody wants something extra. There was a little bit of an impediment. It took more time. And very often the pressure from not only leadership teams, but also from ourselves is that we will take time from other activities. And it's so easy to take time from the innovation because, innovation is like a little bit vague, and that delivery is very concrete. I'm working on this, and if I do this, this will go to production. But innovation, I don't even know. So you get this thinking that you think, okay, interesting. And you need to be very sharp on, okay, how do I spend my time? Because it's not only about today, but it's also about tomorrow. You have to be ready as an organization. So from me, if you ask me, how can I get my organization ready and really, be able to have corporate agility? It starts with bringing all the disciplines together. Secondly, you have to make sure that innovation, market research, those kind of things that are much more important than they've ever been. And that you have your people empowered to go that way and to on one hand, to keep the delivery going, and the other hand, to keep, the innovation going. And it's not easy because we know together that competition, we, like the example that I just gave, we don't even know where competition is these days. We don't even know if there is competition sometimes, right? And there's only one way to conquer this, and to be there, now going back to Agile, avoiding delay, to be there, in the fastest possible time frame. And you don't have to have the big product or the big solution. No, but if you have the MVP ready, that will, stick to the market, that people start appreciating, then you are there. And you have to accept that what makes you successful and known today as an organization might be obsolete 1 or 2 or 3 years from now. And that's where you have to be ready. And this is where leadership teams make the difference. We don't know who the competition will be. We don't know who our clients will be. And we don't know who our suppliers will be. We don't even know the technology that will be there. Having these kind of things ready, it means, at least in my opinion, it means that you have to be ready to work fast. So you need to understand from each other where you are. So you have to have all the way drilled down from the corporate strategy, including innovation. Okay, how do we break down what we define over that work that's flowing into teams, how we keep it visible, that we can see that teams are working or that teams are doing stuff, into, okay, what kind of technology do we use to develop, right? Or are we going to do the zero code platforms even, where we know that it will save time for us, right? We have those kind of ideas. How do we invest in, cross-border communication with tools like that we are doing today at the moment, right? The point is, business agility is something that for me is a word that reflects the corporate capability to maneuver in today's world, accepting that we have the change, whatever the change is. Most of the time it will be a technology change, but it can be geopolitical, can be local political. There can be so many reasons for change, and this is where you have to be ready. As an organization, you might bump into that, to need that corporate agility, that the change in your organization is massive and not yet done. I know that, in my opinion, an agile transformation is never done, because part of agile is that you continuously improve yourself. But just check for yourself where you are. Do we have the ideas about self-organizing and empowering people and working value-driven? Like early today at 9 a.m. Central European time, Anna from Armenia was talking about, are we ready? Can we see this, right? And we do this all with the thought that we have to accept that we don't know everything anymore. Even in my career, like let's say 25 years ago, competition was something that you could see and that you would know. And today it's not. And if you are late, I always say, if you're late, don't worry. There will be competition somewhere on the globe that's faster. So make sure that your organization is ready. Accept that agile delivery and agnostic is of course part of the delivery, but that innovation part, where you also of course start delivery, because you start delivering new products, new services, and accepting that a lot of those new products and services will never make a successful future, but just a few, and those are the ones that will save your organization. And that's what I would like to give to you. It's not only the value delivery. Of course, you need to focus on the value delivery, but it's understanding that the capacity that you have in your organization need to be towards, okay, what will be our future in terms of products and services that we put in the market, and that you have, based on the fast pace of change, that you have your organization ready, 1, to innovate, and 2, to identify from those innovations which ones are successful and put them in, and accept that we have done innovations that might not be really useful. And okay, we learn from it, and that's it. And that's what I wanted to give to you today. I think I'm checking in with you and Tao. I think I'm very close to my 30 minutes talk, so I would like to open up for questions. Anyone?
Yeah, Ali, in fact, there is one question for you. It's from Frank. It's from Franklin. The question is, how can Agile support innovation directly? Because you're just talking about innovation.
Yeah, so I understand. I hope I understand the question. So the moment that I'm going to work Agile, that doesn't mean that innovation is all of a sudden there in the organization. So how does Agile facilitate innovation? First of all, by the fact that you are if you do it properly, you create efficiency. So you create time windows where innovation can be taking place. It should be part of continuous progress in the organization, innovation. Secondly, if you have identified products, services that you want to innovate, conceptual, and you want to create those, then you can do the agile delivery there as well. In the agile delivery, and at how how I work with the heartbeats, I can quickly have working prototypes. I can double check not only with the people that I work with in the teams, but even with representatives from the outside market to see whether it connects. So you can see that a lot of agile practices that you use in any day agile delivery will help you in your innovation process to identify the potential business value for your organization. It goes innovation, potential innovation services or products are identified, of course, because we think that they are potentially good for the market. And in that development process, when you have identified it, then you can double check, okay, is it really as good in the market as we thought it would be? And if it's impacted by new innovations from somewhere else, new technology, then you will know. And you can try it in your heartbeats, and you can decide to progress, or maybe you can even stop it. I hope, Franklin, it answers the question. But that's how I see things, and how if I do an agile transformation, what I try to bring in.
Okay, cool.
Yes, thanks. The question for Franklin. Actually, I know Franklin is also the trainer for business agility, business agile, and so I remember last time, Ari, when we had a kind of interview for you and Patrick's, and there was a topic regarding business and IT alignment, and you don't even open to discuss that question. You said, why business and IT alignment? IT is business. Why you don't talking about marketing and the business alignment? Why no HR and IT business alignment? So why today actually IT is a business? Your IT strategy is your business strategy. So there should be separated. And then I realized, yes, even in today's context, every company say, well, we are a bank or we are an airline company. Actually, we are an IT company, just happen to fly airplane. So those kind of statements, so that everybody's seen themselves as already so much IT is part of business, actually. And also when you're saying, some 5 years ago, automobiles, they don't know who their customer is. Most likely they don't know what technology will available. I remember during one of the sessions we had, one of the speakers say, Volkswagen forecasting their revenue stream by 2030 or 35, the revenue stream will 30% based on traditional cars who runs petrol and diesel, and 30% are not even running those traditional fuels, but rather electronics or other supplies. Another 40% are based on the software. So basically, they might forecasting their revenue stream changed. They are not only maybe the software part even will growing. So that's at least they realize maybe they don't know who their customer is, but they already identified their revenue stream will be changed.
So what do you think? Just to give an idea, right, where we are today, and this is also because technology offers the possibilities, right? But I was talking at one moment in time to a CEO of a pretty big company. And he said to me, Ari, 2 years from now, and it's already years ago, he said, 2 years from now, every product that leaves a factory of this company, he said, every product needs to have an IP address. Because that product will be in somebody else's product. And if I know that this product has been used already 90,000 times and it can only be used 120,000 times, then I can say to the owner, I can send a message and say, listen, your product is really getting out. You need to be, in order to be safe, you need to do maintenance, you need to do this. So you can see that the technology offers opportunities and information that will also help you to identify, new revenue streams and new business models. And the point is, son, if you don't do it, somebody else will. It's really, it is that simple. And I know people will argue with me now, it's not always about making money, but it's about, okay, how can we give the best possible service to the people that we perceive, quote unquote, as our customers. So this is in one go that I also talk about governmental organizations, exactly the same thing.
Right, thanks. Do we got more questions, Tal, for Ari? Ari, maybe we have actually 5 minutes before American session start, right?
Yeah, I think the Latin America session would start now, I think, to be honest. So I'm quickly double checking here on the, where are we? We are here.
Okay.
15:10, no, 15:10, we're good, Fer, and Fer is already here, I see him. So
right.
in 5 minutes, Fer. So maybe we go slow, bit by bit to the handover to the Latin America session.
Sure. Then we can wrap up today here. Tao, do you have got more questions from the audience?
No, in fact, there is no more question here.
All right, and before we closing, and thanks again, Ari, for your session, and I will closing in Chinese because we started in Chinese, right? 好，我们这个活动哈，下一个时区就是到了拉丁美洲的时区了，还有我们5分钟结束了。在结束之前呢，我们承诺给邀请榜前5位的小伙伴提供独角兽项目这本书哈。那我现在利用这个时间公布一下这个获奖的名单哈，大家可以看一下。这5位小伙伴是邀约获得了这本书哈。然后可以联系这个扫二维码，然后联系这个小助手提供邮寄地址哈，我们会为获奖邀请版前5位的小伙伴提供独角兽项目这本书哈，也是刚刚由 IT Revolution 出版的。然后感谢大家今天的收听观看如果希望进一步有信息的，可以跟我们的小助手留言，或者稍后我们也会提供这个 PPT。那我们中国时间就结束了，下一个时区我看美国的嘉宾已经准备好了。Okay, Fernando, we are ready for China session. We will shut down our session, and then floor is yours for a Latin American session.
Yes, we are ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Fer, tu micrófono no está, no te escuchamos.
Hola Jero, ¿me escuchás ahora?
Sí,
¿Jero?
perfecto.
Perfecto, bueno. Arranco ya en español, así que bueno, bienvenido.